Well, I'm going to call to order the July meeting of the MTA Safety Committee. Can we have the safety announcement, please?
Your safety is of the foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen and adhere to the following instructions. If you witness an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and call 911 immediately. Please follow any audible instructions provided through the public address system or visually on screens in the event of an emergency. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway or stairwell B down the hallway past the elevators. If you have a mobility disability or cannot self-evacuate, please proceed to stairwell D or E for assistance by MTA staff or emergency personnel. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. If you need assistance during an evacuation, please tell an MTA staff member or emergency personnel. Thank you and have a safe day.
Thank you. Mr. Diodato, are there public speakers?
Thank you, Chair Lieber. Good morning. We have 2 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. Also, in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker will be Joseph Morales, followed by Christopher Greif.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joseph Morales. A couple of items to speak on today. One, I noticed in the board book, in the committee book for this month, we have, for grade crossings enforcement, MTA deployments, summonses, and warnings seem to fluctuate month by month. So I'm just curious as to, how could we make sure that MTA police deployment stays consistent? That way we're enforcing this issue as much as possible so we could prevent more injuries and deaths as a result of cars or pedestrians, violating grade crossings. And it's similar to fare evasion. If the officers aren't present, it's something people might continue to do. And you should consider undercover MTA PD deployments or even deployments a lot of times to NYPD on highways in the Bronx where I live. What I notice is they'll place a car there without an officer. Cars always tend to slow down in dangerous areas. Something we could consider here. I also noticed that the NYPD crime statistics rates were up for this month. My advice is we should include how many incidents there are related to subway surfing. I've heard Jano speak on this issue before at meetings. It's a dangerous issue. It's a trend on social media. Even if social media networks try to moderate it, they cannot and do not catch everything. The point is, we might think this might divvy down. This has been around for years. We don't know what the trend's going to be on social media. One thing I kind of suggest is this safety committee talks about safety in relation to our infrastructure a lot. One thing we may want to consider is concentrating enforcement where deaths are most likely to happen. Put it like this, for most subway surfers, they know how to balance on the train. The incidents I've heard in the news come when they get hit by the bar at a tunnel entrance, or they get hit by some sort of infrastructure, like an electric box that's where they're surfing. So as the engineers at our agency would know what these things are and know we should concentrate enforcement. Thank you for your time this morning.
Our next speaker will be Christopher Greif.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christopher D. Greif. Happy Disability Pride Month and ADA 33. As we talk about the safety of our customers, and that's including seniors and people with disabilities, we want to thank the MTA as well as NYPD and MTA Police dealing with these issues that we've been seeing, people on the tracks, on the roof, or especially even on a train that people are acting very inappropriate. Yes, they may have a disability as well, but we still got to remember they're all humans. But NYPD and MTA Police, we thank you so much on this because things are getting a little more safer on our subways. But we always say, if you see something, say something. And it's been very great to see that the MTA Police at Atlantic Avenue dealing with that issue. They did an excellent job getting the person out safe and communicating with them. And especially when we turn off the power, at least we are all alert what to do in an emergency. Thank God no one really got hurt. But as I said, as I allowed our customers, we remind them all, if you see something, say something. But we still need to continue with encouraging more people to see this in our community. But NYPD and MTA Police, let's work together as we are still dealing with the hot weather times. And we see a lot of people may freak out or have any issues waiting for a train or maybe for a bus. But we do need to work together, as well as the Eagle team as well, because we still got fare invasion that still goes on the buses, and as well as subway. So we hope that we can work on that in the near future. And thank you, everyone, and happy ADA 33.
Thank you, Chair Lieber. That concludes today's public speaking portion of the committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Diodato. I want to get approval of the minutes from the April 24th committee meeting. Are there any changes, Mr. Albert?
Yes, on page 4, the last person listed as an attendee, Alita Dupree. Alita is spelled incorrectly. It should be Aleta. That's it.
Appreciate it. With that correction, can I have a motion to approve the minutes? Mr. Zuckerman, second. Second. There's no quorum present. So I can't get approval. We'll get it next time. Mr. Warren, are there any changes to the work plan?
There are no changes to the work plan.
Would you make your presentation, sir?
Please. Thank you, Chair, and good morning. We have the slides. Thanks. The significant security efforts initiated by the governor and mayor last year as part of the COPS, Camera, and CARE program continue to deliver improvements in security, with week-over-week major felony crimes down 14% last week. This reflects a multi-week streak now of reductions. Perhaps more significantly, the rate of major felony crimes per 1 million riders is down 28% versus the same period last year. The YPD's Transit Bureau Chief Mike Kemper will provide greater detail in the upcoming Transit Committee meeting. But let me say that while we see fluctuations in progress towards improved security conditions in the subways, the increased resources and focused procedural changes in police activity are making a difference, as highlighted by the 5% year-to-date overall decrease in major crime. Similarly, and as importantly, crime on the railroads remains very low, which is in part a result of increased and improved patrolling on our trains by the MTA PD. And the TBTA's focus work on addressing toll evasion on the bridges and tunnels is recovering millions in unpaid tolls and identifying and addressing the challenge of persistent toll evasion. As you're aware, employee assaults and harassments are major concerns for us. We have multiple programs in place, but still more being developed to confront this challenge. In addition to increased police patrols, continued improvement in cameras, training, and the introduction of more staff on platforms have contributed to a multi-year decreasing trend of employee assaults seen on the slide. New pilot programs, including the addition of reflective markings on subway platforms to clear up areas where the trains spot conductors at a station, to the engineering efforts to develop cockpit barriers for bus drivers, are just two of the ideas being pursued to continue to protect our workforce. The MTA has a significant program to reduce trespass and intrusion. Track intrusion incidents over the last 12 months are trending down from the spike that occurred in the late 2022. Public messages and the introduction of more staff on platforms reduce the opportunity for trespass. Further, efforts with the state and city health organizations continue to shore up programs and facilitate getting emotionally disturbed individuals the care they need and consequently away from the tracks. And lastly, the development of technology solutions promise even more improvement.
The spike occurred in late 21, though, right, Pat?
Yes,
it was late 22,
that's right.
but it was
Yeah.
late 21 that we all got together and started the focus on track intrusions. But go ahead,
Yeah,
please.
thanks. Let me close my security-oriented comments by highlighting the tremendous work by the MTA Police Department. Their presence and enforcement efforts at the 4 major transit hubs, Penn, Grand Central, Atlantic, and Jamaica, have significantly improved conditions at these locations. Further, their increased and focused efforts with train patrols being noticed by our employees and customers as reflected in surveys. Regarding safety, the rate of employee accidents remains low across all agencies. Similarly, the rates of customer accidents remain low, and worth noting, subways are have experienced a decrease in accidents per million riders of over 50% since the peak of March of 21. It's very impressive. Next, you will hear a deep dive on the topic of grade crossing accident prevention, which remains one of the biggest safety challenges in the rail industry today. That said, we now let me highlight now that the Long Island Railroad and the Metro-North Railroad continue to deliver some of the best accident statistics of any railroad in the nation. Agency safety statistics can be found on pages 9 through 20 of the committee book. I will also note that in the committee book you will find details on the security grant programs and the important projects these grants fund. Now, if there are no questions, go ahead.
Is there a statewide rule for, or is it just by municipality, about how far in advance you need to notify motorists of a grade crossing?
It's a federal rule, but there's sort of 2 pieces to it. One, certainly the Federal Railroad Administration is involved, but it's also really a federal highways issue. And I don't know if Shelley or Lori will have anything further to say on that.
Yeah, so we abide by the Municipal Uniform Traffic Control Device as well as ARIMA standards. So there is definitely a code that governs, because they don't want motorists across the country to have different experiences at grade crossings. Grade crossings run throughout the entire nation, so it's definitely embedded in those standards.
But unfortunately, you don't always have the same protections at every grade crossing nationwide that you do at certain ones.
Correct, and even that's governed under the municipal, the MUTCD. So that covers all the different types of crossings, whether it's the emergency notification signs, the passive, the active. So there's definitely standards that we're following.
And how far in advance is the standard now?
As far as
Being notified there's a grade crossing coming for signage.
I'd have to look at that detail for you. We certainly can circle back with you.
Yeah, we'll get it right.
Thank you.
Yeah, every certain grade crossings, and you'll hear it in the pitch coming up, there's, the geographic dimensions of the location often dictate what could happen there. Also, just how much traffic comes through the site. So you'll see some sites will just have the cross bucks and others have very elaborate systems in them, and all that it comes into play, and you'll hear a little bit more about that in a moment. Yeah.
If it's arms that come down, the train is going to notify that crossing that the arms need to go down, obviously, right?
Right. The trains, they farther up the tracks, they shunt the track and they trigger it essentially, and then they come down.
And speed of train is important in this, right?
It's factored in, yes.
It is factored in.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Let me now turn to Chris Diodato from my office to introduce the topic of grade crossing safety, and then he'll be followed by Lori Ebbinghausen from Long Island Railroad to provide details on the various grade crossing safety endeavors of that railroad. So, Chris, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chief Warren. Nationally, grade crossings are one of the most significant hazards in the transit system. In 2022, the FRA recorded 2,194 grade crossing collisions that resulted in 274 fatalities. Our railroads had 14 reportable crossing incidents last year, resulting in 1 fatality. Our goal is to trim these numbers to 0. Safety improvements fall into 3 general categories. Enforcement, that's the MTA PD enforcing highway rules at grade crossings. Education, reaching out to youth and other municipal groups to inform them about the dangers of grade crossings, as well as signs and other digital messaging that is disseminated through our different media platforms. And then there's crossing improvements, the physical modification of crossings to mitigate risk. Working together with our railroads, New York and Connecticut Departments of Transportation, and local municipalities, we are in a multi-year crossing evaluation and, where necessary, improving the safety at our roughly 450 grade crossings within the MTA service area. Our railroads have made much progress in improving safety component of their grade crossings. Grade crossing inspections. So our grade crossing safety improvement inspection team includes stakeholders from the municipalities, the FRA, NISDOT, Connecticut DOT, contracted experts, and of course our railroads. On this slide, you see the progress illustrated. Locations for potential safety improvements are identified in response to railroad feedback, incident data, and recent events. Approximately 249 grade crossing safety improvement inspections have been completed. Many aspects of the crossings are taken into consideration, including roadway approaches, warning signs and markings, traffic volume, existing control devices, pedestrian treatments, and others. Typical findings and recommendations involve improvements to active and passive warning signals and devices, signs and road treatments, pedestrian gates and pathways, signaling interconnectivity, that's between the right-of-way and roadway, CCTV cameras with digital video recorders. Armed with inspection results, the railroads prioritize projects for operating funds, and the MTA leverages grant funding, principally sponsored by the FRA and the FHWA, to supplement these improvements. To this end, the MTA has active projects worth over $60 million in grant funding, covering safety improvements at 85 crossings in our territories. These projects include the installation of CCTV, recorders, and vehicle detection at 44 of our railroad crossings. Other safety improvements include updated warning signals and devices, pedestrian gates and pathways, crossing panels, signs, and pavement markings. Similar to the April Safety Committee meeting, where Metro North Shelley Prettyman highlighted several railroad safety program areas, this month, Long Island Railroad's VP of Safety, Lori Ebbinghausen, will provide details on their grade crossing safety program. Thank you. Unless there are questions for me, I'll turn the mic over to Lori.
Good morning, everyone. So while I certainly am going to be doing a deep dive into the experience at Long Island Railroad, on behalf of my colleague Shelley Prettyman at Metro North, we also will be sharing what are a lot of our common elements when it comes to strategically managing safety around grade crossings. So the focus, if we go to the next slide. Go back one. Yep. Nope, one more. Okay, now if you go forward one more. Okay, so why are we so focused on grade crossings? And you're going to find the experience at Long Island Railroad is slightly different from Metro North. If you look at the statistics and what's of note, a non-reportable grade crossing is an incident, and those are often reported by our locomotive engineers, where they've encountered somebody that has either driven around the gates or has run across the grade crossing. So those are events that do not result in contact, which are the reportable grade crossing incidents. The reportable grade crossing incidents are where we actually have a pedestrian or a vehicle coming in contact with the train. In 2022, we had 24 total non-reportable grade crossing incidents and 12 reportable grade crossing incidents. You'll see for 2023, reporting through the end of May, we have already surpassed on the non-reportable grade crossing incident side those numbers. It's important to note what's different between last year and even going back to pre-pandemic. In 2019, we were running 200 fewer trains than what we're running today. So we are certainly running a lot more trains, giving engineers the opportunity, unfortunately, to see these types of behaviors more often at the grade crossings. What are we actually doing about it? Before I get to that, I want to go into the volume of what we're seeing, the volume of inventory that we have. So if you go to the next slide. As far as crossings go, and Commissioner Albert touched on this, we have different types of warning devices at the crossings. Our total inventory at the Long Island Railroad, you'll see across the various types of crossings, is 329. At those 329 crossings, All the crossings have the emergency notification signs. That's the sign that you see displayed there, and that sign is critical if anybody's at a grade crossing and they have a concern where they see that the gates are down or the gates are up or something's fouling the crossing. That call to that 800 number will connect them directly to the MTA police so that we can get out there and take the necessary precautions at that crossing. There are crossings that have the passive warning, which is just the signage in the crossbucks. There's crossings that have the active warning, which would then be the lights and the bells and the active arms. So the inventory of crossings, between the volume of train and the inventory of crossings, we're very conscious of what we need to do in order to create that element of safety out in the communities that we serve. So if we go to the next slide. And I'm going to build on what Chris touched on and adding a fourth E in elimination, because having no crossing at all is the best solution. So when you look at education, we start very early. If you go to the next slide. Both railroads are very active, have very active and robust track programs, which are a partnership with our MTA police counterparts. We have Long Island Railroad, a full-time community relations specialist, and 2 dedicated officers. They go out and do classroom presentations. They do Operation Lifesavers and special events, heavy use of social media in partnership with our MTA headquarters communications department. We have the school contests, and the MTA police also have a very robust Explorers program that they use to help us to go out into the communities as well. If you go to the next slide, you'll see that we have had a significant increase, transitioning from the pandemic now back into in-person, a 79% increase in the number of participants that we're seeing across the various age groups. So you'll see elementary, middle school, high school, and then the special event totals for the last, 2022, last year up to this point, as well as 2023. So to date, we've reached over 34,000 participants. Going to the next slide. On enforcement, here is where we're very strategic with the MTA police in trying to manage the behaviors at crossings. We share data with them every month on where we're seeing broken gates, where we're getting these reports from the engineers about what's happening at the crossings. They then use the highway patrol as well as the tracks unit to go out to do both the enforcement and the education. We always want to try education first, but enforcement is definitely a key element of this strategy. In addition to the obedience to the signal indicating the approach of the train, there are a number of other traffic laws that go into grade crossing enforcement. So there's certain vehicles must stop. You're not allowed to obstruct highway grade crossings. You're not allowed to disobey the signs in the state law and the do not stop on track signs. So all of those are elements where the police, through their details, will issue warnings and, if necessary, summons. And you can see the difference from this year to last year as far as the number of summonses that are being issued. Moving forward to engineering, as Chris touched on, we do have very strategic focus. I'm happy to say, first of all, that the delineators and the road striping have been a game changer for us here at the Long Island Railroad. In partnership with Waze, as well as those grade crossing treatments, we have virtually eliminated people accidentally turning onto the tracks at our grades crossing. So that's definitely been a huge improvement for us. But we're also very focused from an engineering standpoint on ways that we can improve at the various crossings based on the traffic configurations there. We do have preemption, which is an advanced or simultaneous warning at 55 of our crossings, and that's really to help clear crossings as the train shunts the circuit and the active warning devices trigger. That also will trigger with the traffic lights a way for us to clear the crossing. So if the light is on the other side of the crossing, it creates the green so that traffic can clear. If on the other side of the crossing it turns red so that the traffic is stopping. So we're trying to really engineer out people getting trapped on the tracks, if you will, or trapping themselves on the tracks by not obeying the law. We also have grant funding at Executive Drive and Atlantic Avenue. Those are 2 areas of great focus for us because of the road configuration there, the parallel roadways that creates a lot of broken gates, a lot of issues at those crossings. So we're working with the grant funding and with our partners at the Town of Islip, Suffolk County, New York State Department of Transportation, Nassau County, to engineer out some of those details at the crossings that create those challenges. We also are instituting CCTV and loop detection systems at 10 crossings as a way to help us manage what's happening at those crossings so that we can see what the driver's behaviors are, and be able to evaluate whether there's other things needed to be done there. And finally, as I said, the best solution is to eliminate the crossings entirely. So prior to MTA construction and development and Long Island Railroad Mainline expansion project, we had only eliminated 2 crossings, Herrick's Road crossing in 1998 and Roslyn Road crossing in 2009. We had a historic elimination of 8 crossings, whether over or grade separation, through the MTA construction and development project between 2019 and 2021. That was unprecedented. That was a historic elimination. However, we are still focused on eliminating crossings when we can. You'll see here pictured Meadow Glen Road crossing in Kings Park is one that we're currently working on. So certainly there's a lot of challenges, and we're very focused on strategically managing and taking advantage of all of these different elements, the 4 E's, to help manage this hazard in our communities. Happy to answer any questions anyone may have.
Mr. Bringerman and Mr. Zuckerman.
Yeah, Lori, I know this went in a few years ago, but can you explain to us the devices that you put in at the Bethpage crossing? With the pedestrian warning?
Right. So at Bethpage Crossing, we also have an announcement that gets made when there's a second train coming as a way to help. It's a very, the configuration there is the grade crossing is at an angle, so it's a little bit of a challenging roadway there. So we partnered with Nassau County as well to try to do some improvements, added some pedestrian islands and places there. But the second train coming warning is a critical element of that, given the volume and the road configuration. Is that what you're focused on?
Well, that's visual as well as
Yes,
an announcement,
audible,
right? There's
audible and
there's
visual
a flashing
warning.
light or something that comes on if
Correct.
there's a second
And
train.
it's also, it says in words, second train coming.
Okay.
So that,
Do you have that in any other location, or is it just,
not at this time, just at Bethpage.
okay.
Zuckerman.
Thank you, Chair. 2 questions. One, Lori, that's minor, or at least a definitional, and one is a more macro question. The minor one, loop detection, just remind me what that term means, please.
So that's when there are there's a detection system embedded in the roadway that can detect via magnetic the vehicle on the roadway.
It's similar to what triggers a traffic
Yeah.
light when you pull your car. pull to it.
Correct.
Good. A more macro question. I think it would be valuable for the board and the public just for you to maybe state more broadly. You said the reason why it's hard to get rid of grade crossings, it's caught up in a lot of issues and topics, and you sort of very vaguely stated the challenge. I think we have how many in Long Island grade crossings? 100 and something.
So between the inventory of public and private grade crossings, we have over 300, well over 300.
Okay.
Yes.
So when we had a historic of 9. So obviously that's going to take a couple of 100 years to get through all those. So can you just talk about the things that hold us back from actually eliminating the grade crossings? Because I think that's ultimately the biggest question.
So many of the communities in Long Island grew up around the grade crossings. So often there's a density there that makes it problematic to eliminate. There's a lot of building, a lot of residential, commercial. So that always is the first challenge: is do you actually even have enough room to do that type of improvement? And then from there, it becomes a navigating through the funding of it. A lot of the grade crossings, there are numerous municipalities, county, New York State Department of Transportation, that there's a lot of different entities that go into managing, if you will, that one crossing. So that funding-wise also becomes a bit of a challenge.
Track project. I mean, the challenge is in large part, real estate. Do you have enough distance to do an undergrade crossing where you're in effect, knocking out the railroad at grade, building a tunnel underneath with a box, and then restoring the railroad on top, which is what we did in, I think, 7 of those 8 crossings. The challenge is, do you have enough real estate to do that, and then secondarily getting the money to do it, because those are big projects. I would just ask one thing for in the next couple of months, because grade crossings are really a national issue. It's one of those things where New York, we're different in many cases than the rest of the country. But in this area, we have some similarity, although the volume is so great here. Can you give us a snapshot of how to look at ourselves compared to a lot of other places that deal with the grade crossing issues. So we don't have to do that today, but I think that would be useful for self-measurement. Mr. Brown had a question, and then Mr. Albert, and then we'll wrap up.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping someone else would ask it, but it's regarding money, really. Going over those grants there, I'm looking at the way the various grants are used, and first of all, I think you guys are doing a great job, especially with the grade crossing thing, trying to keep people from killing themselves. It's a owner's job. I can't understand why people can't see the tracks are there and avoid it. And our problems are substantially different than, say, in the Midwest and the South, where a community will have a mile-long train running through every 2 hours and nobody wants to get stuck behind a train. And it's a different sort of problem than we have with high-speed, frequent trains. And the rules being national do not, as Jano pointed out, do not help us particularly in this regard. Now, my question is on these grants, other than with the police department, is there anything in the grants that go to our efforts, our employees, the operating expenses of maintaining these systems, going out there and telling people, don't challenge the train? I mean, who's paying for that piece of it? And how much is that costing? And do the grants do anything for that other than what happens with the PD? I mean, I just assume other people, certainly Vinnie's track department, other areas of the system, are going to require human resources. Do you have a position on that, or is it like the same with other capital and operating in the railroad?
Commissioner, I'll start off and just say that typically grant funding is not does not focus on operational kind of funding like maintenance kind of issues. It's usually for something new. Although grant funding does frequently pay for overtime for security. That is one area that there is money in that regard. So it doesn't typically do that. But we do, through other programs, particularly security programs, we look at trying to support those kinds of missions. But in terms of maintainers, I don't know of any. Maybe you do.
So I would say this, both Metro North and Long Island Railroad have taken advantage over the years to help support our educational programs. We get a lot of grant funding to do those types of efforts. And even through the, whether it's the car seat grants or whatever the grants are for the engineering solutions to grade crossing. So again, not maintenance, but the engineering solutions, that in addition to third party, that we do have force account costs built into that as well, whether it's for design or actual implementation.
Does DOT bear some of this financial weight? Thank you.
Mr. Albert, and then we'll wrap up if everyone will.
Lori, there was recently a derailment along Borden Avenue in Long Island City, right by the Long Island City Station. Do you know if there are plans to repair the tracks that were damaged and the roadway that was impacted?
I will get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Chair Lieber and Chief Warren, there are 3 remote speakers.
Oh.
If we have time.
Do we? Yes? Okay.
All right. My apologies.
All right. Let's make sure the remote speakers have a chance to be heard. Have we hit all the board members' questions on this topic? Let's go to the remote speakers in that case. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Our first speaker is Jason Anthony, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Mr. Anthony, here we go.
Oh, what an epic fail, because I was at Nevin Street earlier, but now I'm here. Good morning, Jano. Good morning, Patty. Good morning to the rest of the board members. Jason Anthony here. I totally agree with the comments of Joseph and Chris. There has to be more scrutiny regarding subway surfing, because I have been seeing them myself. Now the trends of TikTok have been moving to YouTube. You guys should visit the exhibit that is in the Oculus. It is it is a reminder that subway surfing is not only a New York City trend. These teenagers are taking it outside the New York City area. Not only that, Giano, I'm taking the New York City subway almost every day. I'm not seeing police presence overnight, although I'm seeing it during the day. Fare ration skyrocketing in Staten Island, better known as the Forgotten Borough. We need the Eagle team over there ASAP. The blue lights is a good idea. I already see them on the West 4th Street subway station, but we need them in the front and the rear ends of the platforms. So I'll be mentioning them during Capitol. So that's all I have to say for this month. Thank you, Jano, again.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charlton D'Souza, followed by Alita Dupree.
Good morning, everyone. Charlton D'Souza, President of Passengers United. I wish we were able to speak like everyone else at the beginning so that, the people could see the meeting. What I want to say is we have a condition at 27th Street and 7th Avenue on the number 1 line. That station, for weeks now, they've been selling drugs. There's an open-air drug market in the subway station. Okay, we've been receiving complaints on Twitter. I personally visited the station. I spoke to the people at FIT College upstairs. Everyone's fed up with the situation. What is it going to take for you guys to close that entrance down? As far as subway surfing, the reason why the kids are subway surfing is because they have access to climb the chains. There has to be a way so that they cannot climb up there once they get out, either by locking the doors or adjusting the chain so they can't use that to climb up as a ladder, okay? That's how that gets solved. And another thing, where are the police? You rarely see them. But then again, the MTA wants everyone to believe the subways are safe when they really are not safe. They're not even safe for the employees, all right? So yeah, you guys want to now pass congestion pricing and force us to use the subway, which a lot of people are not going to use. And what's going to end up happening is Uber and Lyft is going to have a monopoly. That's what's happening. So, I'm just upset and outraged with all the elected officials, really, because at the end of the day, the elected officials appoint the board members to this agency. They appoint the chairman. They appoint everyone. So at the end of the day, the elected officials have to be held responsible. And that's what I'm going to say this month. And again, Chairman Lieber, you promised to ride the subway with me last year. You still haven't rolled the subway with me. But then again, I was hoping you would. So, all right, guys, thank you.
Okay, let's
Thank you.
keep moving.
Our last speaker, Alita Dupree.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair General Lieber. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. First of all, I'm very appreciative for Andrew finding and correcting the spelling of my name in the minutes. I was going to mention that, and I'll be mentioning that in another meeting. So very appreciative for Andrew's meticulous review of the minutes. In reading the agenda, it shows just how big our system is. And I appreciate the deep dive on the grade crossings. When I did hear the term track intrusion before, and I think about in our subway, that track intrusions happen even on this big system. And it's important to understand why people are intruding onto the track and how much of it is purposeful, how much of it is accidental, and how much of it is people being pushed into the trackway. So how do we minimize that? I think with anything, whether it be grade crossings or subway track intrusions, is going to take a lot of education. I'm not able to be here with you, but my place where I'm staying in Northern California actually overlooks a very busy rail line with about 20 Amtrak trains a day and quite a few freights that most of it moves fairly slowly. So this has to be kept in the forefront because a we don't want anybody to get hurt. Railroads are places that require people to be attentive. So each month that we have a different topic to focus on. So I've talked about some different things today, but thank you for taking my testimony. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. That's a wrap for speakers.
We managed to get to all the speakers. I am now informed that we have a quorum, and therefore we previously asked for comments on the minutes. We got one. There was a motion. Second. All in favor. The minutes are approved. With that, I think that I can call for a motion to adjourn. Second. We are in adjournment. Thank you, everybody.
My name is Winnie Espada. I'm a car appearance maintainer, and I've been doing this job for 10 years. I work out of Shea Yard. I was interested in helping the community, the public, so when our passengers get on the train, they'll see that I cleaned it. I'll feel good that I did the job, that they're comfortable, and they don't have to worry about the mess because we took care of it.
Well, I always had a background in cleaning with janitorial work and also car detailing. So I came to the railroad and used my skills that I learned from there to help clean the trains. I like working on the train, working with the equipment. I always enjoyed cleaning, so that's really it.
A typical day is thorough cleaning here in the EIC dock, where we take the seats apart, make sure the sides of the seats are clean from garbage. Any newspaper, cans that are left behind, we clean that up. Clean the windows, we take care of the doors. We make sure that the engineer's cab is clean and ready for him to go for the day.
So we take pride in making sure we sanitize everything from the bathrooms itself and everything the customer put their hands on. So it's very important to make sure we take care of our customers here. We sanitize everything.
My work is important because we have to make sure the trains are clean, especially in the times of the pandemic. We have to make sure the trains are disinfected and ready for all riders to be comfortable getting onto the train. There's a lot of anxiety going on right now with passengers and customers getting onto dirty trains. So our job is to keep everybody safe. And
I actually love what I do. This is my 18th year on the railroad. I love instructing, which is what I'm doing now. I'm instructing student engineers. I love operating as well, so when I can, I still do operate trains, and it's just a great job to have. My name is Inade Maruga Sr. I'm currently a locomotive engineer, special duty instructor. I've been with Metro North for 5 years now.
My name is Robert Sapari, and I'm a training officer, locomotive engineer for Metro North Railroad, and I've been with the MTA for 10 years. My earliest train memory is being in the train with my dad as he was operating. I'm second generation railroad. We actually operated around the same time just before he retired, so that's probably one of my biggest memories. Responsibilities for a locomotive engineer are vast. From dealing with your crews and having a job safety briefing, to checking your equipment and making sure all your safety checks are complete.
Safety plays a major role in what we do because of how many lives we're responsible for.
One of the coolest things you get to see when you're up front operating as an engineer is you'll get the best views. If there's a 4th of July, you'll see all the fireworks up and down the Hudson. You'll see eagles fly in and dip in and grab fish and fly right next to your cab.
It's cool to run the Yankees trains, especially when they win. See all those Yankee fans out there, to be able to bring them to and from the games. To just be operating the train through Harlem, to look on both sides and see the buildings and everything, it's just a great scene.
Knowing that my work is essential to keeping this city moving is a sense of great pride. It gives me great satisfaction knowing that I'm getting thousands of people to their destination safely and they're relying on me to get to work.
I'm an engineer and I run trains as an essential employee, moving essential employees through the pandemic to be able to bring doctors and food workers, for us to be able to get them to and from their jobs safely, take a great sense of pride in being able to do that.
I take pride in my job now and I really enjoy it. I am glad I became an engineer.
It's an amazing job. You know, it's a lot of responsibility, but at the end of the day when I go home, you know, I'm happy with what I've done for the day at work. I know that I have a great job to come to and I'm grateful for it.
I think if there are no customer service ambassadors, there would be lots and lots.
Okay, I think I'm on. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Bridges and Tunnels Committee. Do we have any speakers?
Good morning. We have 3 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware of the clock in the front of the room and the warning light you will see reminding you that you have 30 seconds left to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Jack Nierenberg, following will be Charlton D'Souza, followed by Alita Dupree.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jack Nierenberg. I'm the Vice President of Passengers United. And last month I spoke about congestion pricing. Well, here I am again, unfortunately, because I was looking at the names and the backgrounds of the people on the Traffic Mobility Review Board, and based on my assessment, I am not confident that these people are going to be actually making these decisions with the interests of everyday New Yorkers in mind, and I would be delighted to be proven wrong. And secondly, why is it that with this essential board that's going to be determining the future of New York that we can't have a public comment session? So that I wanted to express as well. So I've already determined that congestion pricing is inequitable and unsustainable, especially for commuters in the outer boroughs, the Queens, Bronx, Brooklyn, Staten Island, Long Island, New Jersey, and Westchester, all of these areas that don't have adequate public transportation access. And one thing I do want to say about these communities, many of the people who live in these communities are night shift workers. These are people who work during the night and don't have adequate public transit access, especially considering that people don't feel safe taking the subways. The buses are sparse. Long Island Railroad's getting rid of the Atlantic ticket, which is another problem for them. So why put this extra burden on these people? And you know what's going to happen? They're not going to come into the city, and that's going to affect all of the night businesses. Restaurant workers are especially going to suffer. And restaurants in the city that I could probably say, generally speaking, everyone here uses, everyone enjoys, is going to suffer as well. So please, pay attention, keep the people in mind, and this is going to really cause them to suffer. So I just want to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Charlton D'Souza, followed by Alita Dupree.
Good morning, Charlton D'Souza, President of Passengers United. And yet again, guys, why is it that the public is not being allowed to speak at these traffic mobility review boards with this committee you've got set up. And I looked at some of these members on this committee, and I know none of them drive, okay? They probably get chauffeured in an SUV, and I know none of them take the subway. So this is, again, the elected officials of New York State screwing over the constituents. This is what they do best. And it's all a money grab, because you know what's going to happen. People are not going to get on the subway or the commuter rail because it's always breaking down. And this is with the brand new signals, and so this is what happens. But I do want to say, you guys are getting rid of the weekly pass that Southeast Queens commuters have had. I spoke to State Senator Leroy Comrie. I spoke to him on Friday about congestion pricing. He informed me that he basically, that the legislatures and the business community wanted this program. Those were the words he said to me. And I am appalled and outraged because our elected officials don't have any fight in them. And now, because of this, we're all going to suffer. And there's going to be pollution outside the borders in the Bronx, pollution in Long Island City, pollution in parts of Brooklyn. So it's going to destroy the air quality of New York. It's just moving it from one area of Midtown to another area. So you guys are not solving anything in terms of the environment. The only thing this is meant to do is raise money for the MTA, which is the 7th largest debtor in the United States. 7th largest debtor. So why are we throwing more money at an agency that can't even handle its money? The first thing the MTA needs to do is bring in competent people to run this agency and to clean up the corruption.
Thank you. The next and final speaker is Alita Dupree.
Thank you. Good morning to the chair, Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. As I talk, I am simply an ordinary user of public transportation, probably one of a very few that comes to meetings of any kind. And I deal with congestion all the time, whether I'm in Northern California, Los Angeles, Chicago, or New York. And I ride bicycles and scooters, and I walk, and I ride buses. And I did use a car share in the Bay Area recently. I borrowed a car by the minute. And I used that car at a time when congestion was not very congested. But I have driven a car in New York City, sometimes at the height of congestion. It's not easy. And so whenever you have more vehicles of any kind, you have a greater risk of accidents. And nobody wants to get into an accident. I fell off a bike once years ago. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't too bad, but wouldn't want to go through it again. So how do we build a city that is going to be easier to navigate for all modes concerned? I do use the subway in New York, just as I use BART in Northern California. And I'm very appreciative of toll bridges. I go over the Bay Bridge quite a bit, and I hope to go over the bridges in New York, probably on an express bus. So I simply share my ordinary perspectives. Bring congestion pricing into service as soon as possible. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, that concludes the public comment.
I second.
Second. All in favor? Aye. President Sheraton, are there any changes in the work plan?
Good morning, Chair Mack. There are no changes to the work plan. I'd like to note, due to this month's accelerated meeting schedule, agency financial reports usually distributed with the committee materials are not included, and they will be posted on the MTA website before the end of the month. I'd like to open by acknowledging our friend and colleague, Kumel Arroyo, MTA Chief Accessibility Officer, and thank him for joining us at our committee meeting. Q's work in advancing the MTA's accessibility improvements is truly dynamic and impressive. Together with our construction and development partners, B&T is moving forward with ADA-compliant projects on pedestrian walkways at our bridges, such as work currently underway at the Cross Bay and RFK bridges. B&T is also pleased to join the MTA and our sister agencies in celebrating Pride Month in June and now Disability Pride Month in July. We look forward to continuing this positive partnership with Q and his team to ensure MTA facilities are accessible for all. Q, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Good morning. First of all, thanks so much for having me. It's truly a pleasure to be here with you all celebrating Disability Pride Month. I'd like to extend my extreme gratitude to you, Kathy, and your entire team for enhancing accessibility throughout our bridges and tunnels facilities. From, as you mentioned, the pedestrian walkways, the bike lanes that you guys are adding. I am a New Yorker with a disability, and I am also a cyclist, so thank you for that. And of course, adding so many accessible ramps on and off our bridges. I also like to thank your entire team for all their work on congestion pricing hearings. We received over 70,000 public comments, and a lot of them came from persons with disabilities, people with accessibility concerns, and your team did an incredible job making sure that all of those comments were made, those hearings were made accessible, that all those communications were made accessible for people who are low vision and blind and hard of hearing community members to be able to say their piece. So thank you so much for all the many ways that you enhance accessibility throughout the MTA and remind us that accessibility is a lot more than just an elevator and a subway station. So thank you to your entire team.
Thank you, Q. Changing directions, at all committee meetings today, you will hear updates from each agency regarding the recommendations of the Blue Ribbon Panel on MTA fare and toll evasion. Demonstrating our commitment to one of our primary goals, revenue protection and recovery, B&T continues to make strides and build upon our toll violation enforcement measures. Many drivers attempt to evade tolls at B&T crossings by obscuring, altering, or covering their license plates, displaying fraudulent plates, and failing to pay toll bills. In 2022, an estimated $46 million was attributed to toll evasion. To optimize toll recovery for these blatant violators, our bridge and tunnel officers issue violations and summonses for covered, obstructed, and altered license plates with offenders primarily from New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, and Florida. Since converting to open road tolling, B&T has worked with the New York State Department of Motor Vehicles through our program to submit license plates of persistent toll violators for registration suspension due to unpaid tolls and fees. Once suspended, bridge and tunnel officers interdict these violators, recovering tens of millions of dollars in revenue. Recently, we've added portable license plate readers to our toolbox. These portable devices expand the monitoring of vehicles crossing our facilities, advancing our capabilities in recovering toll revenue. Using advanced technology, we can better identify travel patterns and deploy personnel more strategically. Thanks to the efforts of the entire B&T interdepartmental team, in 2022, B&T interdicted almost 1,800 vehicles and issued just under 3,800 summonses for covered or obstructed license plates. B&T has recovered over $77 million, or 93.6% of all tolls owed by toll evaders since we converted to open road tolling. Through ongoing coordination with our regional law enforcement partners, such as the New York State Police, NYPD, MTA PD, and the New York City Sheriff, we have increased their momentum. We are equally committed to supporting legislative measures that address toll evasion, including proposals by Governor Hochul that would boost B&T's ability to have DMV suspend vehicle registrations for unpaid tolls, confiscate license plate covering devices, and increase penalties for intentionally obscuring plates on B&T crossings and in Manhattan's Central Business District. B&T also continues to seek cooperation from other states in pursuit of reciprocity agreements for toll violations. And we have been working with regional district attorneys in support of investigation and prosecution of complex toll evasion cases. In addition to enforcement, there is customer education. Notably, our Tolls New York free mobile application, currently with more than 3 million downloads, it has turned out to be a regional success, improving the customer experience by making it easier to pay tolls, manage EasyPass accounts, and avoid violations. Today, the committee presentation will focus on education and this award-winning mobile app. I'll now turn it over to Nicola Angel, Vice President of Intelligent Transportation Systems and Tolling.
Thank you, Kathy. In our ongoing efforts to improve the customer experience, we identified customer service needs that led to the development of the Tolls New York mobile app to help customers manage the payment of their tolls for both EasyPass and tolls by mail. Customers enjoy the convenience of having their information easily available for checking account balances, knowing when a toll is charged or billed, or whether payment has been successfully made, among other practical tasks. Why is the app important to customers? Tolls NY app was designed to be a minimal viable product to help customers see the status of their toll payments. Excuse me. This is an industry term that means it was designed to be functional, straightforward, and basic in facilitating main customer tasks of toll payment and EasyPass account management. Customer benefits include free download through the Apple App Store or Google Play, view EasyPass toll charges, check account balances, and conveniently replenish it, update vehicle information, request a new tag, find and pay tolls by mail invoices, and set up a temporary account for rental vehicles. We'd like to show you a brief video highlighting what Tolls NY can do for customers.
Easily pay your tolls and manage your EasyPass account. Introducing Tolls NY, the official New York Tolls app. With Tolls NY, you can find and pay tolls by mail invoices. And for New York issued EasyPasses, Tolls NY makes it easy to check your account balance, add funds, change payment methods to autopay, pay per trip, or manual reload, get important account alerts, view your toll history, and more. Tolls NY makes paying your tolls and managing your EasyPass account easy. Get it for free at the Apple App Store and Google Play.
Additional and more detailed instructional videos can be found on Tolls NY YouTube channel to guide customers on various how-to features. Through these videos, customers can gain even greater knowledge of the app functions and learn more about new features like the chatbot and mobile check deposits. This self-service app has been downloaded by New York EasyPass customers more than 3 million times since its release. Customers are installing the app at a rate of 22,000 downloads a week, a volume equivalent to the number of people that would fill Madison Square Garden or Barclays Center for an NBA game. What is the significance of rising downloads? More downloads result in monthly payment increases. In second quarter of 2023, over $36 million has been received through the app for bridges and tunnels. Tolls NY app demonstrates B&T's commitment to regularly improve customer service. By providing an accessible and easy-to-use tool, customer satisfaction is improving. The Apple Store app average review is achieving a very high 4.7 rating. A high-quality app attracts customers, and in the last 30 days, there were 283,000 active app users. Tolls NY is not only popular with our customers, but has also been recognized in our own industry. The International Bridge, Tunnel, and Turnpike Association, also known as IBTTA, honored MTA Bridges and Tunnels with its Excellence Award in Customer Service and Marketing Outreach, and the President's Award for Excellence. These prestigious recognitions serve as a platform for recognizing groundbreaking projects like the Tolls NY app, which push the entire industry toward a more efficient and customer-centric future. We are never done making improvements, so please stay tuned for exciting future enhancements to Tolls NY down the road. Thank you, and please let us know if you have any questions.
Thank you. And special thanks to all of the Bridge and Tunnel team for their roles in recovering revenues and toll evaders. And finally, other...
Chair Mack, I think Commissioner Glucksman has a question.
Yeah, great work on getting those cars. What happens to the cars? Do you get to keep them? You sell them? What do you do with them?
So the vehicles are sent for safekeeping, and when the owner of the vehicle is able to properly register the vehicle, they can reclaim their vehicle.
Is there a parking fee for every day that the car is kept in the...
Yeah, the tow companies do charge a fee.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's a secure lot.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Okay. Well, finally, there are no procurements this month. But again, if there's no further questions, I'd like to have a motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Very second. All in favor? Aye. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ryan Motley. I'm a stock worker here at East New York Depot. I've been with MTA Bus for 1 year, 4 months. As a stock worker, typical day in the job is issue parts to the maintenance facility. I process transactions. I do express issues, inter-unit transfers. I also help restock parts or receive parts from different manufacturers, give them their respective locations. We do cycle counts to find any discrepancies within our inventory also. Here at the East New York Depot, which is the central maintenance facility, we actually process a lot of parts for various depots.
Here in this stock room, it's a CMF, Central Maintenance Facility. Buses come in for major work, so we store bigger items, high dollar value items, engines, radiators, transmissions, generators, motors. Because when the buses come here, they're here for an extended period of time to get a complete overhaul. So whatever buses that are active in our fleet right now, we have the parts for it.
We also store cleaning products for our cleaners that are located in the depot to help them get their job done. We help the maintainers get the correct parts needed for the buses to make service. You know, we have our regular chores of making sure that the stock room is clean, no tripping hazards on the floor. That's one of our daily chores as stock workers to ensure the safety of the operation in the stock room itself.
In order to be a good stock worker, one of the best qualities you need to have, the top ones are good retention, safety, responsibility. You know, you want to have that kind of characteristic in you to try to do your best in everything you do and deliver the best. You know, it makes me smile. It makes me feel good knowing that I work for a company where has a lot to offer. We all play a different role in what we do to keep the buses rolling out.
Without these parts, these buses will be out of service and the customers would be upset. MTA basically moves New York, and that feels great to know that I work for a company like that.
Hi, my name is Donna Charles. I am a station appearance maintainer. We basically maintain the appearance of restrooms, waiting rooms, platforms, sidewalks. We mop, sweep, dust, sanitize, salt, shovel snow, whatever it takes to keep our stations clean.
When you work a line job to go in between the stations, you take out a truck. We have cleaning supplies in it. Certain stations don't have facilities to keep the buckets and stuff like that, so there's always a bucket on the truck, a mop on the truck, and then basically we work out of the truck. And if we have to do quick graffiti removal or something like that, we have something to clean it up with.
I'm a platform cleaner. It makes me happy that my job is important because it's important to me to make sure that the people want to come back, that they have a clean place to come to.
My favorite part of being a station appearance maintainer is the general public, just getting their positive feedback. We had commuters just say, you know, thank you, and We appreciate everything that you guys do, just making it safe for us to be out here to and from, work and home.
My work impacts the Long Island community because we just make it safe for the customer itself. We keep the conditions of all the stations clean, you don't want a dirty station. We do just more than cleaning. We help out in any way we can.
My favorite part of the job is
We are ready to begin our joint Metro North and Long Island Committees meeting. This month, Metro North Rail has the lead. And may I have this morning's speakers, please?
Good morning. This morning we have at least 5 members of the public register to speak. As a reminder, we ask all public speakers to adhere to MTA's rule of conduct and decorum. I would like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to limit themselves to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remark. Our first public speaker will be Lisa Daglian, followed by Jason Anthony.
Hi, good morning. I'm Lisa Daglian, Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. First, a big thank you to the Metro North workers who got service back up and running quickly after the devastating floods from last week's storms. Yet another once-in-a-thousand-year storm less than two years after Ida highlights the need to make our transit system more resilient. Surely it won't be the last. We saw that yesterday and over the weekend. We also thank Senator Gillibrand for introducing legislation for new resiliency funding streams to help ensure the system is prepared for the future. With congestion pricing and fare increases on the horizon, bringing much-needed funding to both capital and operating budgets, good, reliable service is critical for getting riders back on board and keeping them coming back. We launched a survey this spring to hear from Long Island Railroad riders. We heard the good: Grand Central Madison, more Brooklyn shuttle trains, and more options. We also heard what needs to change: overcrowding on Penn-bound trains, lack of time connections leading to delays, insufficient service between Queen stations, and dreaded up and over at Jamaica. We're glad to see you've heard many and addressing many of the rider concerns starting in September. Particularly, we're thrilled to see more peak through trains from Long Island and Far Rockaway to Brooklyn, reducing the need to transfer. Having more trains stop at Kew Gardens and Forest Hills, adding capacity to and from Penn, and improving Penn service on nights with major events at the Garden. We're thankful the Long Island Railroad has heard the concerns of riders heading to and from Atlantic Terminal and will soon better connect Brooklyn to Long Island. We've also heard from countless riders about the loss of timed connections and hope you'll make every effort to bring them back. Missing an eastbound connecting train can mean waiting upwards of an hour at Jamaica. We're also looking forward to hearing more updates on Penn access today. Bringing Metro North service into Penn with the addition of 4 new stations in the Bronx will make for a more connected region and open reverse commuting opportunities. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jason Anthony, followed by Andy Quinto.
Good morning, Kathy. Good morning to the rest of the Commuter Rails meeting. Today's a happy day for me as a Brooklynite that lives within 5 minutes away from Atlantic Terminal, Brooklyn. I'm very glad that starting in September, we're going to have through service to and from Atlantic Terminal, Brooklyn during the morning peak, but we will love to see during the PM peak, like in the old days, because I would love to see trains going from Atlanta Terminal Brooklyn to Long Island in the afternoon and during the weekends like in the old days. But I would love to thank Kathy Rinaldi to making all of this possible starting in September. But I would love to see East New York Station fixed ASAP because that station is in a very, very bad shape. As a Brooklynite myself, even though I was born in the Bronx. But later on this afternoon, as a Bronxer myself, we will have an update regarding Penn Access. So once again, Kathy, thank you. I would love to thank you very much because you, as the head of Metro North and the Long Island Railroad, you have made all of this possible under your tenure. So that's all I have to say for this month. And thank you, Justin. And I would love to thank Hector Garcia that even though that he's enjoying his vacation to making all this possible. So I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you very much.
Andy Quito is temporarily out of the Zoom room. The next speaker will be Andy Pollock, followed by Jack Nuremberg.
Good morning, everyone, and good morning, Kathy. Andy Pollock for the record, Passengers United. So let's get into a couple of these schedule changes that are at hand. I always like to thank the people on the Long Island Railroad for their transparency regarding schedule changes. The first notable one in August, as soon as I saw that in the committee book, I immediately notified my family members in Great Neck that they're going to be having 2 straight weekends of no service to Grand Central Madison. So if they're heading to the east side those 2 weekends, they better figure out how to make a Woodside transfer feasible. And that's all I'm going to say for that. And as far as the schedule changes, I'm glad we know the new schedules will begin on September 5th. I'm glad that Atlantic Terminal is getting more service, but this is not a time to applaud just yet. There's still some changes that need to be made. Let's see what happens when the final product comes out. But more importantly, please keep the off-peak departure times on the Port Washington branch, the times that are from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. on a weekday. I like them, and I'm just hoping the 217 train from Penn Station to Port Washington does not get touched because that's a train that I would want to see continue to run out of Penn and not from Grand Central. And the last thing I want to mention is the schedule changes coming for September 7th and 8th. I'm hoping there will be enough trains to and from Penn Station for the Eagles farewell tour coming up at Madison Square Garden, because a lot of people complain that there's not enough service after concerts in general at Penn Station. So hopefully that can be adjusted on the fly. So with that, I'm going to yield my time. Kathy, enjoy the rest of your summer, and I will speak to you again in the fall.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jack Nuremberg, followed by Charleston D'Souza.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'm Jack Nierenberg. I'm the Vice President of Passengers United. And so I saw the announcement about the new timetables coming September 5th, and while we do need to see the new schedules in order to make a more definitive response, it looks very promising. We are seeing more through service to Brooklyn finally in the AM from Hempstead, Far Rockaway, Long Beach, and Huntington, which was way overdue. Finally getting it. We do want to see more through service from Atlantic Terminal during the peak period, which seems to be more important, especially considering that with the elimination of the time transfers, let's say there's a problem with the Atlantic branch and you get to Jamaica only to realize that the last train of the day, or you're going to be spending more than an hour at Jamaica waiting for the train that you should have gotten. we need to see peak trains from Atlantic Terminal. So, and also I do want to say that I'm really hopeful about some necessary changes being made to other branches, like the Ronkonkoma branch, the 525 from Penn Station to Brentwood finally being extended to Ronkonkoma, given that I've seen that exact train come up from Brentwood to Ronkonkoma. So bravo. Once I see the schedules, I'll be able to definitively applaud that. But at the same time, I do need to address a couple concerns, and that's why I'm going to be speaking to the second committee when the time runs out. So when it comes to the gap in the AM from, I think you said 9:50 to 11:20 on the Atlantic branch, and the fact that we would only be seeing 1 hour gap in service. Yeah, so that's going to be devastating for many commuters during the AM period.
Thank you. Your time has
So,
elapsed.
I'm going to speak to the second committee.
There's only one 2-minute block allowed per committee now.
In the rule before.
Thank you. Your time has left. Thank you. Our next speaker is Charleston D'Souza, followed by Christopher Greif.
Good morning, Charlton D'Souza, President of Passengers United. And as my colleague was about to say, Jack Nirenberg, the fact that there are no shuttle buses between, 9:45 and 11, and the fact that there's going to be an hour, 40-minute gap in service from Jamaica to Atlantic Terminal, Brooklyn, is deeply concerning. And the fact that everyone is celebrating, saying, service is coming back. Guys, look, read the board materials. Because if you read the board materials, you will see in the fine print, it says that they're doing track work because of the Dunton interlocking. So what I want to know is the MTA going to be providing an articulated bus where they pick up people at Jamaica and take them to Atlantic Terminal? You have to have alternative service. You cannot have people waiting at Jamaica for over an hour and 20 minutes. That's unacceptable, especially in the morning, and that's the time when a lot of people head in late. So you guys didn't think this through. And then y'all are cutting the Atlantic ticket weekly pass of $60, and now y'all are restoring service to Atlantic Terminal. So, like I said, the weekly $60 pass needs to be extended to city ticket. It should be available at Atlantic Terminal, Grand Central, and Penn Station at all times, because people need mobility to get around. And you guys want congestion pricing. If you want people to use the system, you have to have attractive offers. Like there should be a $3.75 city ticket, and there should be a $5 peak ticket. That's how it should be done. As far as the rules on committee changes where you cannot speak about Metro North issues now, I think that's illegal, what y'all are doing. There are two committees, Metro North and LIRR. So I would like to speak on my Metro North time, if I may. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Christopher Greif, followed by Alita Dupree.
Good morning, everyone. Christopher D. Greif. Happy Disability Pride Month, 8833. As we celebrate the American Disability Act and Disability Pride Month of this month. Thank you, Q, who's here. Hi, Q. As we celebrate, we want to thank the Long Island Railroad and Metro North for a lot of things. Long Island Cares, Metro North Cares, and more accessibility signages. As we are getting more and more accessible into the stations, getting upgrades with a lot of digital and non-digital, we need to make clear that we want to thank our railroads, with an S, to thank you for always listening to us in our community. I do want to thank, as my other speaker spoke, thank you for increasing the Brooklyn branch of the railroad. I know that the elevators at Jamaica are not ours. They're the Port Authority's. So to everyone who are in the press or watching, listening, please remind that Jamaica Station is the Port Authority elevators. If you have an issue, please go to the Port Authority meeting, which is July 27th, and please remind them that they need to make sure those elevators are mandatory and fixed, and that's including the escalators. We in the MTA, and I know that the system-wide accessibility, the railroads are working, making sure that elevators are clean and fixed at all times. So please, let's make it very clear. that if we see any issues and complaints, please put that into the customer feedback. That's what it's there for, to keep track of all complaints and concerns, and maybe put a compliment in if you see someone doing a fantastic job. The more we put in, the more things will get done. Part of celebrating the 8833 is getting things accomplished. So I am going to say this. Thank you to everyone. Happy 8833 Disability Pride Month. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Lita Dupree, followed by Murray Bowden.
Thank you. Good morning to the chair. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her can talk about railroad today. The work of improving our railroad must never stop. Electrification is essential. Hopefully reviving the plan to electrify the Central Branch, to augment service from Babylon over to the main line, and to work on other opportunities to reduce the use of diesel fuel on our system. And pen access is essential. I look forward to using it someday, along with Grand Central Madison, and continue the work toward bringing Omni onto the trains and show us what it looks like. I am not able to be with you today. I'm still in Northern California and using the Capital Card or tap and pay system. And did get on Caltrain and got to see what a new constructed electrified railroad is looking like, though I think it's going to be another year before the electric trains start running. How do we get people interested in commuter rail, especially our visitors? These things I'm practicing in California that I can bring to New York to use commuter rail more than I have on previous trips to New York, to be able to stay in the outer boroughs and travel into Penn Station and Grand Central Madison. Because see, commuter rail is not just necessary, but it can be fun as well. Because I think back to my first visit to Grand Central Terminal in the fall of 1980 and reminded of Jerry Rafferty and right down the line and visiting that famous railroad station and the information booth and riding the train through the Park Avenue Tunnel into the light, a place where I discovered things bigger than myself. I hope to be back on the system soon. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our final speaker is Murray Bowden.
Good morning. If any of you are wondering whether I'm losing my mind or not, I forgot to put you on a calendar. I forgot to come this morning. I missed 2 meetings. Yeah, I walk a little better. I got 2 electric wheelchairs. You know what I was going to say, Kathy, so I don't have to say it here. But what I do have to say is it is being learned to be flexible. Dave, if I had gotten here before the meeting had ended, it should have been possible for you to say, Murray was delayed, we're changing the rules, we're going to let Murray speak for 2 minutes. What's that say? That means that we change rules on the fly. That's what Shapiro did with I-95. He said this road's going to be open in days, not months. How'd he do it? He made it happen. We have to change the way we've been thinking all these years and do it differently. Some of you have gotten a message about, dressed like us, we don't wear ties. I grabbed the wrong clothes to come out this morning. I got yellow glasses because it increases the contrast. My hearing aids ain't working right. I can walk a little further because I got 700, almost 800 hours of physical therapy behind me. I don't have to spend too much time here. Think about doing it somewhat differently, quick, because we ain't got time.
Thank you for your remarks. That concludes our public comment session for today's meeting.
Thank you, Andy, and thank you to this morning's speakers. We're moving on to the agenda. Item number 2 that is in your board books, that's the Key Performance Metrics Report. And now we're moving on to administrative items, which is the approval of the meeting minutes for June 26th. Are there any corrections or omissions? If not, I move to approve the minutes. May I have a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Chu. All in favor? Minutes are approved. Moving on to the 2023 work plans. Kathy, are there any changes to the work plan for either railroad?
No, there are no changes to the work plans.
Very well. If we can now hear from you with regards to the reports for both railroads.
Thank you so much. Mother Nature unleashed a summer torrent on Sunday, July 9th, as biblical short-term rain totals and subsequent flooding throughout the Hudson Valley led to washouts, fallen trees, and high water conditions along our right-of-way, which led to service suspensions along the Hudson line north of Croton-Harmon, as well as the upper Harlem line on the Wassaic branch. Justin Vanashek, who really led the operational recovery, will provide full details of this event and its aftermath in his operations report. I would be remiss if I did not call out Mike Loney, who was our VP of Engineering, who led the MOW effort in recovery. But in addition to that, I want to thank every responding employee for their fine, incredible work to recover from this storm. There were crews who cleaned up and refortified the right-of-way in multiple spots. Workers supported temporary bus service. Our customer contact specialists fielded more than 700 calls, handled more than 200 chats and 200 social media inquiries on Monday alone. All of these efforts taken together were really impressive. And I also want to call out our friends at C&D, who also provided invaluable support in recovery and resiliency efforts in the affected area. It's no surprise that both railroads are no strangers to extreme seasonal weather. We talk a lot about winter storm preparedness, and it often gets the lion's share of the coverage, but summer, as we're learning, comes with challenges of its own. We prepare for all of it, and when the summer heat comes around, both railroads' maintenance of ways crews ready their respective systems to the greatest extent possible to combat whatever comes our way. By and large, interestingly enough, the methods used by both railroads are very, very similar to one another. When temperatures rise, steel rails expand, and this can create heat kinks and misalignments in vulnerable areas. Both railroads deploy heat patrols during unusually hot weather and proactively increase track inspections and stage extra maintainers in key risk areas. Both railroads closely monitor their power systems during extreme weather. Metro North increases patrols of catenary wire in the New Haven line. In addition, as part of a pilot program that dates back to 2018, Metro North has also begun applying reflective paint to running rails to cool down the temperature and reduce expansion. The curve in the vicinity of Rye Station is now painted yearly, and we found that the paint has led to a 15-degree decrease in temperature on the running rails. The west approach to Walkbridge in Norwalk, Connecticut has received a similar treatment, and more areas are under consideration for future applications. In preparation for pending storms and the potential for flash flooding, Metro North MOW forces conduct track inspections in flood-prone areas, ensure adequate inventory of key materials, and prepare work equipment for rapid deployment. Long Island has quite different terrain. It's flat as a board and surrounded by water, but it has its own known trouble spots, and Long Island Railroad deploys pumps and manpower to those key spots in order to manage flooding risks. As we all know, vegetation really explodes in the spring and early summer, which is why vegetation management efforts are a key component to keeping the right-of-way as clear as debris as possible once extreme weather strikes. Both railroads have vegetation management and tree trimming programs to clear vegetation along the right-of-way. At Metro North, the EAM and maintenance away teams review tree data to identify correlations between various weather events, tree types, and the resulting damage and/or impact to rail operations. And on the Long Island Railroad, additional high-tension and communications forces are employed to respond to down poles or wires in advance of anticipated high-wind events. And the track department supports these types of events with grapple trucks in order to remove down trees. So shifting from risks to ridership, I want to just give a brief word about our summer ridership. As we talked a little bit last month, the spring was really fantastic. Weekday and weekend post-COVID riderships for both railroads were as common as spring flowers, with customer numbers surging in the wake of our introduction of full GCM service. Predictably, though, ridership has slowed down a bit now that summer is in full swing and people are taking vacations. Weekday LIRR ridership totals still top 200,000 with some regularity, but things have calmed down a bit following the May-June surge that we experienced at both railroads. Not necessarily a bad thing, not necessarily an unexpected thing, and we fully expect ridership to climb once again after Labor Day. A return to seasonal patterns is healthy and welcome after the last few years, which were far from normal. A little later on in this meeting, MTA Chief of Strategic Initiative John Kaufman is going to present the results of the biannual Customers Count survey for both Long Island and Metro North. Given the early rough patches that were associated with the rollout of full GCM service late February, we're not surprised by the decline in overall customer satisfaction on the Long Island side, but obviously the results were certainly not welcome. As we've been happy to hear from some of the public speakers today, the September 15th schedule change contains some major improvements that directly address some of the most consistent complaints that we've been hearing about the new service plan. So I'm going to give you a brief overview of some of the most relevant changes that will appear in the September 5th schedule change. You've heard from some of the public speakers this morning. There will be more direct service to Brooklyn during the AM peak. We're adding 5 through trains on the Far Rockaway, Long Beach, Hempstead, and Huntington branches. We've also mixed up the stations that will be getting direct service to Brooklyn. Locust Manor, Laurelton, Rosedale, Hollis, and Queens Village stops have been reassigned to more Atlantic Terminal trains. Data indicates that more riders from these stations are traveling to Brooklyn, and we want to ensure that they get as many trains to Brooklyn as possible. We've been in touch with elected officials in these communities, and they're very, very supportive of this change. One of the other complaints was the reduction in express service. We're addressing that as well. The new schedules create more morning express service on the Huntington and Ronkonkoma branches. All but 4 morning peak Ronkonkoma trains will operate express to Jamaica from either Hicksville or Bethpage, and 2 trains from Huntington will operate express from Syosset or Hicksville. 2 new morning peak trains originating from Hicksville and Westbury have been added to provide local service. There's also more AM peak express service between Jamaica and Manhattan. To further balance service while meeting the demands of our customers, a few trains to and from Grand Central Madison will be directed to operate to and from Penn, and some late evening trains will originate from Penn to offer additional service opportunities to customers attending concerts or sporting events at the Garden. Another upcoming change will have most off-peak trains that make a Kew Garden stop make a Forest Hill stop, and vice versa. We ask our customers to please keep an eye out for the new schedules that will be posted on our website and the Train Time app, to listen for announcements and to use our app to make sure that they're always current in terms of when trains operate and where they are at the moment. I want to make sure that everybody understands we are not resting on our laurels. We continue to look at the data and listen to what our customers are looking for, and we expect that we will be able to continue to react to customer needs and demands going forward. Just a little bit about the Blue Ribbon Panel report and how the railroads have begun to mobilize to be able to address this very important issue. In an attempt to stem the tide of an increasing and costly problem across all MTA agencies, the Blue Ribbon Panel first convened last year to combat fare evasion across all the MTA agencies. They analyzed causes, challenges, and existing conditions for each agency and provided recommendations in the report that was issued back in May. This month, we're reporting out on some of the initial work responding to this report. We very much appreciate the panel's work and certainly share the concerns of all of our stakeholders. Combined, the Long Island Railroad and Metro North lost an estimated $40 million in revenue due to uncollected fares in 2022, though I'd note that one of the panel's recommendations is for us to take a closer look at the methodology for calculating fare evasion on the commuter rails to give us better confidence that we understand the scope of the problem, especially given changes in ridership post-COVID. For the commuter railroads, fare evasion doesn't look the same as it does on the subways and buses. Unlike the subway, our systems are open. There are no fare arrays or other physical barriers, and conductors actually go from customer to customer to collect mobile or paper ticket fares after the customers are already on board. The panel categorized fare evaders into several groups, and on commuter rail, we generally find that they fall into one of 2 groups. You've got the opportunistic fare evaders who evade the fare by taking advantage of a free non-commutation ride via an uncollected paper ticket or an inactivated mobile ticket. And you have determined fare evaders who board the train with no intention of ever paying the fare. Because a determined fare evader is already on a moving train when the crew member discovers that they do not intend to pay the fare, the challenge becomes how to address the situation firmly and decisively while at the same time not compromising the reliability of the service to paying customers and the safety of the onboard personnel. Short hop trips between stations that are close together present additional fare collection challenges as riders board and disembark trains before the conductors can get to them. This can be exacerbated on crowded trains, which makes it difficult for conductors to check all tickets, and by customers waiting to purchase or activate mobile tickets, which slow down the conductors as they make their rounds. As the Blue Ribbon panel remarked, customers notice when other customers don't pay the fare, and they rightfully let us know all about it, as some of them did during the recent fare hearings. The panel made several recommendations for the commuter rails, and I'm happy to report that the railroads were already hard at work on a number of these even prior to the report's release. The panel recommended that we refresh customer messaging campaigns with a focus on the importance of paying the fare, while also addressing the unique problem of delayed activations on mobile tickets. We released a revised ticket activation campaign before the final report was issued, and another campaign is launching soon. It was also recommended that we leverage the success of our Train Time app, which is a great medium for collecting fares, which now account for over 60% of ticket sales and growing. The panel correctly noted the need to address delayed activations and potentially pursue changes to ticket validity periods and activation policies based on our review of what peer agencies are doing, as well as recent technological advancements. Our conductors have also highlighted these problems, and we agree with the panel that collaboration with our frontline employees and union leadership will be an essential ingredient to success in this endeavor. A couple weeks back, I had the pleasure of attending the opening of the New York City Transit Museum's brand new exhibit entitled Metro North at 40, the oldest young railroad. The exhibit is a snapshot, actually many snapshots, of an institution whose determined employees lifted it from humble beginnings to one that consistently receives high marks in safety and customer satisfaction, as you'll hear from John in a couple minutes. As we all know, Metro North has come a long way since its founding in 1983. At that time, rail transportation was generally viewed as something that had had its day long ago, and many people seemed to prefer sitting in traffic in their cars to a train that may or may not have gotten them to their destination. In this exhibit, you'll see the faces of the men and the women who set out to change that perception. The exhibit features plenty of historic photographs, uniform elements, promotional buttons, maps, and also Metroman 2 occupying a place of honor. It's the first exhibit opening at the Transit Museum gift shop in Grand Central since the start of the pandemic, and we encourage everybody to stop by and check it out. It'll be there until early November. There's Al Gary. He's sitting in the audience. This month, we bid a very fond goodbye for now to Long Island Railroad Chief Engineer of Operations Support Al Guerra, who leaves us after many years of distinguished service in our engineering department and the group formerly known as the Department of Program Management. Wave to the nice people, Al. There he is. Okay. One of the true good guys in the industry, Big Al, first brought his amazing organizational skills to the railroad in 2006 as assistant project manager, and he's been a tremendous asset ever since. Among his many other accomplishments, Al managed Long Island Railroad force account work on the Queens side of East Side Access construction operations, including the intricate Harold interlocking. Thank you so much, Al, for your many contributions over the year. We wish you a long and healthy retirement with your family. All right, so this is actually fitting because I know we talked about a retirement. Now we're talking about retention and attraction. I'm often asked, what is the biggest challenge that we have as an organization, both organizations actually? For an entity this size and in a region this big, attracting and retaining new talent as good as Al is near the top of our list, if not at the very top of our list, especially since COVID, which changed just about everything, including the nature of employment itself, which is precisely why we were so excited to welcome a cohort of 28 new engineering trainees to the Metro North family on June 28th. The 18 months of training that they'll undergo, plus on-the-job education that they'll receive throughout their careers in maintenance of way and equipment maintenance, will be nothing short of world-class. This is all part of a concerted organizational push to build the MTA talent pipeline like never before. It manifests itself in open and active recruitment on social media, our digital networks, job fairs, open houses, college and technical high school outreach, employee referral programs, and the like. The job opportunities are endless. They range from entry-level positions, many of which don't require a bachelor's degree, all the way to skilled professionals. Before I get to our final item, I just wanted the committee to note that financial reports, which are typically distributed with the committee materials, were not completed in time for this meeting because of this month's accelerated meeting schedule. All financial reports will be distributed through Director's Desk and posted on the MTA website before the end of the month. Finally, we are joined at this table today by Q Arroyo, who leads our accessibility efforts across the entire MTA. July is Disability Pride Month, and Long Island Railroad and Metro North have been celebrating all month long with both internal and external digital content designed to shine a light on the experiences of people with disabilities, their importance to our region, and how we can better serve these communities. While we celebrate Disability Pride all year long, July allows us to commemorate the 33rd anniversary of the ADA. To honor this month, the MTA and its agencies are hosting and taking part in a series of special events at which we hope to see customers, employees, and partners alike. As Q has said, ADA set a floor, not a ceiling, of what accessibility could look like, and compliance is not good enough. We couldn't agree more, so both Metro North and Long Island Railroad will continue to enhance every part of the journey, from station access to the way we disseminate customer information, in order to make our entire system more accessible for all. We thank you for your partnership with us, Q. We look forward to working with you in the future on all of these important endeavors. Thank you. This concludes the President's report, and I'm happy to take any questions that anyone might have.
Any questions? Yes, Neil.
So, Kathy, one of the things that's happening with climate change is, as you well noted, it's happening more often, it's happening in a more severe way. I think the public knows this by just experience. I'm not sure they know it by our expense. And so I'm wondering, is it worth expanding, defining the amount of money we're actually spending every year towards that? And I say that because if you look at our P&L statement, we clearly have emergency costs. We have, as one of your colleagues was saying earlier, we have weather costs. But I wonder if it's worthwhile now really considering this, obviously something to talk about with Kevin, but whether we actually explicitly identify how much we're spending on an annual basis to combat these sort of more, I'll use a phrase that's probably over dramatic and extreme weather situations. Because, like, for example, what happened in the Cold Spring Tunnel and the underpass, I mean, the thing was unbelievably flooded. I own a building, as you know, at the Garrison train station, coincidentally, and I had a half a foot of water in my basement over the course of like 4 hours it came in. Amusingly enough, it all sort of went out, or most of it went out like 4 hours after that. But it has become a bathtub in that part of our area, and we can have that both in Metro North territory as well as Long Island. So, thoughts?
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good idea. I mean, I think we're very focused, and under the leadership of C&D, on some of the longer-term capital resiliency projects. But I think, to your point, that there's not sufficient recognition of how it hits the operating budget. So we have a tree trimming budget, and we have a emergency busing budget, and all these things that you need to call upon when you are dealing with weather of this type. All the extra coverage just to make sure there's a lot of elements to being prepared for these storms. And one of the things that we've been talking about since the rain last week is that a hurricane is one thing. It's coming. You can prepare days in advance. You have a plan that you're able to implement. When you have a threat of thunderstorms every day all summer long, it changes your ability to be prepared, and it, to your point, can get very costly after a while. So no, I completely agree with that. We did obviously separately track our expenses associated with this storm, which we need to do. But no, I think to sort of have a broader conversation with respect to the operating budget impacts of needing to prepare for this kind of weather, I think that's an excellent idea.
Yes, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Blanca. Congratulations to all the managers that worked on this. It was, sort of a Moses effort, in what you're doing. Also, congratulations to the Maintenance Away and Engineering Department employees who went out there in very difficult weather, worked on this stuff, got it done quickly. It was a Dunkirk type effort. I know I already got Moses and Dunkirk, and so it's got to be something right. But the guys and the ladies did a great job in dealing with this, and I'm very proud to be associated with them. And as to Neil's point, which I think is significant, and I hope you look into this over time. This is sort of with us at Metro North, particularly, it shows a lot of the specific characteristics to Metro North and the predecessor railroads, when they were built, how they were built. We have to move more people closer to the water table than any other system in the country. I know I'm familiar. I mean, I used to represent Metro. I used to represent California systems, and it's nothing like this. I mean, we're practically running underwater anyway. It's a beautiful ride along the Hudson until until the storms come in. And I do think over time, if you were to compare these emergencies over time and how they've affected us, you'll get a chart that will show this. And this is a, it's a, like I said, canary in the coal mine thing for the climate change stuff.
First, I want to say how proud I am too. I mean, I could not be prouder of the way that people just responded like you wouldn't believe. Both in the teeth of the storm when it was just terrible out there, roads were all washed out, but also just to mobilize as quickly as they did to get it back. It was really nothing short of extraordinary, and I could not be prouder of the people who were out there. But the other thing I want to say, and we've talked about this a little bit too, a lot of it depends upon how the storm's set up, right? With Ida, it was Yonkers and Dobbs Ferry. We have locations that flood a lot in the Bronx. So it's to your point, it's a vulnerable railroad, but the Hudson Line isn't the only story. Unfortunately, there's a lot of vulnerable locations that we're going to need to deal with.
No, certainly there's plenty in Connecticut too.
Yes, Mr. Gluckson.
Representing riders did a great job. I guess this had some having to do all this work affected your ability to do what's listed further report, your goals for the year, as far as track and maintenance and stuff.
Not yet.
Well,
yeah, I mean, I think
you should get
yeah.
credit. You should get credit for all this
Yeah.
for people who are looking at the reports who don't understand it.
Yeah, no, I get that. I mean, I think we're still hopeful that we'll meet our goals.
Any other questions?
No, I just want to comment. It's more likely somebody will blame them for all the overtime that was worked in the 95-degree heat with 100% humidity.
Thank you. I actually have a question regarding the review that you did, Kathy, on the fare evasion recommendation. So when you were talking about the two types of fare evaders, if someone from your staff can talk a little bit about how conductors are trained, in particular to address the determined fare evaders. I know there's a lot of tension. There could be potentially a lot of tension, a very uncomfortable situation for those who are sitting nearby. If you could comment or have staff comment.
Sure, and you may want to jump in as well. I mean, I think that on both railroads, there's a concerted effort to instruct employees on de-escalation training in terms of just making sure that these confrontations are professional and do not lead to more heated confrontations. And I think that's still a bit of a work in progress with respect to the de-escalation element of those in those encounters, there are specific instructions now with respect to what to do if somebody doesn't intend to pay the fare. There's more of an effort to seek the assistance of law enforcement. We're very, very appreciative of the work that we've been doing with the MTA PD to have them come out more frequently in the event that somebody is a determined fare evader who does not want to listen or comply with the recommendations from the conductor. I think this is very much a work in progress, but I'm very gratified by the support we've gotten from the PD recently, and we continue to refine and work on de-escalation training so that we can keep those encounters professional and keep our conductors safe.
Yes.
Yeah, so just to add to that, I mean, that's 100% correct. And, I guess what needs to be said is that the train crews obviously can't enforce, right? They could only collect the fares and do their best to get as many fares as they possibly can. And yeah, we are at a point now with even though the numbers are improving, we still have concerns with harassments and assaults on our trains. So with the help of the MTA PD, things have been moving in the right direction, but our crews still are prioritizing staying safe. That doesn't mean to, walk away, but in some cases it does mean walking away. And when other customers see that, I know and can relate, to how frustrating it is. It's hard for me sometimes to encourage some of our own members to not take the fare collection so personally because it can get them hurt. So it's a work in progress, like you said. I think on the MTA's end and on leadership's end, all of us together, as simple as we can keep the fare collection procedures and the policies and consistent when we are approaching a time now where we're coming into a change in the fare and tolls, and we're combining city tickets, and we're making some changes. We have to really be patient to deliver the message properly, so the continued confusion doesn't elevate things, if that makes any sense.
No, I mean, I completely agree with that, and that's actually one of the other recommendations in the fare evasion report was seeing what we could do to simplify the number of fare products that we have to be able to make it a more straightforward process. I think train crews on both railroads recognize that collecting the fare is a key responsibility, and we need to continue to make the changes and the refinements to make it as efficient a process as possible and as non-confrontational a process as possible.
Thank you both. Yes, one more question or comment, Mr. Brinkman?
Yes, I just wanted to echo what was said about the work done at Metro North to recover from the storm on Sunday. That was a Herculean effort, and it really is amazing that they could get back up online that quick. I also wanted to thank Kathy and Rob for continuing to listen to our commuters with the concerns that they have about the schedule, and glad to see that you're admitting that it's going to be an ongoing process so we can even make further changes further on down the line. The last thing regarding the Blue Ribbon Panel's recommendations, it's just a personal burr in my saddle, is we do have people who continuously abuse the IOU system. I know you have a particular name for it, AEV or something like that, but when you encounter somebody that's on number 20 or number 25, and you have some people that are up in that range, they should be arrested. That's not fare evasion. That's theft of service, and publicize it when you do. Send a message out to everybody else who's doing it that it's not going to be tolerated anymore. But again, I just want to keep everything positive. But kudos again to everything that's been done. Thank you.
Thank you. We're moving on now to our safety reports. Shelley. Oh, I'm sorry. Moving on to operations.
All right, good morning. The operations report begins on page 24. Metro North's service delivered rate for June was 99.9%. System-wide OTP for June was 97.5%, above goal of 94, and year-to-date OTP was also above goal of 97.6. So one item of note for West of Hudson Port Jervis Line, we had a June OTP of 74.5%. On Sunday, June 25th, New Jersey Transit reported a lightning strike at CP Cameron's, which resulted in a fire that destroyed the CIL. As a result, coal lines were down between Ridgewood Junction and Suffern until local control could be established. This required all trains on June 26 to be talk past signals. As the week progressed, NJT was able to gradually regain control of more territory, and the delays diminished until the situation was finally resolved during the overnight of July 1st. The delays incurred from this singular event accounted for nearly 50% of all delayed trains for the month. Moving on to the fleet, the MDBF was over 300,000 miles in May, above goal of 175, and year-to-date MDBF was also above goal at 412,000 miles. So now moving on to the weather events. So as President Rinaldi mentioned, on Sunday, July 9th, Mother Nature once again wreaked havoc on our region. With rain totals more than double what was forecasted, we saw numerous washouts, nearly a dozen high water conditions, trees down, boulders on the tracks, all leading us to suspend Hudson Line service north of Harmon beginning Sunday afternoon. Metro North crews worked through the night and into Monday morning to assess the damage and clear the tracks of downed trees, mud, boulders, and water in places that had risen above the running rails. Come Monday morning, we also had to suspend Upper Harlem Line service north to southeast due to high water conditions and a washout south of Dover Plains. After the Monday morning rush, we were able to begin providing limited load-and-go bus service on the Hudson Line, making stops at Harmon, Cortland, Beacon, and Poughkeepsie. And then also on the Upper Harlem Line, we began busing between Southeast and Wassaic. Customers were provided with regular service updates and advised to monitor train time for up-to-schedule info. On Tuesday, we announced a partial restoration of service with hourly trains operating between Grand Central and Peekskill. On Wednesday, near full service returned to the Hudson Line, with full service resuming the next day. Regular service was also restored on the Upper Harlem Line by Wednesday morning. Given the amount of damage to our territory, it is nothing short of amazing that our crews, in partnership with MTA C&D, were able to restore service on both lines by Wednesday morning. I would like to thank each employee who made this a reality. If not for their hard work and dedication, this would not have been possible. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Justin. Any questions for Justin? If not, we can move on to Rob Frey's Long Island Rail report.
Good morning. Total on-time performance for the month of June was 92.6%, below goal of 94%, and year-to-date as of June was 94.4%, above goal of 94%. For the month of June, 3 branches operated at or above goal, and year-to-date as of June, 6 branches operated at or above goal. For major events which result in 10 or more late trains, there were 25 incidents for the month of June. The most significant occurred on June 29th, which was a signal problem that began during the off-peak period and into the PM peak period. This incident negatively impacted on-time performance by 0.1% and resulted in 29 late trains, and the cause of it was a defective transformer which has been replaced. For our fleet performance, the MDBF for the month of May was 242,028 miles, and year-to-date as of May was 181,788 miles, both above goal of 170,000 miles. For service delivery, we completed 99.6% of our trips for the month of June, and year-to-date we completed 99.7% of our trips year-to-date. For upcoming work, which will impact service on the weekends of August 12th, 13th, and 19th and 20th, contractor work will take place on the Grand Central Madison tunnels. As a result, Hempstead branch trains will originate and terminate in Atlantic Terminal. West Hempstead branch trains will originate and terminate in Jamaica. And Huntington and Port Washington trains will originate and terminate in Penn Station. On the weekend of August 26th and 27th, there'll be waterproofing work taking place on the Van Wyck Bridge here in Jamaica. There'll be schedule adjustments to the West Hempstead branch trains and Babylon trains. And finally, on September 16th and 17th, there'll be switch installation work taking place east of Floral Park on the main line and concrete tie work between Bethpage and Hicksville. Schedules on the Oyster Bay, Huntington, and Ronkonkoma will be adjusted. And at the end of August, we'll begin U.S. Open service. I'm sorry. My mind went blank. Forgive me. I know. So please check the train time app for schedule updates, and that concludes my report. I'll take any questions you may have.
Any questions for Rob? Okay. Yes, please, Mr.
I'm sorry, were you saying something? You just triggered something. I don't think I've made this as a point of praise, but boy, that app is really good. It is really good. I rely upon it for the subway. I can use it the second the train gets in the station before the door shuts to know whether the connecting subway is coming. I use it for Metro North and Long Island Railroad frequently. It really works well. I must admit, I'm stunned. I mean, even private companies have a hard time keeping apps like that working well, and we're not a private company for profit. So whomever is driving the IT behind that, really well done, guys. I mean, it really works.
No, it has ridiculously high ratings at the App Store, and it's a completely homegrown, app, and a huge team of people behind it, and they've done an amazing job. And I do think with the launch of the GCM service and some of the issues we've had, having such a reliable, intuitive app has just from a customer experience perspective been fantastic. So thank you for the shout out, and we'd like to echo it. It's been really terrific.
Thank you all. And now we can move on to our safety report. Shelley will be giving Metro North safety report.
So good morning. Metro North Safety Report can be found on page 18 of the committee book. And first, to summarize where Metro North stands with customer and employee injury rates. This compares the rates for the current 12-month reporting period, which ended May 2023, to the rates for the prior 12 months ending May 2022. So the reportable customer injury rate increased from 2.02 to 2.07 per 1 million customers. For the recent trend, the 12-month rolling rate ticked up after 6 months of decreases. Slips, trips, and falls remain the highest category we see of customer injury. The reportable employee lost time injury rate decreased from 2.18 to 2.08 per 200,000 working hours compared to the prior 12 months. And for the recent trend, the 12-month rolling rate dropped for the second month in a row. So I wanted to highlight some of our customer and community safety outreach through the TRACS program this month. That outreach continues, and in the warmer weather months, we partner with communities to join a variety of outdoor events and spread the word about rail safety across the territory. Just a few highlights of recent community events include the Bethel Pride event in Connecticut, Port Jervis Rubber and Truck event, Shoreline Trolley Museum in Connecticut, and many others. We made 24,497 in-person contacts for the year to date through May, and over 600,000 contacts through web and social media. And we're planning more events and station outreach as we go forward into August. That concludes my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Shelley. Any questions? If not, we're moving on to Lori's report for Long Island Rail.
Good morning, everyone. Similar to Shelley, we are reporting on our safety performance through the end of May, and that can be found on page 28 in your books. So for our customer reportable injury rate, we had a slight decrease from 2.6 to 2.24 per million customers. And for employees, we had a slight increase from 4.07 to 4.42 per 200,000 hours worked. Two highlights of note, in addition to the continued wonderful work being done by MTA Police and our Community Relations Specialist over the summer with the TRACS program, we were fortunate on July 11th to hold our first in-person Safety Incentive Award ceremony since 2019. Labor leaders and representatives from management leadership gathered together to recognize employees who had been nominated by their peers for extraordinary acts of safety in 2022. I'm happy to take any questions anyone may have.
Thank you, Lori. Any questions? If not, we're moving on to the MTA Police report.
Good morning. In regard to crime on the rails, major crime on the Long Island Railroad and Metro North remained low. And as ridership increases, the first half of 2023 saw the lowest crime rate since 2019 at the start of the pandemic. For June 2023, of the 11 police districts, no district had more than 6 major crimes, with 4 of the 11 experienced no major crimes in the month of June at all. That said, larcenies are still a major concern. The overwhelming majority of these larcenies are a result of property stolen from unattended baggages and sleeping passengers. And in the summer months, with the increase in the use of bicycles to commute to the trains, we see an increase in bike thefts from the rail stations. In response, we've increased patrols around the high-risk stations, which has resulted in arrests of persistent bicycle larcenists. Further, all district commanders have been instructed to survey each station for crime prevention measures to curb these bike thefts. Shifting away from crime, the department continues its strategic plan to increase officer training, including leadership training. This year, we increased the size of the training division, as well as the number of field training officers. We are also in the process of training over 50 new sergeants on leadership and frontline supervision. And finally, last month, the department was honored to receive the FBI Trilogy Award. This award is given to agencies in which the entire command staff complete the FBI leadership course. We're the first agency in New York State to receive this honor. We would like to thank Chairman Lieber for supporting this training and President Rinaldi and the Metro North team for the use of the Metro North training facilities to conduct this training. This concludes the MTA PD crime and agency update, and thank you, and I open the floor for any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Yes, Mr. Brigman.
Yes, as you know, a couple of months back, or maybe just a month ago, we have a new policy regarding the scooters, the electronics, the battery-powered scooters. How have you communicated that down to your guys in the field?
There was a policy memo that was released. There was also it's a read and understand, meaning they have to read and understand it, and they have to report back to us. It resulted in the increase of summons issuance, especially in Grand Central Madison with that long corridor, with people riding on the scooters, and also in Grand Central Station now, to lesser extent than Grand Central Madison, but it has definitely increased in summons issuance in that area.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Glucksman?
I commented, thank you, last month about the details of arrest are missing from this book, and they are presented in the transit book on the hate crimes. It's important that we know and recognize how many there are, and this data, I said the second month in a row, I don't see it in this book.
Okay, we'll get that to you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, let's move on to our customer count survey. John Kaufman will be giving us a run-through.
Hi, good morning, everybody.
My name is John Kaufman. I recently absorbed the customer market research group into my strategic initiatives group overall, working closely with Shanifa and operating agencies to make sure they're getting robust customer perspectives and insights to better shape their operational plans. I'm pleased to present the findings of the spring customers count today for both Long Island Railroad and Metro North. The spring survey was conducted to obtain ratings in key drivers of customer satisfaction. We also wanted to share insights around the Grand Central Madison service for the Long Island Railroad. This online biannual survey was conducted in the last 2 weeks of May. We offered the survey in English, Spanish, Korean, Bengal, Russian, Italian, Chinese, Portuguese, and Haitian Creole. Additionally, the survey was offered by phone for those who don't have internet access or if they needed assistance. The response to the survey was even better than the fall. We had a 30% increase in Long Island Railroad respondents, almost 21,000 individual riders, and a 4% increase for Metro North, another 18,000 people giving us their feedback. We thank our marketing and advertising teams for helping get the word out. The data is weighted by using the census to adjust for income and minority status, and for ridership using average weekday counts. On this slide, you can see the key takeaways around the top drivers of satisfaction for both railroads being service-based. Service reliability, on-time performance, and seat availability are among the highest. Fares are also highly important. The Long Island Railroad customer satisfaction score has declined by 13 points since fall 2022, which may be attributed to declines in satisfaction for Atlantic Terminal customers, and I'll share more on that in a second. Long Island Railroad leadership continues to make adjustments to its operation and is further adjusting schedules to address these customer concerns. Let's turn our attention to these trends overall in the drivers. You can see here the Long Island Railroad shift over the last 3 periods, spring 22 being the first baseline survey we did in this format, consistent across all modes at the MTA. And you can see that 13-point decrease in the spring. Metro North at the bottom maintains a high score of 89%, which is truly remarkable, and has made that consistently over the last 3 periods. Let's go a bit deeper on Long Island Railroad and what we heard from those customers. We've shown these branch scores in this format before, alphabetically by branch, and green and blue indicate relative levels of satisfaction, with orange-red showing dissatisfaction. The number next to the triangle indicates the delta from last fall's survey. With the exception of the Montauk branch, you can see every line is down in the low double digits. However, as we dug deeper into the results, we felt this is not the most revealing way to look at how and why satisfaction has shifted. On this slide, we try to explain the decline as the relationship between how often customers are traveling and their satisfaction. Each bar represents groups of customers who indicated how often they are transferring on the Long Island Railroad. The colors again indicate overall satisfaction. While we've added amazing new terminal at Grand Central for East Midtown travelers and many more options for all, the resulting schedule adjustments meant many folks may have to transfer to get where they want at the exact time they want. This slide shows you that those always transferring in the far right bar are markedly less satisfied and represent just over 20% of our respondent base. The Long Island Railroad team has worked quite hard to improve the transfer experience, including earlier platform assignments, more connection possibilities shown easily in train time, and you can see some of the benefits in those positive trending arrows. In this slide, those numbers next to the triangle indicate the improvement since April, when we also surveyed 3,000 customers on their Long Island Railroad experience. If you play through the dissatisfaction with transfers, this slide shows you who has been affected the most: customers going to Atlantic Terminal. This group is the largest drop of any customer group in our survey, down to 41% satisfied. Accommodating more trains to Midtown required a rethink of all branch service and included the rollout of the Brooklyn shuttle service with up to 7 trains an hour, but requiring more customers to transfer at Jamaica. A smaller but meaningful decline in satisfaction was also seen from our Penn respondents, down 16 points to 64%. These recent announcements around the substantial adjustments to the fall schedule will help improve the experience for most customers, reducing transfers by adding many more through trains to Atlantic and adding some faster trains to Penn in peak periods. To ensure it's not overlooked, I'll point out the very high satisfaction rates of those going to Grand Central Madison at 80% satisfied and 20% of our respondents. This slide shows our traditional key driver analysis, what attributes are most important to customers, and how our customers rate us on them. The top section shows drivers we understand to be very important to our riders, while the second larger set ranks slightly less important as drivers. You can see in the very important section at the top, the purple circles, which indicate service-related attributes, are the most common, showing service is more important to just about anything except for fares. We can also see the very important key drivers here have all declined. We attribute this with a broader set of customer feedback adjusting to those new schedules and some operational challenges accompanying that 40% increase in service. Let's turn our attention to the highest rated Long Island Railroad stations. The survey allows us to drill down and provide information to the leaders on the over 125 stations operated by Long Island Railroad. We ensure on this slide we have sample sizes of at least 100 to have a reliable read on how folks feel about the station. At the very top of the chart, you can see Grand Central Madison coming in at 96% satisfied, which is frankly amazing. Additionally, you see some other high-rated stations, including Stewart Manor, over 150 years old, serving the village of Garden City on the Hempstead branch, and Manhasset, Broadway, and Syosset, all with very high satisfaction scores consistently. The flip side of this is the lowest-rated Long Island Railroad stations, and again, at the bottom here, we have East New York Station. 4 of the 6 of the lowest-rated stations are in the city terminal zone. East New York received the lowest scores with 41%, which is about the same as it was a year ago, clearly a work in progress for us all. Now, you'll also see Penn Station is still on this list. However, you see a 7-point increase in satisfaction since fall and a 19-point gain since spring of last year. We feel this is some early recognition of the efforts and investment in the physical layout of the station. We can also see this in some other attributes around Penn Station. The slide picks out 3 that we've concentrated a lot on in the last 12 months. Firstly, around wayfinding, where you can see, again, a massive increase in wayfinding scores at Penn. Personal security up 16 points in a year as a result of increased focus by the MTA police at Penn. And cleanliness also up 23 points in the last year. So while there's still some ways to go, you can see some significant improvement here. Let's turn to the Metro North just briefly. Again, very high overall satisfaction scores at 89%. That's true across all 3 lines, where you see, again, 91% on the Hudson line in particular is remarkable. If you look at the key drivers for Metro North, they're very similar to Long Island Railroad, and mainly the most important ones have to do with service-related attributes. You can see on-time performance at 86% of the top continues to increase, as service reliability also held steady at 89%. Seating availability was the 3rd most important attribute, that 3rd bar, where you see a decrease of 11%. This correlates directly to the ridership increase we've seen in that period of time, which has been substantial over the last 6 months. And again, at 78%, I would say it's still quite high overall in terms of folks being able to find a seat. I'd also point out the safety-related elements here, which the red dots also score quite high, although down a little bit in this period. Looking at the Metro North stations, again, some incredibly high scores in the high 90s here along the Harlem upper and lower lines. And we see that underneath this, very high scores on personal security, cleanliness, lighting on programs, and signs and wayfinding. The lower ranked scores, here you see Harlem 125th being the lowest rated station, again, an area that we continue to focus on. And there we see the scores on homelessness, panhandling, and restrooms, along with station cleanliness, a bit lower than average. We continue to work with our city partners to improve conditions and the perception of safety at this station. The other stations with lower scores here, Marble Hill, Mount Vernon East, Stamford, lower in a straight ranking, but also quite high overall, with Bridgeport at 83%. It's not something I'd put on a lower ranks, particularly low score list. The last thing I'll share with you today was just we added a new question on what would encourage you to ride more often, and we asked folks to nominate 2 responses from a selection there. And you can see here that both railroads selected more frequent service on weekdays and weekends as the most common thing that would make them ride more often, along with fare incentives. You can also see on this list a change in work from home policy would make them ride more often. That's been dropping a bit, perhaps not something they desire, but something that comes up as the thing that would, again, is holding us back on getting some of the riders to the pre-COVID levels. In summary, the leadership team at both railroads are quite engaged in insights from these findings. I hope you found it useful today as well. I'd like to thank the customer research team who works quite hard to support our agencies day in, day out, specifically Samantha Hawkins and Janice Pepper here in the gallery, who, again, make this all happen twice a year and more. I'm glad to take any questions you may have at this time.
Yes, Mr. Glucksman?
Hi, very interesting report. The only thing is when you talked about Metro North, you should have specified that east of Hudson. You forgot about west of Hudson, 2 lines, Pascack Valley and
Yes.
Port Jervis. How come they're not included in the report?
Yes, thank you for reminding us of that again. We do capture that, as you know. New Jersey Transit captures those surveys. We get them on a slightly different cycle than we perform ourselves in-house, but we'll get you some of the more recent information on those lines.
Mr. Grumman?
Okay. Okay, I just want to preface this by saying that I did not take this particular survey, but I understand this was done online and that you had to answer every question or it wouldn't be accepted. And there was no not applicable column where you could check off. Is that true?
The first part, it was online, but again, we offered phone-based offerings for folks who chose that route. They could call in. We actually do take what we call partial completes. And so if someone fills out the majority of the survey but doesn't hit submit, we capture those separately and hold them separately, and we feel if it's robust enough, we'll include them. If they just filled out one question, it wasn't something we'd sort of process. But we do take partial completes for those who don't get all the way through the survey.
Okay, but you did not have a not applicable.
Some
box for
questions,
people to
some
check.
questions we do require an answer on. That I think that frustrates folks. We'll take a look at how high those are, but we do again for some partials they don't fill in every single survey. We'll still take what they reply.
Okay, because the complaints I got were that people felt that they had to answer every question, and some of them weren't applicable to them, so therefore they were just guessing.
They struggle, I guess. Yeah,
You
we'll
know,
take a
so
closer.
That kind of questions the reliability of some of your statistics.
That's good feedback. Again, overwhelmingly people do take the full survey, so we have a lot of that. But we will have a closer look at the obligatory questions. We do that to sort of make sure we get responses. But as you suggest, if they don't have an opinion,
There
don't
should be
don't
a
force it
not
or respond,
applicable
not
box,
applicable,
an NA
or just
box
be able
to
to skip
push.
it. Yeah,
Okay,
I
thank
will
you.
have a look at that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Brown?
Yeah, in that regard, the total number I got on here, you had a lot of numbers you put out here. Now, I enjoyed it a lot. I thought it was a very deep and wide survey, but what's the N here? I thought it was 3,000 respondents. Is that both railroads?
No, sorry. The Metro North or Long Island Railroad's about 20,000 individual riders and
okay.
18,000 for Metro North.
All right, so maybe I was compulsive.
No, I did say 3,000 at one point around a short survey we did in the interim to get some feedback from customers very early in the Grand Central service rollout.
Okay, 20,000. Do you consider that a big number?
Yeah, it's a very robust sample. Probably one of the transit number is 80,000. It's probably one of the biggest surveys in the New York region.
Well, it's also all people that stepped up, right?
People have opinions about the MTA for sure.
Right. Now, I got a couple things. It's a fascinating survey, and you could dig very deep in this, and I hope you guys do. And you probably have some more nuance to it than we're going to see. But one thing that I found fascinating is the problems, the friction that was caused by eliminating so much direct service to Brooklyn, and what you guys are addressing now, and I'm glad you are. I hope you get it completely addressed. I hope part of that addressing is reverse peak service through as well. But I understand the thing that I find interesting is your dissatisfaction rose, or your failure to satisfy rose so high on the Atlantic branch at the same time that ridership increased so radically on the Atlantic branch. And what I think the weight of that and the message is for us as mass transit advocates is that the value of increasing service, knowing there's going to be a train there in 12 minutes or 8 minutes or whatever the hell we're doing now, really draws a lot of people. The message is run more trains, you get more commuters, regardless of where it would occur. That it occurs in Brooklyn, the Brooklyn-Jamaica interface or interconnection is important, but I think if you did that with any branch, you run more trains, certainly out east. If you ran more trains out east, you'd get more riders. I mean, that's clear to me from this. I mean, if people are dissatisfied with it, yet they're piling on the train. So, you know, I think it's going good, and you know, what I've heard about you're going to be doing with citywide commuter rail service, it's just developing, certainly with regard to the Metro North stuff, because we're not in a pen yet. It really looks very positive for increased ridership to me, you know.
Yeah, I mean, all customers, they always want more frequency for sure. And I think, again, the adjustments that Rob and the team have made are quite surgical and really thoughtful about different points of input, including, you know, a heavy set of interactions with my team on what the customers here are saying. I think it'll make a big difference. And I think to Kathy's earlier point, you know, change is hard, and there was a pretty radical change in February. But we're seeing the numbers get better and better. And as people get used to the schedule, I think they'll see it for all the benefits it has and the flexibility that wasn't there before.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. We're moving on to agency information items. Kathy, can you walk us through these?
Sure. The Metro North information items will come first. There's the track program quarterly update. There's the Grand Central Terminal Retail Development update. I note that there are some folks here from MTA Real Estate if there's any questions on that item. And then there are 3 real estate items that are here really just for informational purposes. They will be going through finance as real estate items this afternoon. Permanent easements with Amtrak for Penn Access. Actually, a number of items for Penn Access, but those will be going through finance this afternoon. Any questions about any of the Metro North information items? Okay. Moving over to the Long Island information items, there is the September timetable change and track work program summary and the MW quarterly update. We've talked quite a bit about the timetable change. Any other questions about these information items? Okay. The finance reports, as I mentioned in my remarks, are not in the book this month. And then we have 1 Long Island Railroad procurement, and Richard Mack is here to run us through that procurement.
Good morning. Long Island Railroad, on behalf of itself, Metro North, and New York City Transit, seeks MTA board approval to award a contract to LIRR Maintenance of Way, LIRR, for rail grinding services. Rail grinding services are needed to optimize wheel-rail interface and maximize wheel-rail lifespan. This process is the most effective practice to control the effects of rolling contact fatigue on the running rail by restoring the rail profile to its maximum value of the rail. The benefits of the rail grinding program include reduction of broken rails, extension of rail life, extended track component life, and the improved rail ride quality and passenger comfort. The contract is for a 2-year base term with 3 one-year options. This procurement was competitively solicited through a request for proposal process. LIRR, the successful submitter, will provide rail grinding services, equipment, and personnel at various points along the agency's right-of-way and an estimated award amount of $56,223,940. It's broken up into a 2-year base contract of $22 million plus 3 one-year options for a total of $33 million, subject to an adjustment based on a price index formula set forth in the contract terms and conditions. I submit this contract to the board for its approval.
Thank you. Any questions? If not, may I have a motion? Thank you, Mr. Chu. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Seckerman. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, Richard. And now we are adjourning our meeting. If I could have a motion and a second? Thank you. Second? I second. Meeting adjourned. Thank you all.
What does an electronic equipment maintainer do?
Paul Julian, electronic equipment maintainer. I've been in transit for 5 years. I work in the department of RSS, Radio and Security Systems. Our responsibility is to ensure that the radio system is functioning very efficiently, for that provides communication to the trains. It also provides crucial and important communication for the police in the system, the EMS in the system, and the fire department in the transit system. Also, the surveillance system must be maintained. Therefore, we can have proper security and proper recording of activities in the subway system. The intrusion alarm system must also be maintained. These security systems are responsible for preventing, and if it happens, to alert any breach, whether it's the breach of a door that has sensitive equipment beyond it, or whether someone enters the tunnel beyond the platform without permission. A key motivator in what we do is to know how important communication, surveillance, and security is to New York City Transit and New York City as a whole. That gives you a sense of duty and pride in doing what we do.
Hi, my name is Donna Charles. I am a station appearance maintainer. We basically maintain the appearance of restrooms, waiting rooms, platforms, sidewalks. We mop, sweep, dust, sanitize, salt, shovel snow, whatever it takes to keep our stations clean.
When you work a line job to go in between the stations, you take out a truck. We have cleaning supplies in it. Certain stations don't have facilities to keep the buckets and stuff like that, so there's always a bucket on the truck, a mop on the truck, and then basically we work out of the truck. And if we have to do quick graffiti removal or something like that, we have something to clean it up with.
I'm a platform cleaner. It makes me happy that my job is important because it's important to me to make sure that the people want to come back, that they have a clean place to come to.
My favorite part of being a station appearance maintainer is the general public, just getting their positive feedback. We had commuters just say, you know, thank you, and we appreciate everything that you guys do, just making it safe.
If you have a mobility disability or cannot self-evacuate, please proceed to stairwell D or E for assistance by MTA staff or emergency personnel. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. If you need assistance during an evacuation, please tell an MTA staff member or emergency personnel. Thank you and have a safe day.
Thank you. Let's move on to our public speakers, please.
Good morning, and welcome to our committee meeting public comment session. Today we'll hear from public speakers both remotely and in person, and we have roughly 25 speakers, members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we will limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker will be David Kupferberg, followed by Christine Bruno. Okay, we'll come back to David. Our next speaker will be Christine Bruno.
Hi, I'm Christine Bruno. Thank you for having me. I'm zooming in today to talk about the proposed changes to the Access-a-Ride pilot program. I'd like to say that I am a wheelchair user. I live in Manhattan. I've been on the TPP since its inception. I am on a fixed income as well as a freelance gig worker. This program has improved my quality of life exponentially. While I appreciate and agree with adding 1,200 riders to the programs, the proposed changes will be disastrous to riders' quality of life and finances. Allowing 25 trips per month will, for someone who works full-time, that is not even 2 weeks of work, and that does not allow for doctor's appointments or entertainment or any quality of life that any New Yorker enjoys. And I also don't understand why the fare is now $4 to ride when the subway fare and the bus fare is $2.75. I thought the point of the program was that disabled riders are to pay the same as non-disabled riders throughout New York City. And the table to me that we received in the email just seems ridiculous. It will be financially unsustainable for disabled riders. Thank you very much, and I look forward to your responses.
Thank you for your remarks. Thank you. Thank you for your remarks. We'll go back to David Kupferberg, followed by Michael Ring. Okay. We will go to Michael Ring, and then we'll come back to David Kupferberg.
Hiya, my name is Michael Ring. I'm wearing a green shirt and a green hat. It says Disabled in Action on my hat. That's the organization I'm representing today. I'd like to talk about the end of phase 1 of the Accessorize on Demand program. From what I understand, well, I've been in the program. I'm one of the people who was lucky, well, not lucky enough to get into it. I was put into it because I asked to be in it, and a lot of other people were asked to be in it, and we got in it. It wasn't random. But I understand no data was collected on how useful it was, on no information. No one asked me any questions about it. It helped people go to work. If you would survey the people who've been in it, it allowed people to go to work. I have a friend that lives in Western Rockaway and works in the Bronx, and he's able to go to work this way. If it was for regular Accessorize, he would have to add an hour and a half on each end of his travel to deal with the fact that Accessorize is a half hour late is still considered on time, and he might be given a tour of New York City on his way to work. With the on-demand program, he's able to go home at the end of his workday. He's able to leave when he needs to leave his house. I hope, I mean, it seems like a boulder rolling down the hill that phase 1 is going to end and phase 2 is going to start. Phase 2 won't help him. It would mean he might lose his job, he might not be able to get to work, or he'd have to deal with 4 extra hours of transportation every day. I'm wishing some data was collected. I'm hoping maybe we can slow the roll a little and collect some data on how useful the program has been, because it's allowed people with disabilities to be productive tax-paying New Yorkers, which is what we all want to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Jack Nierenberg, followed by John Padula. Okay, we'll come back to Jack. Right here. Oops, sorry.
Alrighty. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jack Nierenberg. I'm the Vice President of Passengers United. And I want to talk about 2 very important points. First of all, Fordham Road already has a bus lane. It's had a bus lane for the past decade or so, or well over a decade. And unfortunately, it's not enforced, so it's not effective as a bus lane. So while we do not support the plan to convert Fordham Road, an essential arterial road for the Bronx, into a busway completely, because it's going to do a lot of damage to the surrounding areas, we do believe that a redesign of Fordham Road is necessary to make sure that all traffic can function properly on Fordham Road, including and especially bus traffic. So we're going to be speaking to elected officials and in the Bronx, and hopefully people from the DOT as well about that. And second of all, I do want to express more concerns about congestion pricing, especially considering that the subways and the buses are not designed to handle the overflow crowds. Once congestion pricing goes through, it's going to create hazardous situations on board trains, on board buses, and especially considering buses are being cut. They were cut in the Bronx as part of the redesigns over there. They're being cut in Queens and Brooklyn, and we saw that in Staten Island too. And people with disabilities, people with those who are senior citizens as well, have been suffering as a result. We've been seeing the same thing with the Accessoride, with an earlier speaker who has been, they've been suffering, and we're going to hear probably more speakers from Accessoride who have been suffering as well. So it's really unfair, and I just wanted to bring that point up, that if we're going to have congestion pricing, there needs to be an adequate increase in service in transit. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Gian Padula, followed by David Kupferberg over Zoom.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Padula, and I'm from New York City Public Schools, as well as a member of the Advisory Committee for Transit Accessibility. Given the impending doom of the life-limiting changes for Phase 2, I've gone back to using traditional Accessoride. And what some of the able-bodied bean counters from finance don't understand is that I still have a life to live. And to live that life, if it means that I'm going to use the same traditional trips as I did on-demand trips, that's what I'm going to do, and I'm going to figure it out. So to acclimate myself to those realities, I've gone back to using traditional service. And I'm costing you guys more money. These prices are ridiculous. The only other organization in New York City that spends as much money as Accessoride for no results are the Mets. You guys both love overpaying and overspending for wildly, wildly underwhelming results. Mr. Davies, with all due respect, I can't tell you how offensive it is to hear you say that our Phase 2 is in line with the rest of the country. How can you make that argument? To the best of my research, our geographic area is 320 miles squared. The only thing that competes is Chicago at 231 square miles. Tell me why Chicago offers 8 trips a day at a $30 subsidy. We offer 25. So an agency that's got 25 or 28% smaller is offering a subsidy that's 20% higher. How does that make sense? We need a fair fare for a fair ride that gives us access to the 5 boroughs. We should be entitled to move about this city as freely, as spontaneously, with some sort of decent respect and autonomy like any other person. Enough is enough. And don't give me the crock that you're in line with everyone else. You're not. Look at Vegas, look at Denver. Do your research, man. I know you're smart, you're intelligent. Don't think I'm an idiot.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be David Kupferberg over Zoom, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
NYCT will be changing bus schedules for fall 2023 on September 3rd, the first schedule changes since the beginning of the pandemic. A summary of those changes should have been in the committee agenda as an information item for this month's meeting. They are not. The schedule changes are based on the MTA Transit Service Guidelines Manual adopted in 2010 when high-floor vehicles dominated the fleet. They are no longer in revenue service. It's time to change the manual in order for mass transit to proactively compete with the automobile and ride-sharing services, a concept that a significant number of service planners have no clue. These changes and future changes should also be posted in advance on the MTA website. NYCT should also reveal the full other bus routes besides the B60 to the committee as part of a PowerPoint presentation participating in the FAIR pilot project for 6 to 12 months. The slide should have also been in the agenda packets. For congestion pricing, the MTA to this day has refused to mention the additional service they will provide. And if a bus trip should be canceled, it should be noted in real time in bus time. In summary, the MTA and its subsidiaries still have a long way to go in order to prove they are transparent. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Charlton D'Souza, followed by Jocelyn Smith.
Good morning, Charlton D'Souza, President of Passengers United. And today you guys are going to be voting on the fare increase. So the base fare should be kept at $275. There should be a one-day Omni Unlimited, a one-day day pass for the tourists and for the visitors. And really, the 7-day pass, there really shouldn't be a fare increase, guys. I mean, you have all this money. People are suffering right now to put food on the table. Student loan payments are about to start in about a month or two. And so people cannot afford fare increase right now. But I want to go back to something. So a lot of bus trips throughout the city are being canceled, and there's no notification on MT bus time. When the bus command center knows the trip is canceled, there are many times I've had to call the bus command center to ask them, why is the trip canceled? What's going on? There's no notification. Sometimes you're waiting for a bus 45 minutes and nothing, especially overnight. They have to improve on this. And also overnight, they have to improve on connections. I'm very, very concerned that the congestion pricing that's going to be implemented, service is going to be a disaster. You're going to have millions and millions of people coming into the subway system, and the system is breaking down with the new signal system. What is the MTA's plan? Have any new bus routes been implemented as part of the congestion pricing plan that you guys have on the drawing board? Y'all need to show this to the public, because what's going to happen is Uber and Lyft is going to have a monopoly over the city, and surge pricing is going to go out of control. So I'm fearful that the elected officials have set up a plan of disaster for New York City. And as it is, people are taking Ubers and Lyfts when the subway breaks down. There's also a condition been going on at 27th Street over there on 7th Avenue. They're selling drugs in the train station. That needs to be cleaned up immediately. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Jocelyn Smith, followed by Christopher Grive.
Good morning. I am Jocelyn Smith of Mobilization for Justice, which works with people who are low-income, disenfranchised, who have disabilities as they struggle to overcome the effects of social injustice and systemic racism. Accessoride's eHail pilot program has been a step in that direction. It has been a game changer for people with disabilities, allowing the same sort of flexibility in making travel plans that other riders enjoy. However, the MTA's plan for Phase 2 will make this program ineffective and out of reach for many New Yorkers. In fact, it seems as if there has been little thought to any New Yorkers who travel outside of their immediate neighborhoods, and certainly not to residents of the outer boroughs who need to travel to Manhattan, which is the new employment, higher education, medical, political, and recreational nucleus of our city. Examine the district office addresses from a sample of local politicians to see whether it is possible to get to Manhattan for $40 or less from all parts of the city. All costs were computed on Uber on July 13th and 14th during daytime hours, with this address, 2 Broadway, as the destination. From the office of State Senator Leroy Comrie in Queens, $78.98. From the office of State Senator Roxanne Persaud in Brooklyn, $54.93. From the office of Assemblyman Jeff Dinowitz in the Bronx, $65.96. And this is not an anomaly. Further review of potential Uber trips from 65 Assembly offices throughout the city showed that trips from 52 Assembly members' offices to 2 Broadway cost over $40. This is a figure of 80%. It's worth asking for whom Phase 2 was developed. Was it only developed for residents of Lower Manhattan, Midtown, and the closest parts of the outer boroughs? This raises troubling issues of racism and classism as not traditional of transit in New York City, which in my lifetime has charged the same rate to someone who wants to ride from Midtown to the Upper East Side as it charges to someone who wants to ride from Midtown to Far Rockaway. eHail is a service that offers accessorized riders the same flexibility that other transit riders enjoy. It costs the same and should not be rationed, and riders should not be penalized based on the parts of the city in which they live. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Christopher Greif, followed by Andy Pollock over Zoom.
And good morning, everyone. Christopher D. Greif, Happy Disability Pride Month, 8833. As you see, I'm not the only one with the sign. As we celebrate Disability Pride, and I don't have to say any much with all the other speakers are speaking about accessorize and stuff. They have the right to speak. They always do a great speaking presentation, but I'm here to remind a couple of things. As we celebrate the 8833, we need to remember that train stations, buses, and accessorize needs to be make sure it's always up to date and truly ADA accessible. As we celebrate the Disability Pride Month, as well as 8833, which is next Wednesday, we need to always remember celebrating what we accomplish and what we need to accomplish in the near future. For example, Jamaica Station, which represents the E and the J and the Long Island Railroad. The elevators that go up to the railroad and to the air train is not MTA. That is the Port Authority's elevators. If anyone has a complaint about those, please see the Port Authority on July 27th at their location in Jersey City. Second thing is if we have these complaints, and I understand we have the apps, we have the phones, let's make sure we use them. But we'll also need to make sure that a respond time can always please get back. And I know we do get that back as soon as possible, and make sure communication, which we always do. But we need to make clear that the disabilities, for all disabilities who are here or out there in the TV land, please remember, celebrate 8833 for Disability Pride Month, and let's make sure we continue advocating. Thank you, MTA. Thank you, System-Wide Accessibility. Thank you, Q. And thank to the NYPD and the MTA Police. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Andy Pollock, followed by Alita Dupree.
Thank you, David. Good morning, Richard, and good morning, everyone. Andy Pollock here from Passengers United. So I want to get into a couple of things before the end of the summer here. Number one, yet again, subway surfing has claimed 2 lives in the past month. And I would hope that in the upcoming 2023-24 school year, I'm hoping that we can get members of the transit police to educate children on the dangers of subway surfing, because I've gone on the record and said, lives are being lost, but, time and money are also on the line as well, because they always say time is money in New York City. So I just want to state that for the record, that something needs to be done to educate our youth about subway surfing. And then we have to educate the people of the dangers of putting trash on the subway tracks. And I've seen a lot of it in the past month, especially at 42nd Street, Bryant Park on the B, D, F, and M line. Not only is it disgusting, but from what I've been made aware of in our organization, Passengers United, we've been well aware of the smoke conditions being reported throughout the subway system. And that's what leads to track fires, and that's what leads to delays. So what I'm calling for is the MTA to bring back the Darth Vader machine. It was a machine that swept up the trash off the subway tracks. And listen, you have trash. Please just throw it out in the trash receptacle, or wait till you get upstairs and find a trash can, or just take care of it responsibly, because we can't be having any more of these smoke conditions inside subway tunnels anymore. It's getting way out of hand. So with that being all said, Richard, enjoy the rest of your summer, and I will speak to you in the fall.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Alita Dupree, followed by Murray Bowden.
Thank you. Good morning to the chair. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. First of all, I was reading through the minutes of the last meeting. And while I did speak at that meeting by audio at about 41 minutes into the meeting, my name is not showing in the list of public speakers in the recorded minutes shown in your agenda. So we need to correct that. Thank you. I keep saying it. I hope to be back on the system soon. I know that there's a lot of issues with smoke from wildfires to the north. And that's concerning to me. And being in California, especially in Northern California, there's fire risk of that really every year. And fairs are complicated. I'll be seeing what you're going to do with that today. Nobody likes a fare increase. I don't really like a fare increase, but maybe it's something that we just have to do. And continuing on with our Omni work, one of the reasons why I hope to get to New York soon is to use Omni with the reduced fare configuration that I have set up. Lots of people are using it, but I don't hear at meetings around the country people talking about that. So I wanted to highlight that for you. And I hope we will announce more ADA stations. Keep working on that. At BART, I really don't think about it because all the stations are accessible, except when an elevator isn't working. So we have a lot to do over this summer. I look forward to seeing you again. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Murray Bowden, followed by Jason Anthony.
Sometimes we try to solve problems without going back to the basics. People aren't paying attention anymore and people are aggressive. How do you stop some of it? The lines on the road that you're using were designed 50 years ago for a system that's long gone past. They were designed speeds to half this. And until you go back and you make the lines consistent and the way you drive, you're slowing everybody down. You got buses now with looking where people are and lines on the road. The line on the left has to be yellow all the time. It was designed with a white on both sides when Robert Moses first started. That's how far back it goes. So until you go back and solve a basic problem, you're going to have all kinds of trouble. Aggressive drivers don't pay attention. On the Kosciuszko Bridge, there's a sign there that has 4 arrows on it. They point up, and they're narrow, and they're consistent with the rest of the world. We use fancy arrows with designs. Can't be made by a line striper. So the first thing you go out there and look is, where does the driver actually drive? No driver goes like this. So until you make it clear and consistent, you got somebody on this, works here, taught me that, Kathy Sheridan. Consistency is safety. And until you go back and solve the basic problems of the lines on the road and the signs up there, you got problems.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Jason Anthony, followed by Tashia Lyrabors.
Good morning, Hayden. Good morning, Reg. And good morning to the rest of the Transit Committee. Today we have the announcement of the new NYPD Commissioner, who is from the Bronx and Puerto Rican. I hope that the transit officials could pay attention to him, and especially those who are not present, like Michael Kemper, that should be paying attention and having discussions from transit advocates like myself, because he has been annoying us since he has been being the transit head. It's like having Catherine O'Reilly 2.0. But let's remind everyone that July is 8833, and like our brothers and sisters in the disability community, that they're in a transition to the e-health pilot 2. And let's remind Chris that not everybody is not benefiting from the e-health pilot 2. And not, let's say everybody's going to be disenfranchised from this e-health program. So, Chris, please reconsider that. And regarding my commute to and from work, Frank, I had to submit a complaint regarding the S40 because the other day I got stranded twice this week. So I had to submit a complaint log to the website. And since that Amazon submitted MAT for next week, Julie, please reconsider adjustment for the S44 next week because commuters have been stranded for stand-on. So that's all I have to say for this month. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Tashia Lyra-Bors, followed by Yolanda Elaine.
Good morning. My name is Tasha Lyra-Bors. I work for Center for Independence of the Disabled, New York. I'm here once again to talk about the on-demand phase 2. As was mentioned, this month is the ADA 33, and Access-a-Ride's been around since the 90s, and it is the year 2023, and unfortunately, instead of the progress that paratransit should have by now, instead of taking a step forward, unfortunately, we're taking a step back. By limiting the number of rides for consumers and increasing the price, as I said, you're taking a step backwards. We have a long way to go. A lot of the issues with the blue and white service itself, along with broker, and now the situation, the plans for on-demand phase 2. As I said last month, something I would suggest is for all of you guys to experience the service both with regular Access-a-Ride and with phase 2, because it's not fair to on-demand users. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Yolanda Elaine, followed by Kara Leibowitz.
Good morning. My name is Yolanda Elaine. The new segment of the e-hail program and a Stress-a-Ride, as is known on the street, the program you stated, if you live in Brooklyn to come to Manhattan, there's no way it's a $40 fare. And with base that I got from you guys, my ride be costing me $52 round trip. Where do Stress-a-Ride users get that amount of money when most of them are on disability or on seniors on fixed income? New York City Transit, the governor was here, rah-rah, in May, and everybody, she said, I keep in the fare for $2.90. Stress-a-Ride users can't afford to pay that $4 and that $25 a month increase. New York City Transit don't have that for the rest of the New Yorkers. Why should Stress-a-Ride users have that? We need a quality of life just like all of you guys that walk on your feet. All the board members that sit here month after month. No one has ever addressed Stress-a-Ride. Absolutely none. Every month, or every one of these wheelchairs complain that they need to get on the subway just like everybody else. I would love to get on the subway myself. Unfortunately, I don't have that luxury. So guess what? I am stuck with Stress-a-Ride, and no one gives me the dignity nor respect that any of you guys get. It's ridiculous Stress-a-Ride users have to be punished because they're not able to use New York transit system regularly. That's ridiculous. Give us the same dignity and respect like all you guys have. Every month, people come and complain about it, and for years, and that system is the only one have not improved in all the years that people have been using it. Everybody give all these accolades, but it's not true. Speak to the people that actually use the
Please
system.
conclude your remarks.
Try it.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Kara Leibowitz, followed by Jessica Shea.
Good morning. My name is Kara Leibowitz. I'm the Advocacy Coordinator at the Brooklyn Center for Independence of the Disabled. And I'm here today to talk again about Phase 2 of the Accessoride eHail On-Demand program. I can only conclude that the staff at the MTA who put together this proposal either have no concept of how much it truly costs to get around the city, or are deliberately sabotaging the program, or maybe both. Very few trips are going to cost under $40, and even fewer are going to cost under $25. This is not even taking into account the initial fare, which the MTA so generously lowered to $4 from the initial proposal of $5. The only trips that even have a chance at meeting the threshold are short trips within the same borough. People who want to travel to other boroughs, especially those who live in out-of-the-way areas, are going to be forced to pay more for trips that on regular Accessoride or fixed-route transit would only cost $2.75. In order to qualify for Accessoride, you have to demonstrate that you are unable to use fixed-route transit at least part of the time. Because of that, we're relegated to paratransit service that forces us to schedule the day before and set aside large chunks of the day because we have no idea when Accessoride is going to show up or how many pickup and drop-offs they have before us. Now we're being offered the same spontaneous travel that non-paratransit customers enjoy, but it comes at an additional cost. To add insult to injury, we are limited in the number of rides we can take, a limit that no other population of people faces. It feels like we are being punished for being unable to use the fixed-route transit system, a system that many more people would be able to use if elevators were installed at all subway stations and properly maintained, and other accessibility improvements, such as reducing the gap between the train and the platform, were implemented. The MTA can go back to the drawing board and design an on-demand program that is truly equitable for all. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Jessica Shea, followed by Michael Ortiz over Zoom.
Good morning, ladies. Hello? Can you hear me? Okay. Hi, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I, myself, have not been privy to the eHealth program. However, I think it's a very good program. How many of you like to go out for drinks on a Friday night, on a Thursday night, and you need to go to a bar, and then you're going home on Uber, As a fixed income professional, you are not able to travel at a fixed trip time. If you look at the 25 or the 40 trips a month, that means that 5 days a week, 2 trips. What happens to the other? What happens on weekends? What happens when you go out? What happens to the social life? Everybody talks about the quality of life. I advise you guys, like previous speakers, take Accessoride. Go undercover and see how it is. Obviously, if you guys show up the way your name is gonna show up, they're gonna see, oh, you are the board members and you are people to service inequality. But go under, put on a hat, be in a wheelchair for a day, go out on the subways. Today I traveled on the subway. I got pushed and pulled everywhere I needed to go, and I couldn't get on elevators. Luckily, right now, between 6 months ago and now, there's now platform controllers that will help me get on. But on the subway, I have to move people around because I'm afraid that the door will close if I'm on the other side of the door. There's no indicators of which side the doors are opening on the subway. But the eHealth program would generally benefit me and the better. So I'm hoping phase 2 will increase riders without decreasing the rider amount. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Michael Ortiz, followed by Robert Weeks.
Hello, good morning, everyone. First thing I want to say is that, of course, subway surfing is out of control yet again. One thing I can definitely say to solve this issue is that one, the 2023 to 2024 school year is fast approaching. And what we can be doing is have transit police or any whatever people from the MTA come into the schools and educate the youth of the dangers of subway surfing. The next thing I want to talk about is, of course, the Second Avenue subway phase two reconstruction. That is something really going to be bring that's going to be a game changer to the public. As you know, extending the queue from 96 all the way to 125th. This would reduce the amount of overcrowding on Lexington. Um, the next thing we want to discuss is, of course, Brooklyn bus redesign ideas. Like, you know, there has been a draft, but instead of having the B55 go to JFK, we have the B35 do it, as it would be a better way to carry more riders. And the next thing, of course, is CBTC on Culver. Thank you for bringing the shuttle buses toward the F train riders, because there have been people getting ripped off by taxis, Ubers, and Lyfts for those living along F train stations. So yeah, that's a good help, and it could have been done in the beginning, but it's better now than never. The next thing I want to discuss is, of course, the 7-line shutdown of, you know, the renovations between the stations. The stations need renovations, and lastly, the Rockaway shutdowns of the A line with the bridge. That needs to be looked at and studied. That's going to be it. And hopefully you all have a great summer, and I hope to see you all again in the fall.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Robert Weeks, followed by Jean Ryan.
Hello everyone. My name is Robert Weeks. I am from the American Council for the Blind. I have a problem with these buses, like on 7th Avenue. There's 2 different buses running, and I cannot tell you which one it is, because I think they have the M7 and the M20. When these buses show up, when the door opens, this is supposed to say either this is the M7, what location it's going at, like what the F train do. I have a problem traveling on the B and D train, because when it shows up, this says nothing. There's no announcement in the subway station saying that this is a Q train, this is a B train coming, or this is a D train coming. We lost. I know a lot of people get stray away because they don't know what train is going on. The F and M is doing a good job, but the B and D is not doing nothing, with no announcement in the station. What is going on? We need help. Again, I'm from American Council for the Blind. We was to had someone from MTA to show one of our meetings at the library on 40 West 20th Street, June, on the month of May. Nobody shows up. June, nobody shows up. July, nobody shows up. What's going on? We need help. We need help. Like the M23 makes the announcement, but the M7 says nothing. The M20 says nothing. On the M7 says nothing on 6, and the M65 says nothing. There's more than one buses running on different street. We need to know which bus is coming. And one more thing before I go, there's a nice machine on 3rd Avenue. I can hit that button and it can tell me when the 101 is coming. We need that. Please help us. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Jean Ryan, followed by Dustin Jones.
Hi, I'm Jean Ryan, president of DIA. I get calls all the time from accessorized riders who are at the end of their ropes because they're not being picked up at all, or they can't reach the command center, they can't reach the same-day trip people. They get put on hold, then the call gets disconnected before someone even picks up. So they feel like, and it's true, it's not just a feeling, they really don't get help when they're not getting picked up, and they need to be picked up. And then we all have uncertainty and fear about getting stranded somewhere. So on the on-demand program in phase 2, what if we go to another borough, then we try to get back home at night and it starts raining? Well, you know, that brings on surge pricing, and what if we can't afford that trip? I mean, there's just total unpredictability. Nothing has been said also about who's going to pay the tolls. Because, you know, we have boroughs that are surrounded by water. And when you try to go from one borough to the other, you have to cross a bridge or go in a tunnel. We've been told by access right officials that we can always take regular access right, even though it's so terrible. But about 110,000 access ride registrants are not using access ride because it's so bad. 110,000. About 60,000 are using access ride. Lastly, how will access ride save money when we take more traditional trips that cost more per ride? I guess it's different buckets of money. You are cutting a program that works for riders to one that does not work. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Dustin Jones, followed by Sean Connolly.
It's good to see I have everybody's attention. I want to thank you for that. I'm here to talk about the eHail program. I'm here to talk about the phase 2 for this eHail program. I think it's totally unfair, and I think it's totally wrong to ask people who are traditionally on a fixed income to pay any amount of money over $40 to travel around the city. I live 20 minutes away from here, and an average ride to get here is $27 to $37. I just recently had a traumatic surgery, and I'm not even in rehab yet, and I'm traveling back and forth from Chelsea to Sunset Park. What am I supposed to tell my doctors? What am I supposed to tell people in rehab when I want to travel to get better? That the MTA says I can't because they're holding me prisoner? I heard a young lady here say she lives in Jamaica, Queens. I grew up in Queens Village. We don't even have a subway station in Queens Village to this day, yet alone to find an accessible taxi. You guys need to really reconsider what you're doing. We don't have six-figure incomes, and we don't have access to black cars the way some of you might do. You guys have no idea what it's like to live in our shoes and travel around. Have some compassion. Me personally, because I always speak for me, I don't represent anybody. I don't care about the $4. I'll pay the $4. I don't care about that. But what I do care about is anything after 40. It is totally unfair for anyone to come out of their pocket and be limited on the amount of trips that they have on top of it. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Sean Connolly, followed by Iris Kelly.
Hello. This is working. Hi, my name is Sean Connolly. I'm with New York Lawyers for the Public Interest. I'm also here to talk about the on-demand pilot. As many people have already told you today, and as many people who we work with have told us, the traditional access ride program is frankly just inconsistent and unreliable. But many people who have been lucky enough to be in this on-demand program have described it as life-changing and much better than the original program. It allows people to, like any other New Yorker, travel when and where they want, to make spontaneous plans because they know they'll have a consistent and reliable form of transit. And access ride users deserve to have transit on equal terms to any other New Yorker. An expansion of the pilot program in its current form without any caps on the number or cost of trips would help move us towards that goal. Unfortunately, the proposed changes are going to move us away from that goal. The reality is other New Yorkers don't face a quota on their use of the subways or buses, and no matter how far they want to travel on transit, the cost of the fare doesn't change. So it's just not on par with the service that's offered to the New Yorkers. And I do want to point out that it's not only a moral issue, it's to provide service on par to the New Yorkers. It's a legal one. I'm sure the board's aware of this. The Department of Justice has already flagged the current access ride system as violating the ADA because it fails to provide users with a system of transit comparable to fixed line service. I believe the DOJ actually quoted and said the access ride system is essentially so poor it discourages riders from using it. The proposed changes to the on-demand pilot, which would make it a system of rationed transit with caps on the number and cost of trips, just doesn't solve this problem. Access ride will remain fundamentally unequal to fixed ride service. Until that changes, the system is failing on both moral and on legal grounds. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Iris Kelly, followed by Kara Girl.
Yes, my name is Iris Kelly, and my problem here is with accessory both ways, e-hail or the other, traditional. First of all, traditional, they have problems with where I say, I had a car service supposed to come get me at 12. They come 12:10, he calls me, and he says, I'll be right down. I said, I'll be right down, because in my building, I take the elevator down, get outside, he's not even there. He is, and I try to get in the car ride from them, and they tell me, they can't take me to my doctor's office. They can take me either home or to the other cafe I go to. They couldn't take me to my doctor's appointment. And then second of all, this thing with the e-hail, it's a disgrace to try and put a cap on everything people to do. It was great they have this in the beginning because I can get to my sister's house and when they plan some last minute, maybe I'll go see them. But now if you can put a cap on, I can't even do that. That is disgraceful. That's supposed to be a time we can do it on our own without having to be calling a day before to get a trip. We'll be able to do it the same day, get something to be able to go to and do something. This is disgraceful. I put more money into this and you make it a disgrace of yourselves. You try being in our shoes, see what it's like, and what do you do? You think about that one. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Kara Girl, followed by Jessica Tambor.
Good morning. I'm Kara Girl, Planning and Advocacy Manager at the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. A few weekends into the first round of subway service improvements, we're thrilled to see what's possible with more investment from the state. The weekend frequency increases on the G, J, and M are already making a difference, and as a regular weekend G-train rider, I have noticed shorter waits. We can't wait to see the next rounds of off-peak service increases that better reflect changing commute and travel patterns. Bus service is also critical to a thriving city and region. The expansion of ABLE in this year's budget will prove to be transformative in speeding up buses around the 5 boroughs. It's clear that cars, trucks, deliveries, and other vehicles blocking buses are the single biggest obstacle slowing down bus riders. ABLE and an expanded enforcement must be partnered with dedicated busways and bus lanes, including on Fordham Road. Bronxites deserve faster bus service on one of the busiest bus routes in the borough. According to DOT, buses on Fordham Road travel at an average speed of 6.3 miles per hour, and BX12 speeds have declined over the last decade since regular bus lanes were installed. At some areas, buses crawl at less than 4 miles per hour. That's lower than a chicken and many of the Bronx Zoo's animals. DOT's new watered-down proposal will not provide the speed improvements that Bronx riders need and deserve. We need to see a busway on Fordham Road. Whether you're headed to the Bronx Zoo, the Botanic Garden, or the many bus businesses nearby, transit is the best way to get there, and most people already use transit to patronize small businesses. We urge Mayor Adams and Commissioner Rodriguez to move forward with the original Fordham Road busway proposal. We also hope the city will further expand fair fares eligibility in upcoming years to 200% of the federal poverty level. Expansion from 100% of the federal poverty level to 120% is a start, but it does not go far enough. We'll keep advocating until more New Yorkers in need qualify. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Jessica Tambor, followed by Joseph Morales.
Good morning. My name is Jessica Tambor, and I work at Bronx Independent Living Services. The way e-hail now is important to me because I live in Whitestone, Queens, and it is very expensive to travel anywhere outside of my town. I work in the Bronx and I go to appointments and socialize in all the other boroughs. This weekend, I got chosen for 25 rides at $40 a ride. I, like most people with disabilities, can't afford to pay for what the cabs are about to charge us. This does not cover how much I travel or the cost of each trip that my trips would cost. Also, how are we going to pay the drivers cash or card when they don't speak a lot of English? They might take advantage of us, and they're going to ask for more money than they're supposed to ask for. People without disabilities can hop on public transportation and not worry too much what time they're going to get home, and we can't do that. Without the e-hail being paid for, like it is now, I will lose some of my freedom because I won't be able to stay past the time of my program and go to dinner with my friends, and I would need a ride to get me at the scheduled time that I booked the day before, and I might not be able to stay the whole program if a ride's early. And yeah, okay.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Joseph Morales, followed by our final speaker of the day, Elizabeth Valdez.
All right, good morning, everyone. This morning I was taking a look at the key performance metrics book for today, and I realized some good news. Elevator reliability has substantially increased this year, practically in every month. This is amazing. I would have liked to see more information on how that's been the case. I know of escalators, I don't know if it's the case with elevators. A lot of the times they've been hard to fix because the parts for so many escalators are different, and there's multiple different companies usually working on different escalators. So to train employees, for people to become acclimated to how these things work for escalator replacements and stuff, it's tough. So I'm just curious how we achieved such great success with the elevators and how we could build on that, especially after what you've seen today, the need for accessibility in our transit system. I also noticed that our counts for subway fires have fluctuated. We all are familiar with the announcement, don't throw trash in the tracks. It could cause track fires. Obviously police, it would be pretty difficult for them to stand over and patrol littering in the system. So we should really take a deep dive into what is it in the tracks that causes the fires? What could we do from an infrastructure standpoint to improve the tracks for that regard? Because like I said, we can't control everything that goes in the tracks. And what is it that we have to absolutely make sure stays out of the tracks? And take whatever measures we need to improve that, because when there's a track fire, there's a major delay, and we'd like to avoid those. My last big point for today, I'd like to mention that crime has not declined as much from January to June of this year as it did as compared to the same time frame last year in comparison to the first 10 weeks of both years. Cops Cameras Care is continuing. It has achieved some success. I saw Chief Kemper on the NYPD show True Blue that's on YouTube, showing what they do in the system. But why hasn't it worked as big as it did the first 10 weeks, and how could we build on success is going to be really important. Thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you for your remarks. Our final speaker today will be Elizabeth Valdez.
My name is Elizabeth Valdez, and I am the Systems Advocate for BCID. The on-demand program has given me unlimited freedom when it comes to traveling, like going to appointments or going to work, or if my boss asks me to attend an event at the last minute. As a person with a disability, it is important to be able to move around independently, accompanied with affordability. People that reside in the outer boroughs will suffer the most because of the associated increased price changes. And it is well known that the majority of people that are disabled are of low income. The only flexibility to this program is that you can call for transportation on demand. However, these new changes will hurt the very people that it was intended to help, and I urge you to keep the services as is.
Thank you for your remarks. That concludes our public comment session.
Thank you to all our speakers. I'll now entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the June 2023 meeting. Second? All those in favor? Oh, wait a minute, Andrew, we have a correction?
Yes, there's a correction on page 43. Chris Greif's name is misspelled. It should be Greif. No T at the end.
Got it, okay. So can I have a motion to accept the minutes as amended? Motion second? David, okay. All those in favor? Against? Motion carries. Rich, do we have any changes to the work plan?
We don't, but I do want to note that the financial reports will be distributed through the director's desk and posted on the website before the end of the month because this meeting was earlier than usual, 1 week earlier. Their financial reports usually don't close out until later in the month. So those are coming for those who are looking for it.
Okay, so now I think we're going to go out of order and have Chief Kempler make his report.
That's right. There was a question earlier about Chief Kemper's whereabouts. I want to note that he has been on hold for an hour after attending the new commissioner's announcement earlier this morning. So, Chief, thank you very much for hanging in there with us. And I know you had some important remarks. So the chair and I wanted you to go first. So, please.
Are you still in the Bronx, Chief?
Thank you. Could you hear me?
Yes.
I just left the Bronx. I'm actually in Manhattan right now. But
Great.
first of all, good afternoon, Chair Mahalsis and President Davey and members of the board and President Davey and Chair. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak via Zoom today. I physically could not be there. As mentioned, I just left the Bronx where the mayor announced a new police commissioner just a short while ago. Police Commissioner Eddie Caban, who's a good man and who will no doubt do extraordinary things for New York City. And we are certainly in good hands with him leading the NYPD. But as I've repeatedly stated, it's an honor for me to hold this position as the NYPD Chief of Transit and to be able to work alongside and represent the greatest cops in the world. It's also an honor to work alongside amazing people and great partners at the MTA in our daily 24/7 efforts in securing the New York City subway system, an iconic, world-renowned subway system that is truly the lifeblood of our city. Each day, millions of riders depend upon and use our subway system as a means of transport, a means to transport them to work, to school, to events, to visit family members, and so much more. And as we've repeatedly stated, our riders deserve a safe experience, to be safe and to feel safe. Make no mistake about it, New York City cops remain steadfast and are committed to enforcing the law, preserving peace, protecting people, reducing fear, and maintaining order in the New York City subway system. Public safety continues to be Mayor Adams and this administration's top priority. Year to date, overall major crime is down 5% in the subway system when compared to last year. Most notably, robberies are down 14.2%. Rapes are down 43%. Felony assault is down 1.6%. And grand larceny, the crime that accounts for just under 50% of all crime in the subway system, is also down. We are averaging 6 index crimes a day this year in a system that is so expansive, so complex, and is used by upwards of 4+ million paid riders a day. Crime in the subway system this year accounts for 1.7% of all crime citywide. And when comparing overall crime this year to pre-pandemic year 2019, we are down over 6.5%. Although our crime stats are extremely important to us and we are very encouraged by them, we recognize that we still have a lot of work to do. I want to be clear. One crime is one crime too many. No one should be victimized. And I also want to be clear. We are fully aware of the perception and fear that many New Yorkers have in relation to using the subway system. This is a very real concern to many people, and this is a challenge we are facing and working hard to combat. Our strong uniform presence throughout the entire city, in every neighborhood, with the train station, on every train line remains intact, with cops assigned to train patrols, platforms, mezzanines, and turnstiles. In addition, your cops are working very hard this year, with enforcement efforts in the subway system up dramatically this year. For example, this year, overall arrests in the subway system are up 52.4%. This 52+% increase represents 2,410 more arrests this year versus last year. Every borough and every district encompassing every neighborhood is showing increases. This holds true with tab summonses and criminal court summonses as well, with tab summonses up over 57% this year and criminal court summonses up 61% this year. In large part, those are the summonses issued for the quality of life offenses that upset our riders. For example, smoking, disorderly conduct, outstretched on seats, urinating, etc. A key component to our overall strategy is our increased presence at turnstiles, the first and last place a rider passes when entering and exiting a subway station, an area where the tone of law and order in our system begins and ends. Cops are assigned to turnstiles in every district, in every neighborhood with a subway station throughout the entire city. Their presence carries value in deterring crime, providing our riders a sense of security and a feeling of safety, medical assistance if needed, directions, and it ensures our riders enter the system properly, legally. Our presence at turnstiles also helps to deter unlawful and criminal activity and leads to the recovery of illegally possessed weapons and people with active warrants for their arrest. This year alone, at the turnstiles, through fare evasion enforcement, we have recovered over 200 illegally possessed dangerous weapons, stopping them from entering our system and potentially inflicting harm to our riders. This includes over 175 knives and 13 loaded firearms. Again, all from fare evasion enforcement. Additionally, well over 40% of the individuals arrested for fare evasion this year possessed active warrants for their arrest. This includes people being actively sought for murder, robbery, felony assaults, weapons possessions, and other serious crimes. Our presence at turnstiles and our fare evasion enforcement is about addressing disorder, lawlessness, and behavior that weighs heavily on a rider's sense of security and safety. Riders should not walk into a station with the expectation of a free or unlawful ride. And absent exigent circumstances or unforeseen necessity, officers assigned to the turnstiles have been instructed and re-instructed to reinforce this very notion. Before I close, I would like to again take this opportunity to discuss the dangers associated with subway surfing, and I'll plead to anyone who is thinking of doing it. Our message is clear: don't do it. And I was paying close attention to the public speakers, and at least a couple of them brought up this very matter. Not only is subway surfing illegal, and you will be arrested if caught doing it, but it is extremely reckless and dangerous. People, mostly young teenagers, are senselessly being seriously injured, and some are literally losing their lives. From January to present, we've recorded 6 incidents of subway surfing that resulted in tragic outcomes, including 4 teenagers who lost their lives and 3 teenagers who suffered very serious, life-altering, debilitating injuries. The ages of the 4 teenagers who lost their lives are as follows: 16, 15, 14, and 14. Could you imagine? We are fully engaged in this matter, that I assure you. Our efforts to deter and stop subway surfing include intelligence gathering, investigations, deployment, arrests, and outreach. Our outreach includes, amongst so much more, working alongside our partners at the MTA, City Hall, other NYPD bureaus, and the Department of Education. At last month's committee meeting, I stated that we were in the process of creating a public service announcement on this very topic. Since then, this PSA was completed, has been released, and has generated media attention on this serious matter, a matter that is senseless and entirely avoidable. So to that, we again urge parents, guardians, and family members, speak to your children and family member. Explain to them the dangers associated with subway surfing. Explain to them that no amount of social media likes or attention is worth the devastation you will bring yourself and your family. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. I just have a question. Yesterday, I guess I was home watching a bit of TV. And everyone's talking about pickpocketers. Do we see an uptick in pickpocketers in the system?
So as far as pickpocketing, that would fall into the category of grand larceny. Okay. We're actually down in that crime for the year, but I think I mentioned it, or I alluded to it in my opening comments. That grand larceny either consists of pickpocketing or people leaving valuables valued at over $1,000. that type of crime accounts for just under 50% of all major felony crimes in the subway system. We've had success in arresting pickpockets. Look, I mean, these people are, some of them are experts, and some of them are very, very skilled in that crime. We have a pickpocket team that's a team of undercover plainclothes police officers assigned to the Transit Bureau whose sole mission is to work on deterring and arresting pickpockets, as is all our district offices, public safety, plainclothes teams, and the uniform officers. So although we're down marginally, it's a crime that we're definitely hyper-focused on this year.
Thank you, Chief. Any other questions for the Chief? If not, thank you again, Chief, and sorry for the delay, and looking forward to seeing you next month. Rich, you want to continue?
Thank you so much. Again, thank you for allowing me to call in on Zoom, and for anyone there who thinks I wasn't there, I am, and I'm here, we're committed, and that's that. Thank you very much, everyone. Be well.
All right, thank you.
We saw you on TV, Chief, so we
Yes,
know you were
we
there. Thank you, Chair. My remarks are going to be brief today because we have a number of, actually three special reports. The first is we'll give you an update as to what New York City Transit is doing around fare evasion, particularly on what the Blue Ribbon Commission's analysis and suggestions. Second is, as previously discussed at last month's board meeting, we have an update on the free bus pilot. Judy will provide some detail about the 5 routes that were selected, why, and how we're going forward with implementation. And finally, John Kaufman's here from Strategic Initiatives to talk about customer counts, which is, as you all know, the big biannual survey that we do, different from our monthly Pulse. Pulse only gets a couple thousand responses, but the customer count survey usually elicits over 100,000 responses, data rich. So bottom line is you're going to hear from me sparingly. So let me just pull up a couple of slides just to go through quickly. And I know, Q, you're going to give one as well, a quick update. So just a quick update on faster, cleaner, safer. We announced last year our North Star goal, as you all know, to get to 7 in 10 customers satisfied by June. 1 year down, 1 year to go in that goal. And we are moving in the right direction, obviously, with work to do. And we'll talk about that work in a moment. But so far, Subways is hovering around 60%, 6 out of 10 customers. Bus has been in the mid to high 60s. We can talk a little bit about some of the initiatives that Frank is underway with. And then paratransit continues to hover around that 70% goal as well. Obviously, I do want to acknowledge and continue to acknowledge the experience that, some of our customers on paratransit have, which is not positive. Folks in the audience express that. But, again, we're trying to strike a balance among e-hail and our traditional services to make sure everyone is getting a good ride. On faster service for our bus customers. So Able, we continue to talk about Able because in fact, it's been so impactful. So in the last several months, we've brought on 12 new Able routes, over the last year, for a total of 19. And as you can see, not only are bus speeds increasing in those routes, but almost as importantly, is collision rates are down significantly, which is why we've been, for example, hammering home the need with some of the advocates here for a more robust Fordham Road and other bus lanes in the city. But collision rates drop significantly in those areas. Frank and the team will talk a little bit about the priority routes in a moment, but the 29 routes are underperforming routes. We're already seeing customer satisfaction largely improve in those areas. People are actually seeing, their bus speeds increase, better customer service. The local bus redesign, I know we've continued to talk about Queens and Brooklyn, public process, which is so important. These things take time. But on the Bronx, we've certainly seen an increase, again, in both customer satisfaction and improvement as a result of the good work the bus team and the OP team have done in the Bronx last year. We're continuing to collaborate with the DOT, and so not only is it bus lanes, but transit signal prioritization, for example, better signage. Commissioner Rodriguez and his team continue to be strong partners with us to improve bus speeds. And then the MTA, we have been working with the NYPD on traffic enforcement initiatives. So this is something I know Frank is in particular very pleased with, but we've seen improvement. If you can see to the right side, maybe Frank, you want to just spend a minute or Les, just talking a little bit about some of the enforcement initiatives and how successful those have been in places where we don't have ABLE.
Yes, thank you, Rich. So, taking off from what we mentioned last committee, we are performing an MTA-led NYPD traffic initiative in several right-of-ways. Specifically, we began in March in Queens, and we expanded to the Bronx, and we will expand into Brooklyn early August. And it's been very successful. We're targeting illegally parked cars, dollar vans, and just unauthorized persons in our busways and bus lanes. Year to date, June to date, since March, we've issued 6,300 tickets and 40 arrests and over 450 moving violations. But I think a really sign of the success to this is that specifically in June, in 5 of the major corridors in Jamaica Center, where we've given out a lot of tickets, I want to say we've only given out 220 tickets in June, which really is a testament to the success. We're not here only just to give out tickets, right? The enforcement is to change behavior and to speed up our service, and it's doing both. So a big shout out to the buses road operations team who spearheaded this effort, and to NYPD, the several precincts who have been jumped in and are really putting resources towards us. So thanks.
Thanks, Frank. And the other point here on the slide is just to show, again, thanks to Frank and the team focusing on the 25 priority routes, we're seeing success. So 62% of those routes have performed improvement in 3 or more categories, and we're seeing an increase in customer satisfaction as well. So again, we're seeing early results. This is just something we kicked off 2 or 3 months ago. So a lot of work to be done, but certainly our customers are noticing. On faster service, not to be outdone, Subways is also the speed team, whose work continues. 873 signal tests were performed from January to June. This is to make sure that, for example, the signal timers are working appropriately. Here, it's every second counts. And since the inception of this program, 376 civil speed increases have been made on the Flushing, Brighton, and White Plains lines. So a lot happening, and I just want to, again, call out Demetrius and team for safely, and I want to emphasize that, safely improving the speeds on our system. Now, as mentioned earlier, we did announce and implement new service, enhanced service in the G, J, and M lines this past July. We, again, want to thank Governor Hochul and the legislature providing us the resources to add additional service. And by the way, most other major transit systems in America are cutting service, okay? And I do want to, in particular, push back on some remarks earlier about how, with congestion pricing, we won't be ready. Nothing could be further from the truth. We are running 100% pre-COVID service and adding more service, as you can see in August, for 75 to 80% of our customer base. We have capacity, and so the estimated 28,000 or so folks who we hope will shift from cars to transit once congestion pricing occurs, come. We are ready for you. We have the room. Our cars are cold. They'll be hot in the winter. They're cold now. I'm telling you, we're excited to see you soon. But coming in August, we have on Monday the 7th, additional service on the C line. Saturday the 12th, we'll do additional weekend service on the 1 on the 6th. And then at the end of August, the N and the R as well. So we're, again, continuing to add service thanks to the governor and the legislature for those resources. And I just have to say, again, having been in other places and observed other places, it is a testament to all the work the board, MTA leadership, and our political leadership to give us the resources to add service while other systems are not. I stole one slide from John, but it was, I thought, important to note on the cleaner side. So, we have been renovating our stations over the last several months. And again, customers are noticing. So for these stations here we've listed, we're looking at the fall customer survey and then what John will talk about momentarily. And for most of these stations, in fact, I think all but one, we are moving the dial. Customers are seeing and feeling at their stations a brighter, cleaner experience. So I think to the extent, if we ever had to consider whether or not this is working and whether we should continue, this proof is in the pudding that certainly our customers are noticing. So kudos to the stations team for all their work. And then Q, I wanted to have you have a quick opportunity to just talk a little bit about accessibility as well. So I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks so much, Rich. As we heard earlier in the day, this month we're celebrating the 33rd anniversary of the signing of the ADA. July is Disability Pride Month, and I want to extend a shout out and a huge thanks to you, Rich, and your entire team for all that we're doing throughout New York City Transit to enhance accessibility. On Omni expansion, we have successfully launched Omni for customers with reduced fare, customers with disabilities, a population of about 1.5 million people who now have access to Omni, the first in the nation of an open loop system for these customers to have parity with our other riders and how they get to pay. So thank you so much to the entire Omni team for that. Paratransit's coming up with our pilot for Omni later on this summer. On subways, Demetrius and his team continue to out-deliver our goals and enhance system-wide accessibility with our tactile warning strips and having a system-wide approach for installing tactiles at all remaining platforms between Demetrius' team and our partners in C&D. The whiteout gates continues to be a success, reducing the number of people fare evading with those addition of those WAGs that we have where we used to have a slam gate. We see at Subfin over 2,000 people are coming through paying for that entry where they used to just walk right through. We're seeing station agents out of booth being a huge success, not only from our customers who are telling us how much they appreciate being greeted, getting more information from someone who's not behind the glass, but from our employees who tell us how much they enjoy being able to give that extra service. As we heard earlier from one of our public speakers, our elevator performance data has risen, and we are doing a lot better than we were doing. We heard from Christopher D. Greif earlier about the relationship that we have with third-party operators like the Port Authorities and private elevator folks who really impact the service that we're able to give our customers. We're seeing that service increase because, like our customers, we are also coming after those bad actors, and we expect for them to deliver as good as we do, if not better. And of course, Frank and his team continue to be great partners for accessibility, continuing to move New Yorkers with disabilities 24/7 every day with the first fully accessible bus fleet in the nation, and moving people with disabilities since before the signing of the ADA. Over 800 buses with an additional flexible seating, over 8 seats that flip up for customers who need that space with a guide dog, a stroller, a space for luggage, what it may be. And of course, on strollers, over 1,000 buses have been retrofitted to accommodate for our open stroller program here with about 57 routes being serviced. So thank you, Frank, for continuing to move the dial on accessibility. And Chris, I really couldn't ask for a better partner than the work that you and your team do on paratransit. Really a Herculean act of moving more than 30,000 trips a day for customers with disabilities. It's really the largest paratransit program in the world. And we heard a lot from our speakers before, but it's like the mayor likes to say about that guy who was getting his portrait painted, his face painted with a scar on his face. And he told the painter, "Don't forget the rest of my face. Yes, I do have a scar, but don't forget the rest of me." We hear a lot from our customers, and we are by no means resting on our laurels. We know that we have a lot room for improvement and room to grow, but we are doing a damn good job moving customers with disabilities every day here in New York City. So thank you, Chris, for continuing to move the needle in paratransit and leveraging technology to do so. Having more customers being able to reserve those trips on an app so that they don't have to call. Having more customers with a pilot see a photo of their driver, like we do in some ride-hail services out there. And in blue and white vehicles, over 75% of those customers are by themselves, much like a taxi service. We are no longer seeing that tour of the boroughs, that circuitous trips. E-hail aside, blue and white dedicated service, you still have customers riding by themselves, which is an amazing, amazing service delivery that Chris continues to provide. So thank you so much, Chris, and to the entire team for really enhancing accessibility system-wide. Rich, thank you.
Thank you, Q. Any questions for Richard Q before we move on? If not, we'll move on to fair compliance.
Thank you, Chair. We'll pull up another brief deck. So I'll tee it up, and then we'll ask Frank and Demetrius just to talk a little bit about what we're doing in both bus and subway. But suffice to say, I've been given the slides to say fare evasion's a problem. I don't think that requires lots of debate or time, but certainly, MTA and between subways and buses, we lost about $600 million last year. That is unacceptable by any measure, and it is certainly unacceptable for our fare-paying customers who have told us here, as you can see, for example, I feel like a sucker for paying. It's incumbent upon us to do everything we can possibly do, and I think the Blue Ribbon Commission gave us a very good blueprint, if you will, on things that we could be doing. We didn't wait for that to come out. We were already working on a number of initiatives, a couple new ones we'll talk about today in particular. But suffice to say, it's an important part of our job to ensure that for the hardworking New Yorkers who are paying their fare every day, we need to make sure that those who aren't are. And for example, those who might struggle with paying for the fare, letting them know that there are, equitable opportunities to pay. So, the city raised the fare eligibility earlier this month from 100 to 120% of the federal poverty line. We applaud that, both the mayor and the city council for pushing that forward. We're going to do our part to make sure that New Yorkers know about this program. There are still hundreds of thousands who are eligible but have not enrolled and under the previous poverty line. Now, with the new change, there'll be additional New Yorkers that qualify. We will be pushing that pretty hard. And in addition, now we're also accepting the ID NYC as another official form of identification for our reduced fare program. Our station agents are now equipped with the knowledge of what these new fare products are and encouraging folks on how to apply. And then again, the city has worked with us. They've joined me at the transit talks, which we have about twice a month, and they're at Coney Island at the Customer Service Center now, I think about once a month to take enrollment as well. So just really appreciate the partnership we have with the city to make sure New Yorkers understand that if they are struggling to afford the base fare, that there are opportunities to reduce that and pay their fair share as well. Frank, I'll let you talk a little bit about what we're about to embark on in bus.
Okay, thank you, Rich. So this summer, we will implement an education, equity, and an effective enforcement approach to address bus fare evasion. The goals will be to improve customer awareness of the opportunities to pay lower fares, raise visibility, and improve the equity of fare evasion inspections on buses in all 5 boroughs, and increase the effectiveness overall of our Eagle team. In preparation, as recommended by the Blue Ribbon Panel, using data analysis, we have identified several bus stop hubs we will begin targeting. We are training our Eagle team agents to engage our customers on different fare programs and payment methods. As we begin at each bus stop hubs, and we'll deploy throughout across the system, a few at a time, the first 30 days at minimum at each hub will be engagement, outreach, and education only. The first week that we deploy at each respective hub, we will host a transit talk event that Rich mentioned, and which includes members of Rich's executive team, GCR, our customer team, and several members from the city. When enforcement begins, post 30 days, after the customer outreach, we will deploy a high concentration of Eagle team inspectors to bus stop hubs to enforce both local and SBS routes for approximately 3 months. This will include the partnering with NYPD, who has committed to send resources to ensure the safety of our inspectors, our bus operators, and the public. And we will be evaluating the success of this through, lasting behavioral changes that we see and tracking our key performance indicators such as fare evasion, ridership, and incidents. This is a joint effort between the transit team, Department of Buses, Eagle team, Department of Security, our customer team, Government Community Relations, Traffic Checker team, the Omni Marketing team, headquarters, analytics team, and finally, several city agencies. So we look forward to embarking on this effort. Thank you.
I'm going to kick it now to Demetrius to talk a little bit about a number of again, initiatives that he and his team have kicked off in subways. D?
Thank you, Rich. So earlier in the presentation, Rich noted that around $600 million we've been losing last year for fare evasion. About $285 million of that was on the subway side. And it's estimated that 16% of that $285 million, so $45.6 million, comes by way of turnstile backcocking. We've all seen it. Someone pulls back on the bar just far enough to step over it when reversing to go to the forward direction. To show the ingenuity of our in-house team within EMD, they saw this as a challenge and they initiated a project to stop it. And they successfully engineered a solution to the locking mechanism of the turnstile that stops the gear from turning fully. This modification restricts the back turn of the turnstile and closes the gap that people regularly use to evade the fare. So we will show you. I don't know how to do this. This is an example of what it was like before.
This is a man who can't afford it in his designer shoes, his $1,000 cell phone, and his Hermes tie.
And what it looks like now after we've modified the turnstile.
This is only a $900 phone with a designer backpack. Whoops.
So we started a soft launch of the project, installing at 26 turnstiles, and we monitored it from March to June. We plan to integrate in 240 more modification of the turnstiles through September of this year. We're estimating that the remaining 3,479 turnstiles will be modified roughly over a 2-year period. And I talked about earlier, 16%, $45.6 million. It'll probably cost us about just under $2 million to do this modification. And even if we get a portion of that back, it will save the company a ton of money. But as you can see, it definitely works. It stops them. It doesn't stop them from seeking other means of fare evading, but it definitely does stop the backcocking.
We have some questions.
Do you want to wait
Andrew,
till after the presentation?
yeah,
or-
why don't we wait until Demetrius is done? Okay.
All right. So another thing that we're doing, if you look on the left, you'll see we're also working with our partners in C&D to explore additional design changes that address fare evasion. This includes a short-term fixes to deter jumping over. To the left, you'll see the turnstile sleeves that add height to the arm itself. And to the right, you'll see panels that we're currently working on, which will be installed to prevent people from hoisting themselves up and vaulting over the turnstile itself. For gate locks, we noticed a large number of people, both internal and external, were in possession of a 1620 key, which is a key that had previously been used to open the gate by emergency services. It was possible to take the key into any hardware store and have it duplicated. So we removed all of the locks that had previously been 1620 keys and installed caps over them. This prevents all of the unauthorized users from having access to the system that already had previously had access to them. Now, we've already, since doing this, we've done this throughout the system now. Since doing this, we've had a number of people come up to the station agent saying, my key isn't working to access the system. And so we ask for their identification, and the conversation usually stops at that point. So at least that's another method that we're taking. Our partners at FDNY have sole access to the new keys, and those keys cannot be duplicated. Another initiative that we've undertaken between EMD and stations working together is the inspection of all the gate magnets throughout the system that that were no longer strong enough to keep the gates closed or open with light pressure applied. We recognize that after doing so, there are a number of modifications that some of the vandals are making to the gates, so it does require us to continually re-inspect the locations because of the type of fare evasion, whether it's putting tape over the magnets themselves. There are some things that we have to continue to inspect. On delayed egress, in collaboration with C&D, we're also working on an effort to reduce the use of exit gates for non-emergencies by seeking a variance from the state to implement a delay to the gates and select stations where it's safe to do so. And also, with the support of C&D, we'll be performing controlled testing to inform the future pilots of these locations. Lastly, on gate guards, kudos to Bobby Deal and Ken Tobin for their great work on security. They've taken on this project from inception to now being deployed at as many as 33 stations. That initiative has brought approximately $11.9 million in net revenue, which is revenue that exceeds the cost of deploying the gate guards. Now on Whiteout Gate, this March we installed our first WAG at Atlantic Avenue Barclay Center, and Sutphin Archer came soon afterwards. This was an initiative with accessibility in mind and has offered travelers, families, and strollers with those with accessibility needs the ability to enter the system more simply. With more than 2,000 customers using the gates daily, we are measuring how much demand there is for this kind of technology. We expect similar style gates of narrow widths to be installed at the remainder of the fare arrays at Sutphin by the end of the summer. And we're also looking to add 2 more ADA locations to the WAG pilot for this fall. One key element to note is that more ADA locations to the WAG pilot one key to note is we're continuing to explore the implementation of design elements and improvements to help deter fare evasion. So I'm sure we've all seen that there are a number of videos out there that show folks trying to find ways to evade the fare with these new systems. So we are incorporating that in our designs going forward, and we're waiting for those designs to be incorporated before rolling out additional locations. And lastly, in the long term, we're thinking about next generation fare gates, including a planned RFI, which will be released later this year. We will take the time to look at what we've learned from the WAG pilot to refine the design, the specifications as needed for our environment, and we're partnering with C&D in advance of this process. That's all I have.
Demetrius, I have a quick question before I take questions from the committee.
Sure.
Can you go back one slide where you said you have to go to code variance from the state? What code variance request do we need?
So currently, when at most stations, you have the exit bar that has to be pushed immediately for a person to exit the gate. Most people will take that exit as a matter of convenience. They don't want to wait at the turnstile. But it is not. The problem is that's usually a fare evasion key point. People will wait at that gate. It is not required except in an emergency in certain locations. So we're requesting a variance to pilot using certain locations where the bar, when you press it, it will delay, which will generally send the customers to a different location. They would rather not wait at that location if it's going to delay exiting.
And why from the state and not the city?
I believe it's tied. I'm not positive. I'll have to get back to you on that.
All right, thank you. All right. Andrew, then Randy, then David.
Thank you.
Great presentation, by the way, both Frank and Demetrius. Sorry.
Thanks for this, Demetrius. On the stations where you're doing the work to stop backhocking of turnstiles, putting an arm on and all of that, is every set of turnstiles at a given station being treated with the same treatment so that people won't just go from one set of turnstiles to the other to complete their fare evasion?
So on the backhocking, we started at locations that we could monitor fully ourselves.
We're not going to disclose those locations, right?
No, I don't want that.
No. And so we did do the entire fair array in those locations, and we'll be doing them in entire clips. The design efforts for the fin and the side panels are still underway, so we won't be doing them in conjunction with the back.
But I was getting at, if somebody finds they can't backcock and walk through, you know, at the northern end of a station, would they just walk to the other end and try it? So I'm asking if you're doing all sets of turnstiles in a given station.
Yes, they're being rolled out together.
Great, thank you.
It's very encouraging to see that you're doing something. Is it, without going into too much detail, is it a very labor-intensive thing to do, or is it something that can be done quickly? And if so, what would stop it from rolling them out to more stations in a more timely manner than the period of time that you mentioned?
So we're talking about the backcocking. It requires the arm itself to be removed. We're doing this. This isn't a whole new crew being hired. We're working with the existing resources that we have. So we could probably expedite it if we hired additional folks, but we don't have the additional resources to hire people for this project.
So it's not like something that you can prepare ahead of time and you just bring it in, you plop it onto the thing and go?
So they're the same resources that maintain our MVMs, our current turnstiles. So they've been planning for every weekend they've been going out to do the work.
Thank you.
David.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to praise this report and the effort that went into it. I was part of the group, so it's like self-praise. Yeah, so, but I particularly want to draw some of the board members' attention to the fact 6 years ago when I joined this board, the overwhelming focus in terms of fare evasion stops and arrests were in black and brown communities. This report and the evolution here by NYPD and others to recognize that this is a system-wide problem that has to be addressed in every station, and there can't be areas that are considered sacrosanct. Obviously, the majority of fare evasion loss is in buses. I won't criticize my friends in Staten Island, but it has one of the highest rates of fare evasion anywhere, but very few efforts at enforcement up until now. So the fact that the system is starting to recognize that this is endemic not only to the very poorest neighborhoods, but also to more advantaged neighborhoods, as we saw in some of the people trying to get through, is a real step forward in terms of giving a sense that there's going to be equity in the system in terms of how enforcement goes ahead. I also, pushed, and I think there's been recognition of using non-armed personnel in front of fare gates. Not only does it have a deterrent effect, someone in a uniform, just like meter people and the rest I've been talking about, does have an immediate effect in people saying, well, I'm not going to do that, there's someone watching. But also it avoids potential catastrophe for both the perpetrator, but also for the NYPD getting into, we've seen it in subway surfing, teenagers and the rest do not necessarily have good sense. And anything we can do to avoid catastrophic outcomes is something I think we should push for in terms of restricting and stopping fare evasion. But I'd like to thank the leadership of the MTA and the NYPD in starting to make this move to a different kind of enforcement.
Thank you, David. Sharif.
So I too would like to lend my voice to commend the team here for taking quick action to move on some of the recommendations of the panel. I think, pleased to see movement on a number of fronts. So kudos to the team, and I see that Jeremy is here as well, and kudos to him. I know he spent a lot of time on this panel and the work that came out of it. A few questions. On the buses, the Eagle teams, how many do you expect that you will hire up, and how many local routes? Are you going to redeploy any from SBS in the short term until you hire up to the local routes? I do have a couple of others. Maybe I'll just throw them out. On the gate guards, also, how many, and do they rotate in terms of the gate guards, the slam gate guards? Because I realize that in some stations may not be as heavily trafficked, but certainly see in my travels some problems that we have there, but I certainly don't see the orange vests. And have you heard of any confrontations? I know that there was a highly publicized incident of some confrontations with some of the civilian guards. Are you hearing any of that on the ground with respect to the guards that have been deployed? And then last question, on the slam gates, great to see that. I understand we have an application pending before the state. When you say that there are certain stations that can do this, just curious about the criteria. I mean, I imagine it's if there's trouble with egress with respect to space. So just curious about the criteria and really how many stations could you actually get to? Because I think it's a great solution and would love to see how far we can push on that. Thank you.
Let me take those. I'll take them all. On the bus stop question, so we've identified, I think, approximately 20 hubs, if you will, of areas where there are multiple bus stops, so we can be addressing multiple, bus routes, if you will, at the same time. And we've looked at that through a number of lenses, including the equity lens that Board Member Jones mentioned, which was foremost in our mind because, as we have seen and we have all observed, fare evasion is an issue across the city in all 5 boroughs. So the idea, I think, is that we would only be doing probably 2 or 3 hubs at a time, just because of the resource question you asked. In anticipation of this program being rolled out, we have been hiring Eagle team members up. I think our goal was to hire approximately 50. Is that yes or no? 70? And so that process is underway. And I do want to call out NYPD and Transit and the chief in particular. They have said that they would support us having police in the area, so not as the primary enforcement, but if there is an issue, we obviously had an issue 2 months ago with our Eagle team actually being shot at by a fare evader on SBS, but this will be local bus. We're focused on local bus. So that on bus to that question. Your second question was? Now I forget, sorry. I talked too long.
No problem. On the gate guards.
The gate guards. So we do rotate. I think the theory, what we've seen is it takes probably a couple of months to really ingrain behavior change. And so we've typically kept the gate guards at a station minimum 8 weeks, sometimes longer. I don't have the data in front of me, but the last time we ran this data, we still believe that the guards are paying for themselves and then some. That is still a net revenue add. Obviously, it's hard to prove a negative, right? Would someone have paid or not, as the case may be, but just looking at the historicals for the number of stations that we've done, we're pretty confident of that. But I would say we rotate them, again, every couple of months where we see behavior change. And then again, we look at those statistics in particular, including what you'll hear from John in a moment, which is customer satisfaction. If our customers are saying fare evasion is particularly high at a station, or if there's unease about the environment, I think also having that orange vest, as Board Member Jones said, is not only about fare evasion, but it's also just a sense of safety. Last question. Sorry, Sharif.
Last question. I will do it separately next time. The slam gates and the variants pending before the state, and basically just curious about the characteristics, because we want to take it all the way to as many stations as possible, but what would make a station sort of not ideal?
Yeah, I think that one we'll have to get back to you. That one in particular, our colleagues in C&D have been leading for that variance, but I think as you described it, the characteristics are correct. It's a fire code question and one where egress needs to be thought through. Obviously, I also think we're thinking about, can our station agents potentially play a role? Are there ways to automate gates in the future? I will tell you, for example, in my previous experience in a different city, when we had the WAG-like gates out, if a fire alarm was pulled in that station, the gates would open, right? So, there are, I think, ways as we adopt new technologies in the future to address the important egress question. But we can get you some more details about. But your nose and the characteristics is correct.
Andrew, and then Midori, did you have a question or no? Go ahead, Andrew.
No. So on the issue of the gate, the turnstile watchers, whether they're in orange or they're not, just having someone there, and the new gates that you described at Sutphin Archer, has any investigation been done on just immediately adjoining stations, like with all of this attention at Sutphin Archer, has it picked up at Parsons Archer, just a few blocks away?
We do look at that. We also look, in particular, I think one thing we've really looked at is whether our professional swipers have moved around, if you will. And so I think that's something I'm looking at, Pat and our security team, that's something we do look at, Andrew, pretty clearly. I think the question of whether a customer doesn't, will leave the station and go walk 2 blocks, that's a little harder for us. But we're really looking at those sort of professional swipers we know are out there.
Thank you.
And Midori, did you have a question?
No, I'm okay. Got
okay.
it.
All right. All right. Well, thank you, gentlemen and team and everyone for all the hard work. And I echo what David Jones said before. This is a long time coming, and look forward to hearing how this is going to help us recoup that $600 million in fare evasion that we've lost. I think we're moving on to Judy now, right?
Good afternoon. As Rich mentioned earlier, last month the board approved the fare-free bus pilot, and today I'm going to talk through the routes that we have selected for the pilot and talk briefly about the criteria that we use to select those routes. But before I do that, I just want to quickly review the purpose and the parameters of the fare-free pilot. So, as stated in the legislation, to understand the impact of fare-free bus routes, we're going to be looking at ridership, paid and unpaid, quality of life issues, bus speed performance, operations, and other issues as the MTA deems relevant. As stated in the legislation, the pilot is to include 5 fare-free local bus routes, 1 in each borough. The cost cannot exceed more than $15 million in net operating costs, and that would include revenue loss as well as implementation costs. And the board approved it on June 27th. And we will meet the requirement to implement within 90 days of board adoption by implementing it on September 24th. Just want to reiterate and note that the fare-free bus routes shall revert to regular revenue service 6 to 12 months after the fare-free bus pilot program begins. We'll be doing an evaluation at the 6-month mark and at the program's conclusion. As noted last month, as a companion to the fare-free bus pilot, paratransit trips for customers who begin and end their trip within 3/4 of a mile of each of the individual fare-free route areas will also be fare-free. This is what other transit agencies did in Boston, Rhode Island, Utah, and Kansas City. They made these paratransit trips free within a similar catchment area of their fare-free bus routes. So moving on to our selection criteria. In selecting the fare-free routes, we used the criteria in the legislation, which was ridership, paid and unpaid, service adequacy, equity for low-income and economically disadvantaged communities, and access to employment and commercial activity. In addition, we wanted to minimize the overlap with other bus and subway routes, primarily to limit riders' confusion in determining whether the bus they were getting on was free or not, but also to minimize significant ridership shifts to the fare-free routes that could lead to overcrowding or operational issues. We also needed to ensure that the bus routes we selected had buses that were equipped with automatic passenger counters, or APCs, so that we can monitor the ridership easily. And then we wanted to, on the selected routes, have some available capacity to address potential ridership increases. Using these criteria, we evaluated all the non-express bus routes in the city, which numbers over 250 routes. Most local routes have significant overlap with other bus routes, which significantly narrowed down the number of routes that we would consider. And then we applied the other criteria, which led us to select the 5 routes that I'm going to talk to you now about. So in the Bronx, we selected the BX18 A and B route, which is located in the western part of the Bronx. The BX18A route operates in a counterclockwise loop from East 170th Street at Grand Concourse up McCombs Road to the Morris Heights neighborhood, then down Underwood Avenue to Highbridge, and then back to East 170th Street and Grand Concourse. The BX18B makes a clockwise loop, operating mostly on the same roads, except it goes up Sedgwick Avenue rather than down Underwood. Both of these loop routes connect to the number 4 train at Jerome Avenue and East 170th Street, and the B&D trains at Grand Concourse. So in terms of average daily ridership, this includes paid and unpaid riders. About 4,500 riders use this route. It has significant available capacity, 59%, and the route is entirely in an equity area. Major employers include the Bronx Lebanon Hospital Center and the Bronx Community College. So there's a lot of information on these route profile slides. We'll make this presentation available to you so you can review it closely. Just in terms of frequency, I'll say that for peak hour frequencies, it's 10 minutes on this route.
Judy, I think you, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you counted how many people use these routes currently?
Correct.
Okay.
These are numbers from November 2022, and as I said, we did incorporate unpaid riders as well.
Okay.
So in Brooklyn, we selected the B60 route. This route operates between Canarsie and Williamsburg. It also serves the Brownsville, Ocean Hill, and Bushwick neighborhoods. It connects to several subway and bus routes. In terms of riders, the average daily ridership is approximately 10,200. Available capacity is 37%, and this route also is 100% in equity areas. Major employers include Brookdale University Hospital and Medical Center, Wyckoff Heights Medical Center, and the New York City Health and Hospitals Woodhull Hospital. It also connects to several subway lines and other bus routes, and it has a peak hour frequency of 8 to 10 minutes. So in Manhattan, we selected the M116 Crosstown route in northern Manhattan. It operates between Broadway and West 106th Street, then goes up Manhattan Avenue and across 116th Street, serving Central Harlem and East Harlem. In terms of ridership, it has approximately 10,400 daily riders, available capacity of 27%. 88% of the route is in an equity area, and major employers include St. Luke's Roosevelt Hospital Center, Columbia University, and the East River Plaza Mall. Peak hour frequencies range between 5 and 8 minutes. And in Queens, we selected the Q4 route. This route's located in the southeastern part of Queens and operates between Cambria Heights, near the Nassau border, to Jamaica Center, the Parsons Archer station. It operates primarily on Linden Boulevard, Merritt Boulevard, and Archer Avenue. And as I said, it goes to the Parsons Archer station where it connects to the E, J, and M trains. This route also serves a Long Island, what? Z. Thank you, Andrew. I misspoke. It also serves a Long Island Railroad station at St. Albans. And we're particularly interested to see if folks will change their behavior and maybe take this bus to the Long Island Railroad. On an average weekday, it carries approximately 9,900 riders. It has 40% available capacity, and 99% of the route is in an equity area. Major employers include Jamaica Center, York College, and the St. Albans VA Hospital. Its peak hour frequencies range between 9 and 10 minutes. And lastly, in Staten Island, we selected the S46/96. The 96 is a limited stop route that overlies the 46 route that operates during peak periods in the peak direction. This route operates between St. George Ferry Terminal to the West Shore Plaza Shopping Mall, primarily operating on Castleton Avenue and South Avenue. It serves the Staten Island Ferry and SIR. Ridership, average daily ridership is approximately 8,900. It has available capacity, 48%, and 61% of the route is in an equity area. Major employers include New York Empire Outlets, Richmond University Medical Center, the West Shore Plaza Shopping Mall, and the Forest Promenade Shopping Plaza, as well as the Staten Island Teleport. On the S46, its peak hour frequencies range between 6 and 10 minutes. So this was kind of discussed a little bit last month about branding and how we're going to brand the buses and the bus stops to ensure that folks understand whether the bus is fare-free. At every bus stop on these routes in the guide-a-ride, there's going to be a panel indicating that the bus is fare-free. We're going to be using green and black destination signs, as you see here in the photo. So the route will be listed, will be always displayed, but then it will cycle between a fare-free message and the destination of the bus. We're going to have removable window signage or decals inside the bus, removable decals covering onboard fare information, and removable covers on the MetroCard fare box and the Omni readers. So I just want to highlight that this bus branding can easily be changed out in a matter of minutes so that the bus can be available to operate on non-fare-free bus routes, since many buses frequently operate on multiple routes each day. I think Rich last month talked about how we didn't want to create these micro fleets because we just, that would just really increase our bus requirements, and it's something that we just really don't have those buses to do. So in terms of evaluation, clearly we want to evaluate and learn from the pilot, and we're going to be looking at several criteria as part of that. In the legislation, they specifically say that we need to look at ridership, fare evasion, scheduled service levels, performance metrics, including percent of service delivered, bus speeds, customer journey time performance, weight assessment, additional bus stop time, as well as additional travel time. We're also going to be looking at costs by route. And there's a few things that we added. We want to look at the quality of life issues, particularly safety and security for customers and our employees. And we really want to understand the ridership changes. we want to know if there's growth on these routes. Where is that growth coming from? Is it coming from non-fare free routes, or is it coming from people who previously made the trip by walking, biking, or driving? Or are they making trips that they just never made before? When we look at this data, we're going to be comparing this at the route segment level, particularly where we've got segments of the route that overlap with other bus routes. We'll be looking at the route level. We'll be looking at adjacent routes, and we'll be taking this data and comparing it at the borough level and at the system-wide level. Next steps, marketing. We're still working on our marketing plan, but we will have a microsite on our website detailing the pilot. We're going to be conducting pre-implementation surveys in September so that we can learn about our current riders and what kind of trips that they're making. Frank and his team are working on implementation. They plan to have some extra supervision out there and some extra buses on hand to address potential crowding and operational issues, particularly at the start of the pilot. For the 6-month evaluation, we're going to be doing some post-implementation surveys to follow up on the information, the previous information, and find out what people's trip purposes are and if, what their previous travel modes were. So at this point, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
So Judy, again, thank you for going through a very detailed presentation. I'm assuming this is going to start right after Labor Day?
It starts September 24th. We needed
September
a little
24th.
time.
Okay.
We didn't want to do the pre-implementation surveys in August. So we'll be starting those in September and then kicking off the pilot September 24th.
After the Jewish holidays, I'm assuming? Well, who knows? Anyway. And I guess take it to the end of March, right? That's the 6 months?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Questions? Andrew, then Randy.
Thanks for
Then
the
Midori. I'm
presentation,
sorry.
Judy. You showed signage at bus stops, but you didn't show on-board signage where there might be a sign that would say, congrats, you're riding on our test of a free bus. Please remember you have to pay on all connections, or words to that effect. Will there be signage within the bus?
I mean, that's something we can look into. Where there's going to be, when they walk on the bus, they'll see that it's a free bus. But in terms of the transfer information, I know we'll put that on our website. But as I say, in terms of our marketing materials, we're still working on it. But you're right, riders will have to pay when they transfer.
And speaking of that, transfers, will you be monitoring where these buses have transfers to other routes and or subways to make sure that fares are not being evaded when they make the transfers?
I think that,
to look at that, obviously.
Yes, that's certainly something that we do want to look at.
Thank you.
Interesting presentation, thank you. On the signs where it says fare free, is it possible to put an ending date, since you've told us it's going to be whatever day, so people can get into their mind that this free service is only going to be until, you could add that wording?
Actually, on the front of the bus, where it says fare free, it says ends March 30th,
Okay, I looked at the
2024.
Okay, and Yom Kippur begins the 24th at night.
Okay, thank you. Midori.
Hi, thank you, Judy, so much for the presentation. Obviously, this is the first time the MTA is doing this, and so this is something new for you all, so much appreciated. I have a question regarding the routes. I think that a couple of times you invoked the words equity area, and I believe when it came to the Bronx bus redesign update, you also invoked that word. And I had asked kind of for definitions and what that really means, because that does go beyond Title VI. I am very excited that MTA is, addressing and contemplating equity areas, but I think we all can have different definitions of what that is. So I'd like to make the request again to have that information to really understand, because I believe it sounded like it was a key part of the evaluation process for which routes were picked. So that would be much appreciated, Judy. Thank you.
That's a good point. And just, in terms of, because everything was done for each borough to select a route, it kind of manifested itself differently in different boroughs. So for example, in Staten Island, to be able to provide, this route in an equity area, it was really limited. We had to select a route in northern Staten Island. And in Manhattan, most of the north-south routes really have a lot of overlap, so we looked at crosstown routes. And so it was really a decision of, do you do the M8 or do you do the M116? So it was pretty straightforward. But I heard your question, and I appreciate it, and we will follow up.
Great. Any other questions for Judy? All right. Thank you, Judy, and your team. We now move on to John Kaufman.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm the head of the Strategic Initiatives Group here at headquarters and recently took over the customer and market research team, working closely with Shanifa and operating agencies to make sure they're getting robust customer perspectives and insights to better shape their operational plans. As we did for the railroads, some of you were for that meeting, I'm presenting the findings for our Spring Customers Count survey for New York City Transit here. This is our biannual large sample survey, which helps us understand customer satisfaction trends and underlying drivers of satisfaction at the line, route, and station level. This is an online survey done the last 2 weeks of May of this year. It was offered in English and translated into 8 other languages with a phone option available for those who don't have online access. This cycle, we received a very large amount of responses, as Rich mentioned. Nearly 80,000 New York City Transit customers submitted ratings. They could do it on multiple modes, so we had 110,000 subway journeys, 25,000 bus route evaluations, and 3,000 access-to-ride evaluations. Those are very large samples, probably the largest survey in the region, if not the country, at this for customer satisfaction, which gives us a lot of robust detail at the granular level, which we'll get into in a bit. Just in terms of an opening, to reach an overall satisfaction level, we also weight the sample using the census to adjust for income and minorities that might be underrepresented in those who responded and balance it out against actual weekday ridership if for some reason we've got an imbalance across lines or routes. Let me summarize the overall customer satisfaction trends since we reestablished a baseline last spring when we consolidated all the surveys for all modes across the MTA into one similar instrument. You can see here each mode has from a year ago in the fall survey in November and then what was done in late May. Across the board, these are going up or staying flat. In subways, up 2 points in the fall and 8 points since the baseline last spring. Buses are up marginally in this period. Express bus remains high at 79%, and Access-to-Ride down a little bit from fall, but still up from last spring. I'm going to step you through a few different insights from these different modes, and let me start with subways. One thing we do is we ask all customers to select their 3 most important attributes around satisfaction. What you see here is the most common selections they give us in rank order. Of the top 7 mentions for important attributes, 5 are related to safety and security. These are the ones that are in orange, shaded orange here. That top row shows you people behaving erratically on board trains as the most important attribute right now for folks who are riding our system. You can also see this is actually came up from 4th ranked in the spring to now this erratic behavior on board trains being the top of the list here. Another change we saw with the survey was the second from the bottom, personal security in stations dropped from number 1 to now be tied for 4th. This reduction in this one being selected is related to the benefit riders have seen from the surge of NYP patrols in the stations. And so it's not surprising to us that it dropped down a little bit lower on the list, given the extra effort that NYPD has put in there. Let me dig a little bit deeper on the perceptions of safety and how it affects overall satisfaction. As I mentioned, there's 33 different attributes we offer customers to rate us on in the survey, and 9 of them have to do with safety and security. Those are the items I just mentioned to you, along with things like panhandling and levels of homelessness. On this left-hand pie chart, you can see how many respondents named safety-related attributes of top 3 importance. That green slice shows you that 19%, nearly 1 in 5, selected only safety-related attributes as their most important for satisfaction right now. You can also see the gray bar that 27% didn't mark any safety attributes, so very different perceptions of what's going on in the system. But you can see on the right, their overall scores for satisfaction are very, very different. You know, of those who did not select any safety and security attributes, they gave us a 67% satisfaction rating. For those who only selected safety attributes, they were showing up as 40% satisfied. Again, I would say this belies the point of that, if it's important to you, it's very important to you, and it directs your satisfaction. For the things that Demetrius controls every day, this is one that's very hard for him to do a lot about when it's tied up in safety and relying on our partners. So how do customers see us performing against these attributes? This shows you the actual ratings of these scores, along with the change since the fall survey, which is noted in the triangles in the bars. In this period, most of the drivers are flat, except for personal security at stations at the second from the bottom, which actually improved in this period, again, related to that increased staffing overall. Since November, when there was a big surge in additional resources put into it, we are seeing that uptick in personal security from that fall survey. We're also seeing that is linked to the overall improved satisfaction in May when you compare it to November of last year. Let me pivot to line-by-line evaluations. This slide shows you overall satisfaction by line, again with the triangles in the bar showing you the change from last fall. We included all the lines in here. The font gets a bit small, but if you look closely, you can see almost every line actually had an improvement since last fall. At the top of the table here, we show you the 3 top-ranked lines in fall and spring. In spring, the Q, the L, and the 7 showing slightly better positions than the rest of our lines. Most of you would know the 7 and L are CBTC lines and typically run more reliably and with more frequency. The lowest rated line you see on here is the JZ, which recently has had some lower ratings on both safety and personal security, dragging down that line. Another lens we find interesting is how satisfaction varies by frequency of travel. What you see on this slide is a common trend we've observed. Frequent riders tend to respond as less satisfied. There are many factors at play here, including the background of folks who just have to commute more often. Let's have a closer look at the key drivers that vary across this group. Across the top here, you can see those same 4 segments of travel frequency, and each column shows you the top 5 drivers for that segment satisfaction. We've shaded drivers the same, so you can quite quickly see the attributes that are getting selected are similar across the groups. And a lot of orange indicates still a heavy safety influence in all segments. As a customer uses our service more frequently, towards the right, the service-related attributes, which are in gray, become more important to them. In contrast, those who ride infrequently, we see those safety attributes in orange all across the top. Let's turn to some of the results from the increased focus Rich and Demetrius have put on customer service in the last 12 months. One key plank of that is these new customer service centers, which began rolling out in February of this year. The 10 stations rolled out prior to our spring survey are shown here, along with the ratings around the station staff at each of these. What we see is most of these stations have improved slightly with their highlighted ratings. If they've improved slightly, they're in green font with those numbers there. You can see some very large jumps. Myrtle Wyckoff up 10 points, Coney Island up 6 points, Penn Station up 4 points. This is coming against a backdrop of just overall station staff ratings being flat at 63%. Another major initiative, which Rich alluded to before, was the renovation program. This is a similar table to what he showed in his opening remarks, but again, showing you stations that have at least 100 customer responses and the difference in station satisfaction for those that have gone through the renovation. The stations listed in italics are large complexes where only a portion of the station may have been renovated, which is why you see some of those increases may not be as marked as some of the other ones. Of course, many factors play into overall station satisfaction, including line performance, But we do see improved station satisfaction percentages for most of these stations. Grand Street on the B&D shows significant double-digit improvement since the fall, now at 53%. Let me show you one tidbit around Omni users. As Omni adoption has been increasing for full fare customers, we're seeing our survey respondent mix shift as well. On the left-hand side of the slide, you can see nearly 40% of our respondents are using Omni. And as importantly, on the far right, you can also see they're much more satisfied with fare payment options than the rest. We're also increasingly using insights from this research to help shape future Omni marketing campaigns as we look for fuller adoption in the next 12 months. One last insight on subways. As we try to encourage higher ridership levels, we ask everyone what would encourage them to ride more. Here you can see what we heard cut by frequency of traveler. As we discussed earlier in our key driver discussion, safety elements remain prominent. Fewer people behaving erratically in the system is the top condition for all to want to ride more. We can also see how more frequent riders mention more service-related items, more reliability, and shorter wait times would help get these riders on the system more regularly. Let's switch topics to another mode, the bus system. Again, overall, the local limited and select bus had a 65% satisfaction rate. Well, that slide showed answers to the question of overall how satisfied are you on buses. This slide actually shows the aggregate of our route level bus scores. We feel this is a more useful barometer of our progress and more actionable for Frank and his team. It turns out these scores are also higher at 69% and improving more, up 3 points since fall on average. You can see riders in the Bronx, Brooklyn, and Queens are all up 3 points since the fall. Similar trends can be seen on express bus routes, though I'd note that reflects just 2% of our total bus ridership. Let me turn to a couple of the focus areas Frank and his team have been focused on, starting with the Bronx bus redesign that rolled out last year. Since the redesign was implemented in June of last year, we're seeing clear improvement on our heaviest routes. This table shows each route that had a high enough respondent sample that we felt comfortable sharing here at least 50 respondents. 4 of these are showing clear improvements, those in green. 3 of those exceeded the Bronx average of 64% and the 5-borough average of 69%, with the M100 at 73%. The BX36, which has the highest average weekday ridership of all of the redesigned routes, is now 10 points better than where it was a year ago at 70%. There are additional 4 routes in here largely unchanged, and at the very bottom you can see the overall total, which shows a roll-up of all the routes where, again, the individual sample wasn't large enough, but in aggregate, it can tell you we're going in the right direction. We continue to work with bus leadership and operations planning and sharing more specific route ratings and verbatim feedback while they continue to tweak the routes and the operations. Another area that was mentioned before by Rich was around the 29 priority bus routes that Frank called out earlier this year as a focus goal to improve on sort of route by route. Here you can see the data on that. On the left-hand side shows you a very large sample of folks who ride these routes in an aggregate getting happier overall. On the right-hand side is a very detailed list of those routes and the samples that show a lot of green in that far right column showing you improvements from what was seen in the fall overall. A straight average of those routes on the right are up 8%, again, compared to that 3% route average we're seeing elsewhere. This is fantastic to see such improvement in a short amount of time, and we're seeing it in travel times, we're seeing it in wait times, a reduction in unexpected delays, and service reliability are all going up here. So again, early payoff from some of that focus. Let's round out the review here with a brief comment on Access-a-Ride, which is down just slightly from the fall. While the overall satisfaction decreased marginally, on the left-hand side you can see differences in satisfaction between those who use primary carriers only, the blue and white vans, and those who use for-hire only. There's actually a 12-point difference in satisfaction between those groups right now. We can see those same differences in the next 2 panels, which show the ratings for the 2 most important attributes to AAR customers, on-time pickup and my ride shows up. Chris and his team continue to engage deeply on findings like these and sharing with their external partners as they try to raise performance across the board. I hope you found this assortment of insights useful and gotten a sense of how we're trying to strengthen our in-house customer market research function to better serve the agency presidents and their leadership, and arm Shanif and her team with more customer insights to help in marketing and communication. This page shows a few of the other things we're doing to regularly help catalyze actionability from this valuable customer input. At this point, I also want to thank the customer research team sitting here in the back, Mark Blutstein, Patrick Cialis, and Janice Pepper, for their ongoing regular efforts to keep these folks informed and keep the insights coming month in, month out. I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
So first of all, thank you, John. Thank you to the team. You guys should all stand up and take a bow because you've worked very hard on this. Seriously, get up. Come on.
Very,
You worked
very
hard
bashful.
on this.
Thank you.
I feel like I was back in school studying all this. Are we going to get all the backup? Do we have the tabs and all this?
Yeah, we'll
available?
post this online along with
Okay.
a detailed fact base for the
Great.
public to have access to.
Okay.
We tried to pick some of this more interesting insights out today rather than a straight data readout.
Got it. No, thank you. It was very, very detailed, very informative. Any questions for John of the team? None. Okay. Well, you guys did such a great job that, we look forward to reading all the details. Thank you very much. We're now going to move over to Lou.
Yes, thank you. The New York City Transit procurement package includes one action item this month. This item is a modification of a competitively negotiated purchase contract with New Flyer of America. The change covered by this modification is for an extension to the delivery schedule to allow New Flyer time, as required by New York City Transit, to develop, test, and install an early warning detection system for thermal events on each bus prior to delivery. In July 2022, New York City Transit Department of Buses met with New Flyer to discuss the need for an early warning detection system on all 60 of the electric buses to be delivered under this contract. It should be noted that no such system was commercially available at the time of award from any all-electric bus manufacturer in the United States. The parties agreed that such a system was necessary and needed to be developed immediately. New Flyer agreed to develop the new system and retrofit all 60 of the buses at no cost. Given the safety-sensitive nature of the new system, the Department of Buses determined that it would not take delivery of the buses until such time that the buses could be delivered with the early warning detection system equipped. At the conclusion of negotiations, it was agreed the following was agreed. The delivery schedule would be pushed out and elongated per New York City Transit's direction. New York City Transit would compensate New Flyer for cost increases associated with the schedule adjustment, and New Flyer would develop the required early warning detection system and install it on all buses prior to delivery at no additional cost to New York City Transit. Delivery of the production buses is now scheduled to begin in March 2024 and be completed by September 2024. The final agreed-upon price for this modification is $4.8 million, and I submit this procurement for board approval.
Thank you, Lou. Any questions from the committee? Sharif.
Thank you, Lou. A quick question. Is this a custom system that's just being built for us, or is it widely available out there on the market?
There's really, Frank, nothing available immediately. It's something that's being developed, but I don't know that it'll...
So
Sorry.
there was no such system available, so we insisted that they develop it, even at the expense of delaying the delivery of the buses. Hence, that's what the $4 million is. Is it the delay in production, not for the cost of the system? So now that the system is being developed by New Flyer, it will be available throughout all of their buses and other bus systems. Other bus manufacturers are also looking at this now.
Thank you for that. And, is this the type of thing where, how long in advance, when you get a warning that something is going to happen, obviously you take the bus out of service. The battery, the actual batteries, are they under warranty? How do we get compensated and make sure that if there's a defective sort of product that we have safeguards in this contract?
So what this system will do is very early identify there's an anomaly within each battery, which so immediately, like you said, if the bus is in service, we would take it out of service. But it's detecting it so early that we would immediately bring the bus manufacturer in and it it would be covered under warranty essentially, and they would look at it. So it's getting way ahead of things rather than waiting till, some sort of failure.
Any other questions from committee? If not, do I have a motion to accept, to approve this procurement? So second. Sharif, all those in favor? Aye. Against, motion carried. Thank you, Lou. Anything else? Or can we adjourn? All right, motion to adjourn? Motion. Okay, second. Thank you, everyone.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's approximately 21 stops from Main Street to 34th Street, and it takes about 36 minutes from end to end.
My name is Jim Van Name. I'm a train operator for New York City Transit. I've been here about 3.5 years. I operate the train on the Q line, which end to end is approximately 44 stops, and it takes me about an hour to complete.
My earliest train memory is I was a kid. I got on the F train with my mom. The first time I was on the train, I was excited. It was fun.
I was raised on Staten Island, and my friends and I used to take Staten Island Ferry over to the city, and we used to ride the train all over the place. That's probably where I got my first love of the subways.
As a train operator, there are 2 different ways you can pick up your train. You can pick up your train in the yard as a put-in, which means you okay your train for service and bring it into the terminal station, which is the last stop on the train line. Or you can actually pick it up from the terminal station. When preparing my train for service, I do various checks to make sure it's safe for myself and for the public. Once my day starts, I have about 3 round trips. I take passengers from Main Street to 34th Street and back to Main Street. That's 1 round trip.
I start over at the yard, and then I have to do what we call a put-in. I have to prep the train for service, and then they send me out over to Stillwell Terminal, and then I go into service. I do my 2 trips up to 96th Street and back, and that pretty much completes my day. It usually takes anywhere from 8 to 8.5 hours. At the end of the day, the 2 ways of finishing the job is to just walk off the train at the terminal station at the last stop and just sign out and go home, or to do a layup, take the train from the terminal station back to the yard, lay it up, put it away for the evening, and go home from there.
I love the fact that I'm moving this big machine by myself. There have been times when I'm operating the train and I think that this is the greatest job ever. The things that I get to see when I'm going down the line and I'm seeing the sun come up, it's just so beautiful.
This is my dream job. I love this job. And some of the amazing moments I see in this job is when I'm going over the Manhattan Bridge, sometimes at sunrise to see the sun coming up, or even better, sunset, to see the sun setting behind the Manhattan Bridge is quite a sight. I pinch myself that I'm in such a great job and have that opportunity to see such great things.
I enjoy transporting people from place to place. It's just a good thing. I feel like I'm doing something special.
I love trains.
Everyone, I would like to call the meeting of the Audit Committee to order, please. Michelle, are there any public speakers?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have 2 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Jason Anthony, followed by Jack Nierenberg.
Good afternoon, Jamie, and good afternoon to the rest of the Audit Committee members. Jason Anthony here. I'm going to make this short and sweet. Let's not forget that we should audit our debt, not making the same mistake like the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, that they don't audit their spending. Let's say spending their money, because when their chief financial officer presents their financial report, it's unaudited. So let's not do the same mistake. And when we spend our money, let's spend it wisely. And let's do the auditing as it should be properly, because we are in, let's say, different times. So let's not be in a fiscal cliff. So that's all I have to say for this month. I'll see you in Capital and Finance.
Thank you, Jason. Our next speaker is Jack Nierenberg.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jack Nierenberg. I'm the Vice President of Passengers United, and there are a few concerns that I want to bring up. One of them is the ongoing issue of the MetroCard vending machines not accepting cash, and they've been out for quite a bit, so that's something that needs to be investigated. And secondly, I'm going to make this short and sweet as well, the members of the Traffic Mobility Review Board. I was looking up their backgrounds, and unfortunately, I'm not confident that these people are going to be serving the people as they would be serving their own agendas with the congestion pricing issue. So that's something that I think needs to be investigated thoroughly. So I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, this concludes the public speakers.
Next, we have the approval of the May 22 Audit Committee minutes. Any corrections or changes? May I have a motion to approve the minutes? A second? I will second. Approval? All in favor? Aye. Minutes are approved. Michelle, are there any changes to the work plan?
No, Madam Chair, there are no changes to the work plan.
Okay, first up, we have our independent accounting firm with 5 items that will require a vote. We will take all 5 votes at the conclusion of their presentations. Jill Strohmeyer, the managing director, will begin with the presentation of the results of the review of the first quarter 2023 MTA consolidated interim financial statements. The financial statements will be issued in the final form after the audit committee review and approval. Jill?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Deloitte is in the process of completing our quarterly review for the MTA's consolidated interim financial statements for the 3-month period ended March 31st, 2023. Just to remind the committee, a review consists primarily of analytical procedures and inquiries with management, so it's less in scope than an audit would be. Based on our reviews at this time, we are not aware of any material modifications that should be made to the interim financial statements for them to be in accordance with GAAP. And that concludes my remarks on the first quarter report.
Thank you, Jill. Are there any questions on the first quarter 2023 consolidated interim financials? Okay. Next, we have Jim McGovern, MTA Deputy Comptroller, to provide management's review of the 2022 employee benefit financial statements, including a discussion on management's analysis and the required supplementary information to the financial statements. Jim?
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I'll skip to the next slide. There we go. I think there was one. So the MTA benefit plans basically have 4 financial statements to them. The MD&A, the statement of fiduciary net position, which is what we would refer to as a balance sheet, statement of changes in fiduciary net position, which is normally referred to as the income statement, notes to the financial statements, and required supplementary information. Right now, it's interesting, we might have skipped, there's 6 plans. The MTA Defined Benefit Plan, MABSTOA Plan, Long Island Railroad Additional Plan, the Metro North Cash Balance Plan, the MTA Deferred Comp Plan, which is the 401-457 plan, and the MTA Retiree Welfare Benefits Plan, which is the OPEB plan. So there are 6 benefit plans. All 6 have require audited financial statements. This schedule here that you see basically represents the net pension liability for each of the plans, and also includes the NISLRs and NICERs items number 5 and 6, which you know are the primarily MTA, transit, and B&T employees who are on those plans. At the end of December of 22, the MTA single employer plans have a net pension liability of $4.3 billion, funded ratio, this is a blended funded ratio, of 68.3%. The multi-employer plans have a net pension liability of $3.9 billion and are funded at approximately 82% blended. The only thing I want to add to that is that the percentages are slightly less than last year, primarily due to market conditions of the assets in the plans. The only other thing I do want to add to this is in 2023, we made 2 contributions to the plans. We made prepaid contributions to the defined benefit plan for 23 and 24 of about $1.3 billion, and we made a prepaid benefit plan to the OPEB plan for about $1.3 billion, not reflected in these numbers here, made in 23. That I think I'll just skip this plan in this slide for time. This kind of just shows you where New York State is relative to the rest of the country, which is in pretty good shape actually. And then the OPEB plans, we're not required to fund the OPEB plan, so we have pretty much a 0 percentage way. If there are any questions, I apologize for being quick, but I just wanted to get through the slides expeditiously. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you, Jim. Are there any questions? Sharif, do you have any? Okay. All right, and to continue the discussion on pension plans, Jill will discuss the results of the audit of the various pension plans. Jill?
Thank you.
So Deloitte is in the process of completing our 2022 audits of these 6 employee benefit plans for the MTA. We're performing our audits in accordance with auditing standards generally accepted in the United States of America. We're not aware of any significant changes to previously adopted accounting policies or their application during 2022. If you recall from the May meeting, lease adoption was the topic of discussion. That does not impact any of your plan reportings for this year. We are not aware of any significant changes in accounting estimates or in management's judgments relating to such estimates. There were no uncorrected misstatements or disclosure items passed identified during our audits. There were no material misstatements that we brought to the attention of management as a result of our audit procedures. We did not have any disagreements with management throughout the course of our audits, and we received the full cooperation of management and staff throughout the performance of our audits. Upon approval, we will be issuing our clean audit reports later this month. And that concludes my prepared remarks. Happy to answer any questions regarding our audits of the plans.
Great, thank you. Jill, any questions? Okay. Next, Jill will provide the results of their federal and state mandated single audits of the MTA and New York City Transit. Jill?
Thank you. Deloitte is also in the process of completing both our federal and state single audits for the MTA for the year ended December 31, 2022. In 2022, MTA had a total of $12 billion in federal expenditures over numerous grant programs reported on your schedule of expenditures of federal awards. This is a $10 billion increase over the 2021 amounts, which was $2 billion in 2021. And this is largely due to the fact that cash received in 2022 related to ARPA and CRRSA programs, which increased the schedule of expenditures of federal awards this year. As part of the federal single audit, we selected one grant this year to be selected as major, and that was the federal transit cluster. We tested that grant in accordance with the 2022 OMB compliance supplement. The Federal Transit Administration cluster that we did test had $11.6 billion in federal expenditures. So out of a total of $12 billion that could be tested, Deloitte subjected to testing $11.6 billion, or 97% of the total awards. Furthermore, of the $11.6 billion that we did test, $10.5 billion was related specifically to COVID funding, the ARPA and CRRSA dollars. We had no findings related to our compliance work this year. Our internal report, or our Yellow Book report, will reference one finding related to a significant deficiency related to non-operating revenues, which we'll talk about in a minute when we get to the management letter comments. As it relates to the state single audit, the MTA had $188 million in state expenditures related to one program. We tested that one program, which was the statewide mass transportation operating assistance program, and we have no findings both on the compliance or internal control side to report to the committee. If there are any questions related to our audits, single audits, I'd be happy to answer those.
Yes, any question?
Yes. The grant that you mentioned, as well as the program, they were randomly selected, or how does the selection occur?
So Deloitte goes through a risk assessment process based on, we take your total federal expenditures in any given year, and by each grant program, we select which one we'll test, and it has to do with dollar value, has to do on whether or not the program was highlighted as a high-risk program by the Offices of Management and Budget, as well as other factors. When did we last test it? If we did not test a large program in the last 3 years, then we'll select it for testing in the current year. So based on all of those factors, and this program was in fact a high-risk program by OMB because of the significant COVID funding that did go into the federal transit cluster. But every year we do tend to select a different program, and this year happened to be the federal transit cluster with the most dollars and the most COVID funding.
Makes sense. Jill will now provide a brief statement on the management letter reports and answer any questions you may have. Jill?
Yes. So Deloitte has provided to you our management letter comments related to our 22 audits for the MTA and its agencies. Just to remind the committee, there are 3 levels of internal control deficiencies, 3 severity levels, one being just a low-level deficiency, one being a significant deficiency, and the last one being a material weakness. I have no material weaknesses to report to this committee, and all the comments but one are a low-level deficiency, and just one being a significant deficiency. The one significant deficiency relates to controls over non-operating revenue accounts and reconciliations. This is a carry-forward comment from last year. However, there is just a slight difference in what we noted this year. Last year, the non-operating revenue accounts related to payroll mobility tax and other mansion and supplemental aid tax type revenues. In 2022, as I mentioned to the Audit Committee in May, we did note that management recorded an adjusting entry of $352 million related to FEMA revenue that was not recorded in prior years. As a result, that did carry over into a significant deficiency around internal controls over non-operating revenues. Management has responded with next steps and actions to take regarding this comment, and we are comfortable with management's response related to this deficiency. Between Metro North, CERTOA, FEMTEC, and TBTA, there were also 6 low-level deficiency comments related to account reconciliations, GASB 87 lease implementation, and other classification type comments. Our recommendation is to enhance the review controls related to these areas, including a detailed documentation supporting the amounts recorded in the general ledger. There are 4 other matters described in our letter related to legal expenses, interagency communication, succession planning within the accounting department. We're just bringing these to the attention of this committee because we do feel these are important, better business practices and other items that the MTA should consider and enhancements they should consider to improve the efficiency of financial reporting. And finally, there are 12 comments within this letter related to information technology, IT matters. They span several different systems, and they mainly relate to 5 areas: password length and complexity, expiration and parameters, the removal of accounts for transferred or terminated employees, periodic review and recertification of account access, segregation of duties, and finally, maintaining evidence of monitoring of automated scheduling and batch processing. All of these IT matters were mitigated by other controls or factors. If there are any questions specific to any of the comments within this management letter, we would be happy to answer those.
Okay, Sharif?
When you say the IT issues were mitigated by other factors, what do you mean by that?
Generally means there was a manual control in place by the accounting group, a manual reconciliation of sorts, or additional reviews that were done manually to mitigate the deficiency on the IT side. Lauren is my IT director, and I'll ask her to add anything if I missed anything.
No, I think the only other thing I would say is that in a lot of circumstances, there are multiple IT controls that address a particular risk. So if there was a deficiency in one of them, the other controls were noted to be effective, and therefore they also serve to mitigate the risk.
So in a case where you talk about where there have been employees who have been transferred or terminated, what other controls are there as sort of a backstop to make sure that those credentials are appropriately sunsetted?
And many times in that situation, we would look at what access that the terminated employee gained after their termination, if they entered into the system, made any changes, those type of things. And if we don't see any, then we're comfortable that no inappropriate changes were made that would impact the financial statements.
Can I suggest that we review these findings with IT and come back and make sure that if there's something we can do better, that we get on the list for IT to address?
That's fine, okay. So for the final item from Deloitte, Jill will brief the committee on the results of their review of the MTA Inspector General 2022 office operations and expenses based on agreed-upon audit procedures. Jill?
Yes, Deloitte has performed the agreed-upon procedures as prescribed to us by the MTA related to the IG's Office of Management and Budget for the year-end December 31, 2022. There are 14 procedures that we're required to perform. Procedures consist primarily of comparing information to source documents such as employee and payroll information to HR forms and payroll registers, reviewing disbursements and petty cash vouchers for approvals and supporting documentation, and comparing Inspector General expense information to the MTA's books and records. We have no significant exceptions. We have no exceptions or findings to report to the committee related to our 22 agreed-upon procedures report.
Thank you. Jill and Jim, any final questions? You sure, Sharif? Okay. Okay, I need a vote to accept the 5 reports and recommend them to the full board for their approval on Wednesday. First, the first quarter 2023 consolidated financial statements. Secondly, the pension audits. Third, the single audit report. Fourth, the management letter reports. And fifth, the review of the MTA Inspector General's office. Do I have a motion to accept all 5 reports or recommend them to the board for their approval on Wednesday?
So moved.
Okay, a second. All in favor? Aye. The reports are accepted and will be moved to the full board for their vote. Thank you. We're not going to do presentations now. So next, we have Lamont Kearse, the MTA Chief Compliance Officer, who will brief the committee on the Ethics and Compliance Program. Lamont?
Hey, thank you. Given the lateness of the hour, I'm going to just note that the enterprise risk management, the financial interest report, and the open audit recommendations are in your book, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. But I will say that in each one of those areas, things are progressing well and are compliant with the various requirements that are applicable to each one of them. I would like to take a few moments this afternoon to talk about the ethics program, and I'm going to move through it rather quickly, but if you have any questions, please let me know. So we always start off with the core board responsibilities around ethics and compliance. So we're going to go back. Sorry. So these are the key areas that we covered. Since the last report to this committee, we've handled over 2,600 ethics issues or inquiries. As you can see, I'm going to go through very quickly. We deal with things called prohibited source events. That's when we are assessing whether it's appropriate for our employees to attend certain conferences or other types of events to ensure that it meets our ethical requirements. We continue to work with the Commission on everyone's favorite topic, financial disclosure, to ensure that everyone ultimately files their financial disclosure statements. We continue to manage MTA's conflicts of interest. I will note there has been a significant increase in the number of conflicts of interest that we've dealt with, what we call reverse two-year bar. Those are employees who are coming to us from the private sector and managing their relationships with their former employer to make sure that they're looking at our interests more than their former employer. We continue to look at areas by agency. Headquarters continues to be very active in terms of the types of reviews that we are doing. We are still managing inquiries versus issues. And simply put, an inquiry is when you come to us before you do something, an issue is when you come to us after you did it. And I'm happy to say that we have more inquiries than issues. Due diligence reviews by source. This is actually last year. Most of the information, most of the due diligence reviews came to us via email. If you remember last year, we told you we were putting in an automated system to help us manage that. So I'm happy to say this year, that automated system is taking in almost half of the due diligence reviews, freeing up my email to a great extent. So I'm happy to say that. The ethics request, that's the name of the system, handles a lot of the prohibited source events that I mentioned previously. We continue to manage outside activities. Since the last report, we've managed 422 outside activity requests from our employees. We've approved quite a few, we've denied quite a few, and we've had a few employees who opted, instead of having them denied, just to withdraw them. We continue to provide ethics training. We did 26 ethics training sessions, providing training to over 2,000 employees during the period. And that is my very quick presentation on the status of our ethics and compliance program. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Lamont. Okay, last, we have Michelle Woods, the Auditor General, to brief the committee on status of the 2023 audit work plan. Michelle?
I do want to take a minute to thank my team, Darren Jurgens, Phyllis Richardson, Judy Beckford, and all of the audit staff. They've done a great job so far this year and have identified approximately $26 million in potential cost savings. In the interest of time, I will refer you to the book. Our full presentation is in the book, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Good? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Finally, we need a motion for the Audit Committee to adjourn. Second, please, and a vote? Aye. Okay, this concludes the Audit Committee meeting very quickly. Thank you very much for expediting. Bye-bye.
What does an electronic equipment maintainer do?
Paul Julian, electronic equipment maintainer. I've been in transit for 5 years. I work in the department of RSS, Radio and Security Systems. Our responsibility is to ensure that the radio system is functioning very efficiently. For that provides communication to the trains. It also provides crucial and important communication for the police in the system, the EMS in the system, and the fire department in the transit system. Also, the surveillance system must be maintained. Therefore, we can have proper security and proper recording of activities in the subway system. The intrusion alarm system must also be maintained. These security systems are responsible for preventing, and if it happens, to alert any breach, whether it's the breach of a door that has sensitive equipment beyond it, or whether someone enters the tunnel beyond the platform without permission. A key motivator in what we do is to know how important communication, surveillance, and security is to New York City Transit and New York City as a whole. That gives you a sense of duty and pride in doing what we do.
What does a system operator do?
My name is Sejan Edi, BMT Chief System Operator. I have 27 years with New York City Transit. As a Chief System Operator, I'm in charge of the supplying of DC power, traction power.
The system operator's responsibility is to oversee all the third rail power that we provide to run the trains in the New York City Transit system. The way that we power up the third rail is we get electricity from Con Edison. We'll go through our substation, which is converting the AC from Con Edison's high voltage into 650 volt DC, and then from there going into the third rail, which power the trains.
A typical day for system operator involves general order. General order, or GO, it's a planned work outage. Normally they're working next to the rail or nearby, so they want power off so they can work safely. Any emergency happens out in the field, RCC give us a call to have a power off on a certain line, certain track.
The Power Control Center controls remotely all the equipment out on the field. This equipment that we control is called the MTU, which is the Master Terminal Units.
We take power off instantly by operating these buttons on the board. As for RCC requests, we normally take power off from gap to gap for emergencies. Red means the power is on. When it goes green, that means the power is off to that track. It's good to know that the work I do helps to keep the employees safe and the system moving.
What does a bus maintainer do?
My name is Perry Evel. I've been with the transit system for 8 years. I work at Casey Stengel Depot in Flushing, and I'm working as a BMB, which is a bus maintainer. My responsibilities are basically maintaining the buses, changing filters, oil, electrical, undercarriage, hydraulic system, cooling system. My main pick is brake system. We're specialized in brakes. I think our job is the most critical because if the bus don't stop, people will get hurt.
When an individual comes to New York City Transit as a maintainer, there's different training that they receive. So they'll get training on the bus from the front to the rear, electrical, diagnostics, body work, depending on what their title is.
You have to be a person that cares about your job. You have to be accurate in what you do, especially in my field, where I said, you know, the brakes are very important. It's a safety issue. You check and you recheck, make sure that everything is done correct, and you make sure that your job is done very well. And I'm kind of a perfectionist too, so that helps.
I see our buses on the streets, picking up passengers, taking them where they need to go. Makes me feel proud knowing that they're in a safe bus.
Since I was young, I love mechanics. I never knew that this would have been my job. It's a great thing to work for the greatest city in the world and servicing millions of New Yorkers and people all over the world. It's a great privilege, and I think it's a great honor to work in this city and the biggest bus company in the world.
My name is Winnie Espada. I'm a car appearance maintainer, and I've been doing this job for 10 years. I work out of Shea Yard. I was interested in helping the community, the public, so when our passengers get on the train, they'll see that I cleaned it. I'll feel good that I did the job, that they're comfortable, and they don't have to worry about the mess because we took care of it.
Well, I always had a background in cleaning with janitorial work and also car detailing. So I came to the railroad and used my skills that I learned from there to help clean the trains. I like working on the train, working with the equipment. I always enjoy cleaning, so that's really it.
A typical day is thorough cleaning here in the EIC dock, where we take the seats apart, make sure the sides of the seats are clean from garbage. Any newspaper, cans that are left behind, we clean that up. Clean the windows, we take care of the doors. We make sure that the engineer's cab is clean and ready for him to go for the day.
So we take pride in making sure we sanitize everything from the bathrooms itself and everything the customer put their hands on. So, you know, it's very important to make sure we take care of our customers here. We sanitize everything.
My work is important because we have to make sure the trains are clean, especially in the times of the pandemic. We have to make sure the trains are disinfected and ready for all riders to be comfortable getting onto the train. There's a lot of anxiety going on right now with passengers and customers getting onto dirty trains. So our job is to keep everybody safe and keep everybody's head in the right place.
I actually love what I do. This is my 18th year on the railroad. I love instructing, which is what I'm doing now. I'm instructing student engineers. I love operating as well, so when I can, I still do operate trains, and it's just a great job to have. My name is Inade Maruga Sr. I'm currently a locomotive engineer, special duty instructor. I've been with Metro North for 5 years now.
My name is Robert Sapari, and I'm a training officer, locomotive engineers for Metro North Railroad, and I've been with the MTA for 10 years. My earliest train memory...
Do we have members of the public that would like to provide comments?
Good afternoon, Chair.
we have 4 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. We would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep reminding you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker will be Christopher Greif, followed by Jason Anthony.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy Disability Pride Month, 8833. And I know some of us are saying, oh, he's back again. Yes, but let's be realistic. It is Disability Pride Month. I'd like to thank the Capitol because elevators, ramps, accessibility signages, everything we've been doing for the last almost since 1990, 33 years, has been getting done. There are dumb things we do have to get things done, but that's still continuing because our mission still continues to advocate for people with disabilities and seniors. So, as I'm going to say this again and again and again, happy Disability Pride Month, happy 8833. And ladies and gentlemen, please let's remember the Disability Pride Month, July, still goes on and still continues advocating. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Anthony Jason, followed by Jack Nierenberg.
Mark is Jason Anthony, not Anthony Jason. Thank you very much. Hi, Jamie, and the rest of the Capital Construction Committee. Hey, Jano. Like Chris said, July is 8833 month. And I want to take the opportunity to thank Jano and Jamie because since that this month is 8833, I want to thank them for their continuous work for modernizing our beloved system because thanks to them, we are accelerating replacing escalators, elevators, you guys name it. But let's not forget, 88 Pride Month is not only in July, it's every day in the year. But let's do a little fact check for those members in the media. Those elevators and escalators that are located in Jamaica Station, they don't belong to us and the Metropolitan Transportation Authority. You guys should go to the Port Authority board meeting that will occur on July 27th that will take place on Jersey City. You guys should address it to them, not to us. So guys, that will be, I will yield the rest of my time. I'll see you guys on finance.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony. Our next speaker is Jack Nierenberg, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jack Nierenberg. I'm the Vice President of Passengers United. And I know that some of us have had discussions about the Hollis Station. You did promise that Hollis Station will get done, and I am really looking forward to seeing some visible progress on the Hollis Station, as well as Floral Park, East New York, and Long Island City. Those stations really need to be done. Hollis and Floral Park, and East New York especially, given that they're in disadvantaged communities. Therefore, they should have expedited progress with the station renovations. And secondly, I might have mentioned this before about the M9 rail cars and the M7s, the ones that have the digital advertising screens. Those screens could really be used much better if they were actually displaying passenger information, especially with the lack of time transfers at Jamaica. It'll really make commuters' lives so much easier if they could see the next trains. And you know how the MTA's developed the train time app? Something similar could be done if they were able to program the station boards at Penn Station and Grand Central and all those stations, and Jamaica as well. I have a very good feeling that the MTA could put something similar together for onboard the trains. It would make such a difference for passengers, and I would be more than happy to speak further about that particular point. So, on that note, that's all I gotta say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Charlton D'Souza.
Happy ADA Pride, guys! And again, at Passengers United, we really are excited about all the events going on with the ADA community. However, there are some concerns with the Jamaica Long Island Railroad Station. The elevator, which is owned by Port Authority, which goes from the ground level up to the main level, has been out for weeks now. There's only 2 working elevators, and those elevators are going very slow. Mr. Chairman, what do you plan to do about that to get that elevator fixed? You need to make some phone calls to the Port Authority. And also, I am not happy with what's going on with the subway system because we have speaker systems. Every time there's a disruption in the subway system, there are no announcements being made at certain stations. People are waiting 40 minutes for a train, trying to figure out what's going on. What I need the chairman to do and the head of capital construction to do is there needs to be an inspection of every public address system in the subway system. Why are some PA systems not working? 63rd and Lex has had issues. Canal Street on the J as in John line, 6 line, no announcements. I've complained to New York City Transit about this in tweets. Nothing's been done. Same problem over and over again. And this is why people are frustrated. And now you guys want to charge congestion pricing. Look at the system today. The E&F broke down. I was on a train that had its brakes and emergency activated. Guys, the system is in a mess. Y'all need to have a backup plan, and that includes bus lanes, buses on the Long Island Expressway. Y'all are going to have a $3.75 city ticket to get people to move. You got to keep people moving. We can't be stuck on trains. This is what's frustrating people. I'm only saying this to make you look good, because if you fix these problems, then the system looks good.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our public comment session.
Thank you, and thank you to our public speakers. Copies of the June Capital Program Committee minutes have been distributed and are available on the website. Are there any changes or comments on the minutes? Hearing none, may I have a motion? Second?
Second.
Ms. Mihalcis, any opposition? The minutes are approved. Any changes to the work plan? Ms. Deere, Mr. Deere?
Mr. Chair, there are no changes to the work plan.
Okay. Let me turn it over to Mr. Torres Springer for President's report.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Have a lot of updates to provide the committee today on a whole range of fronts, and I would say, all of them really speak to the way that we're using this new MTA construction and development entity to advance the interests of the MTA and our riders across a whole variety of areas. I think a lot of it is very exciting news. So since we're at the beginning of disability, or in the middle of Disability Pride Month, I'm excited to report that this week we are opening new ADA elevators at several stations, the first of 12 ADA stations that we expect to complete this year. Before I turn it over to Q, who's going to give a summary of this, I want to say that these projects are among the first to be completed in the packaged approach that C&D has taken that allows us to take advantage of economies of scale to get things done more quickly. They also enable us to bundle important state of good repair work like structural repairs and system upgrades, which you see in particular right now on the Jamaica line and the Flushing lines. As we mentioned last year, the work to make stations ADA accessible is not just about adding a couple of elevators. As you can see in the example on the left that we've showed in the past, in fact, these are complicated retrofits to our decades-old stations, which often include work to build new mezzanines or overpasses to create the conditions for accessibility. In fact, and again, you often hear someone flippantly saying, well, how much should it cost to put in a couple of elevators? The elevators themselves typically make up just 5% of project costs on ADA station accessibility for all of the work that we have to do. Taking all of this work into account, when we did a deep dive on our capital cost benchmarks last year, we found that ADA costs are in line with other U.S. transit agencies like projects in Boston and Chicago. We're bringing these projects that are currently underway in on or under budget, and we'll have more news on cost containment measures at future meetings of this committee. With that, I wanted to turn it over to Camilo Arroyo for some remarks about Disability Pride Month.
Thank you so much for that, Jamie. It's truly a privilege to work with people like you and your team who really are working tirelessly to enhance accessibility system-wide. People like Tim Mulligan, Matt Best, Mark Roach, Matt Zetwalk are really doing something historic here. For the first time ever, the MTA is prioritizing accessibility, constructing more elevators and making more stations accessible than the 3 previous capital plans put together. And that is something that I am very proud of. That is something that the community is feeling and seeing every day, as they will be seeing this month when we open 3 new critical stations, making them accessible outside of the central business district. That is huge, right? We're no longer focusing just in downtown Manhattan and downtown Brooklyn. So I'm really proud to be working with you all, and I'm really proud that the MTA is prioritizing accessibility, not only in what we say in this room, but the monies that we've allocated, and the community is seeing that every day, enhancing how people are able to move around their communities, in addition to stellar paratransit enhancements and all the work that Frank and his team continue to do in buses. We are moving forward on accessibility in our subways, and that's because of the great work that happens here in C&D. So thank you.
Thanks, Q, and thanks for everything you do to, I'm not kidding. Q and his staff push us every day. It's the only way we get some of these projects finished, so should be very proud. I also, by the way, want to mention that the work on ADA accessibility extends to the commuter railroads as well. We've mentioned before, but I'll mention again to make sure it's clear, Forest Park and Hollis stations. Hollis will be included in a package that will be released. Forest Park, Chair. I'll come to Forest Park. In a package to be released for new ADA accessibility that we expect to award this year. Floral Park is ADA accessible. It was made ADA accessible as part of the third track project. In fact, all the Long Island Railroad stations are either ADA accessible or that's underway, either in construction or in design. And we're working hard on the Metro North stations as well. I want to take a moment to thank crews across the MTA, including C&D forces, for responding rapidly to the flooding events that we saw last week. I know there was a longer presentation about this at the Railroads Committee, so everyone knows that the Hudson and Harlem lines experienced considerable damage due to heavy rain last week. C&D forces mobilized to support this effort by Metro North to inspect steep slopes, clear fallen borders, reinforce the tracks with earthen berms, and test cabling and other infrastructure so that we could get the system back up and running in record time. That's important, but I also want to note for the committee, since we're a capitally oriented group and agencies, that after major recent events, including Sandy, Irene, and Ida, we've made major repairs that have made Metro North more resilient to the future climate events, including elevating critical infrastructure after Sandy. But we know we have to continue to mitigate risks through smart long-term planning and investment. We're embedding resiliency into how we plan for capital projects in the future. We started this after Ida with a hydrology study that C&D is conducting for Metro North to look at 38 undergrade bridges and culverts that are susceptible to flood events and prioritizing corrections, including capital work, to avoid future service impacts. But looking at 1 or 2 climate hazards isn't resilience thinking. And we're trying to take a resilience thinking approach to this work. The results of that hydrology study will get paired with an even more comprehensive assessment that we've started at C&D to inform our 20-year needs assessment and future capital projects. The system-wide climate vulnerability assessment is underway, and it aggregates regional climate projections through the year 2100 for 6 hazards: coastal flooding, sea level rise, heavy rainfall flooding, extreme heat, winter weather, and wind, for not just Metro North, the entire MTA service area. and that will all get incorporated into our needs assessment and our future capital programs. For instance, the system-wide assessment is showing us that the Hudson Line faces increasing threats, not just from heavy rainfall, but from the impact of sea level rise that will make it, or parts of it, subject to regular tidal flooding and eventually permanent inundation at its current elevation, and that the Harlem Line and Mott Haven Yard, and Mott Haven Yard is where all 3 east of Hudson lines pass through, are vulnerable to flooding from extreme precipitation events. So these are ongoing assessments. They're helping us to develop long-term programs that leverage stormwater investments that we need by other parties, because the MTA can't do this alone. Stormwater management is typically a municipal, regional, state function, but this allows us to work with other parties, as we're doing now in New York City after the work that we did post-Ida, to make sure that they're dealing with stormwater management in an appropriate way, and then also to make sure that every project that we build at the MTA is designed to maximize resiliency. We've got a climate action plan coming later this year, and we'll have more detail on this then. Switching gears a little bit, later today at the Finance Committee, our transit-oriented development team will be bringing an exciting joint development improvement at the Gun Hill Road Depot site in the Bronx. The project will involve our development partner, Madison Capital, building a new multi-story flex industrial facility and a New York City transit facility that will provide 223 stalls for electric bus charging, using 500,000 square feet of land on the southern portion of the bus depot property. You can see here the bus depot is to the north, and the new project is featured in the southern portion of it. This project, and I want to emphasize this, at no cost to the MTA, generates approximately $150 million in value for us, and it's a great example of the path that we need to take to achieving our renewable bus fleet goals by maximizing the value of all of our assets. You've heard the focus on fare evasion across the committees today in response to the Blue Ribbon Commission on fare evasion, and at C&D we're also focused on this priority from the capital side. You heard from Demetrius at Transit Committee earlier. In addition to supporting pilot efforts to modify existing turnstiles by adding materials that make it harder for people to leap over them, we're also working on minimizing the use of emergency gates, which is the chair has called the superhighway of fare evasion. We'll be seeking a variance from the state this year to allow implementation of delayed egress in select stations where we've determined it is safe and appropriate to do so. I think we inserted a video on this in a second. I'll come back to it. We're also putting out an RFI, a request for expressions of interest or ideas this year based on the exciting opportunities that we saw at the Blue Ribbon Panel report launch to integrate the fare array of the future into our system, combining more secure entry components to replace turnstiles, like the paddles that you see in the wide aisle gates pilot, with sensors and machine learning technology. So look out for that. Of course, all of this goes with successful adoption of Omni as we deploy it throughout our system, with new card vending machines starting to be deployed later this summer. The point is that we need to make it easier for all customers to pay the fare, and then ensure that we foreclose opportunities for evasion, as long as everybody has access to the system, which they certainly will. And I think on the next slide we have a very short video. You have to sort of watch it very closely, but just to show you the impact that we can have with delayed egress of the fare gate. I'm not sure if I can play it. You guys need to play it? Okay, here we go. Watch closely. There you go.
Look at this.
And yeah. So, and I noted that that's a heat gate too. It's not just a regular turnstile. So very short, just from, we are out there in the system doing short 2-hour tests. This is a complex area. We have to make sure that we're able to meet state code for particularly fire code for emergency situations, and we're working on that. But when you do a 2-hour test, you see it's very simple. I mean, that's really what we're seeking to achieve here is, it's the gate, it doesn't immediately open, and someone just goes and uses the turnstile or the heat in this case. So that's fare evasion. Now, this month, the agenda is to look at our integrated mega projects, and I have a few updates I want to do quickly, and then we're turning to a report on Metro North Penn Station access. So just to remind you of some of the major milestones that we've reached so far this year. As you know, we successfully opened Grand Central Madison back in January, which is now being used by over 50,000 daily riders. In April, we reached substantial completion on the Long Island Railroad third track project, which we brought in $100 million under budget. That was $100 million that was transferred to other priority projects within this capital program. We also completed the impressive Long Island Railroad concourse at Penn Station in March on time and $10 million under budget. Our project executive, Jolien Handler, is here with us today. Very importantly, we completed this work in an active station with no impact on operations and in close coordination with the public and private stakeholders at the station. So a great success story on each of these projects. Following on the tremendous progress on the Long Island Railroad concourse late last month, we and our railroad partners, Amtrak and New Jersey Transit, kicked off preliminary design on a plan to transform the remainder of Penn Station into a world-class transit hub deserving of the central place it plays in New York and our region. There's always lots of talk out there, especially on some design questions lately, but I can say that the MTA and our partners are singularly focused on rebuilding Penn now for its 600,000 daily riders, and we will take advantage of every opportunity that we have to do so, and the board can be assured that we are making sure we use every opportunity we have to rebuild Penn Station. Now that the Central Business District Trolling Program is approved by the federal government, we're proceeding full speed with the next phase of Second Avenue Subway. We are advertising an advanced utilities contract that we intend to award as soon as we finalize our project agreement with the federal government later this year. This contract, which incentivizes timely completion of the work, is one of the many lessons learned from the previous phase of Second Avenue Subway, as we ensure that the factors that slow us down building in this dense, complex city of ours are addressed up front. And I will say that we also are taking a further look at the scope of this project, always intent on ensuring that we have looked at every single opportunity to reduce cost, and there's a set of potential initiatives that we're looking at right now that have the potential to further reduce cost of the project. We'll be back with more news about that soon. One more integrated project before we get to the Penn Access team, the critical work taking place at Herald Interlocking in Sunnyside, Queens. This is the busiest interlocking in North America. It facilitates over 750 train movements a day between LIRR, New Jersey Transit, and Amtrak, and Metro North Penn Station access is soon to come upon completion. A huge amount of work has been done in Herald in the last few years, representing a major investment in speeding LIRR trains into Penn and now Grand Central. We're now progressing what's known as the eastbound reroute to create conflict-free eastbound movements for LIRR and Amtrak. You can see the cut and cover tunnel construction making progress in the photo there. We're monitoring the schedule closely due to ongoing challenges with Amtrak providing enough force account support or labor support to get the work done. This project must be completed prior to Amtrak's upcoming East River Tunnel rehabilitation. As the board and this committee know well, the challenges of working with Amtrak and getting adequate support from Amtrak on this project are legion and longstanding, and they also, you're about to hear, are severely impacting the Penn Access project. We're not done in Herald at the end of this. We need to follow up with the Mirror project in the westbound direction, and it's especially important to complete before Penn Station access begins operations. Otherwise, there's the potential to slow down LIR trains coming into Penn and Grand Central Madison. So it's critical that we get that done. We'll be spending the next few months working with Amtrak to ensure we have a realistic schedule for this work to be supported. Otherwise, we go into the project risking more costly delays, which we certainly don't want to do. That's a good segue for Tom McGinnis, our project executive for Penn Access, to provide an update on that project.
Thank you, Jamie. And I'm pleased to report to the committee on the Metro North Penn Station Access project for the second time since work has started on this project. This project will provide Metro North rail service from the New Haven line to and from Penn Station. It constructs 4 new passenger stations in the East Bronx, which will bring dramatic improved transit service to underserved communities and will reduce commuter timing to Midtown Manhattan by as much as 50 minutes. It will also benefit riders along the New Haven line in Westchester County and Connecticut, providing new direct access to Manhattan's west side. The project includes significant state of good repair upgrades to Amtrak's existing Hellgate line, which will prepare it for a higher speed intercity rail. And as such, Amtrak is contributing to the overall cost of the project. But even though we're still a few years Even though we're still a few years away from putting this new service into operation, the project is already producing important benefits to the communities. For example, in the Morris Park area, which is shown here on the slide, the Department of City Planning is studying rezoning options to support the healthcare and life science hubs around the Montefiore Hospital. The new Morris Park station will expand access to jobs at the medical complex and at the adjacent Hutchison Metro Center, which will be connected by a pedestrian link. Studies are also underway to evaluate new public space and other forms of development that would be supported by the new station. Similar neighborhood planning is underway at the other stations, and our transit-oriented development team is working with city and other partners to ensure additional pedestrian access and other benefits to those communities. The Penn Station Access Project was awarded in December 2021. Notice to proceed was issued in January 2022 with a substantial completion planned for March of 2027. We last reported to this committee in January that the project was delayed by an estimated 6 to 9 months due to limited access and force account support from Amtrak. Despite ongoing efforts by MTA and Amtrak, which I'll speak to in more detail in a moment, we have been unable to recover this delay to date and are forecasting substantial completion in the fourth quarter of 2027. The project budget is $2.8 billion, which includes an option to expand the Metro North New Rochelle yard, which was awarded in December 2022. The scope of the project is outlined in more detail on this map here. The majority of the project will take place along a 6-mile section of the Hellgate line in the East Bronx. In this area, we will replace the existing 2-track alignment and construct 4 new tracks. In total, 19 miles of new track and over 200 overhead catenary structures will be installed. We will replace or add 8 new power substations, and 4 railroad bridges will be rehabilitated or replaced to accommodate the width of the additional tracks. In recent months, we have been making progress on several key aspects of the project. Shown here is work at the Eastchester Road Bridge. Both Eastchester Road and Bronxdale Avenue bridges carry railroad over New York City streets. We've completed tieback installation to strengthen the bridge abutments at both locations and are currently working to construct new center piers at the Eastchester Road site. During a long-term single-track outage provided by Amtrak this year, we've also reprofiled the existing Track 2 in order to bring the vertical clearances into compliance for freight rail traffic. We've installed and commissioned a new switch which diverts freight traffic onto this Track 2 approximately 3 miles west of where freight previously transitioned. We removed these 3 miles of Track 5, which open up the right-of-way to permit construction of drainage, overhead catenary, a new track on the east end of the project. We also began the installation of the new legged interlocking in the Hunts Point area. We anticipate that 50% of the interlocking will be installed when the long-term outage ends on September 1st. The installation of overhead catenary system, or OCS, is also critical activity to the success of the project. With the new OCS portals in place, the project will have an increased flexibility to construct new track and adjust project staging to mitigate schedule risk and priorities. To date, we've installed 20% of the 400 OCS foundations and have recently begun to install the portal structures themselves. As mentioned previously, the project continues to suffer from the lack of Amtrak force account, including ET linemen and track foremen, resulting in an estimated 6 to 9 month project delay. To help mitigate this delay, Amtrak has made a number of operational adjustments and provided us with a long-term single-track outage, which began this March and will run through September. While we've been able to complete some key activities under this outage, Amtrak has been unable to provide the agreed-upon level of force account staffing to take full advantage of the 24/7 outage. As a result, we do not expect to complete all planned work during this period and have not been able to recover previously lost time under this outage. With that said, we continue to work with Amtrak on a variety of mitigations, including additional or dedicated Amtrak personnel, additional outages, including both 55-hour weekend outages and an additional long-term 24/7 single-track outage. And we work on making adjustments to work rules to improve productivity with the limited resources that is available. If we are successful in implementing these mitigations, we remain hopeful that we may be able to reduce further delays to the project schedule. And this concludes my presentation.
Thanks, Tom. And this is a critical issue. I just want to provide a little emphasis on it. Obviously we're all invested in the importance of this project. We know that Amtrak is too, and they signed an agreement with us, and they put money on the line to support it. We know there are good intentions, certainly on their side. We respect and appreciate, as Tom has illuminated here, Amtrak was in the first year unable to support a single weekend outage, continuous weekend outage, which we had agreed on. And as a result of that, they went very far and agreed to this long-term outage from March to September. I mean, that's a big deal to agree to a long-term outage on the Northeast Corridor. We appreciate that they did that. Unfortunately, having given us 24 hours of track access, they weren't able to give us 24 hours of support, particularly the folks that look after the electric traction aspect of this, the ET linemen and the track foremen. Whether it was the supply of labor or difficult work rules out in the field where there were differing interpretations of what we were able to do and weren't able to do. As Tom says, unfortunately, we have not gained any time back as a result of that long-term outage. We're in active discussions with Amtrak almost every day. They're co-located. They agreed to, co-locate with us in New Rochelle. There's a team out in the field. We're spending time with senior Amtrak executives on Wednesday, meeting with the contractor in New Rochelle, and we hope to make more progress. We know that it's challenging for them. They have a plan to increase their overall labor force, but that plan doesn't kick in for a number of years. And in the meantime, we need to find more creative solutions to enable us to get work done, and we think Amtrak is aware of that. They're telling us that they're working on some things, but I can't tell you what they are at this moment. And each day that goes by, as Tom constantly reminds me, each day that goes by we may lose another day in terms of the schedule because of this. So it's a problematic circumstance.
Comment. We want to hear from Mr. DeVito.
Yeah.
And then we'll come back to the board. Mr. DeVito for the IEC, would you give your report?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, the IEC is reporting on the Metro North Penn Station Access Project, which was last reported on in January of this year. The IEC report begins on page 15 of your committee book, and here's some highlights. With respect to the schedule, the notice to proceed on the 63-month project was given to the design builder in January of 22, with a contractual substantial completion of March 2027. After 18 months, the design packages continue to be advanced, and design completion remains December of 2023. However, as you heard, primarily due to lack of Amtrak force account support resources, the project has not been able to maximize productivity during those outages that are granted, as multiple work locations are not supported by Amtrak force account resources, nor are all double shift work requests. Compounding this problem are last-minute cancellations of planned work. As a result, the latest project and IEC forecasts called for substantial completion in November of 2027, a delay of 2 months since our last report. To mitigate the risk of further delay, C&D and the design builder are working closely with Amtrak on a revised project work plan to increase the level of construction activity and stabilize the project schedule. This plan requires long-term track outages with increased force account support, as well as contractor training, both of which would allow access to a greater number of work locations. This plan must be fully supported by all parties. While in the IEC's opinion, the lost time to date is likely not recoverable, assuming the revised project work plan is implemented swiftly and Amtrak force account support meets the planned availability requirements, we find the November 2027 substantial completion date is achievable. With respect to the budget, both the project's budget and estimated completion remain at $2.87 billion, and the IEC agrees with this cost data. The IEC would like to note that completion of certain Harold interlocking elements necessary for conflict-free routing of Metro North trains remain ahead of Penn Station access service start date. Also, Harold interlocking, Penn Station access, as well as other regional projects are competing for the same Amtrak force account support resources, posing additional risk to the project. And that concludes our comments on Penn Station access. Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Joe. I want to come back to the IEC, but first, board comments. Haida, I'm sorry. Haida, then Mr. Glucksman, Mr. Albert.
So, Joe, is it 2 months, 6 months, 8 months? How much is it delayed? How long has it been delayed now? If we,
Sorry, the delay is to November of 2027 from March.
so it is 8 months, right? Okay. And it just boggles the mind that we can't hold Amtrak accountable. So what do we do?
Well, we are holding them accountable in part in the sense that we have an agreement in which they're responsible for some of the delays, particularly when we lose a shift at the last minute. Some of those costs that we incur will be Amtrak's, and then overall delays they'll be responsible for. But that's gonna, that's gonna go pretty quickly, frankly. In terms of what we do, I would just say, we have sort of two major issues. One is just the overall supply of support from Amtrak, and the supply breaks down into, as Mr. DeVito was saying, making sure we have enough of these specialty crews available in the region and that they're not assigned to other projects. It's also overtime. I mean, a lot of the work that's getting missed is at night and on the weekend. So, there are things that we think that Amtrak can do about overtime, and we would hope to see them do that. There may be other ways to increase the overall supply of labor that are available. Those are sort of federal regulatory issues, and they're agreements. They're the agreements between Amtrak and their labor unions. So we would certainly be asking them to take a hard look at that and see if there are any other opportunities. I would just note, with Third Track, such a successful project, that was because we had Long Island Railroad force account support. We were able to rely on them, and our railroad force account folks they're available. Mr. Glucksman, last month sent me a note reminding me of something that he did in the 90s to, make use of Long Island Railroad force account on a project that Amtrak was otherwise responsible for supporting. For subways, okay. So, but still substituting, forces from one agency for another. So there are some opportunities there that we'd like to see Amtrak explore more aggressively. The other category is once you may have the forces out there, but the work rules may mean that you can't get as much work done as intended. We've been working through that, I think, very productively with Amtrak up in New Rochelle. Tom's got a poker face. He's not gonna acknowledge that, but we managed to work out some additional training that allows us to get more work done in terms of the work rules. But there's more that can be done there too. Go ahead.
No, Jamie, you're spot on with that. We've made a number of adjustments to those work rules with Amtrak. We continue to discuss with them on a daily basis other opportunities to do that. We are seeing slow improvements on where we are, but we need to keep moving forward and do what's been done so far is not enough. We need to continue to make those improvements.
Let me just underscore, this board knows this is an issue that goes back some ways. And I got here in 2017, and one of the first things as we started analyzing the East Side Access Project was the fact that there's probably $1 billion of extra cost on East Side Access, maybe more. There's a trivial fact that Amtrak had a ton of work that they had jurisdiction over, or that they need to supervise and support that couldn't be done, and therefore there were constant change orders and work was rolling in from one contract into another. Remember, that was the before design build. So we highlighted that in 2018 when I reported to this board on the issues with East Side Access. Now we continued to have those issues right through to the end with Amtrak. And we fought, honestly, it's a struggle. And they had no skin in the game, none. They had no, we were rebuilding the whole Harold interlocking infrastructure. They had no downside cost impact from any delays to the project. And it went on and on and on. And we made our voices heard and made ourselves a nuisance on this issue from the very beginning. This project, when the deal was negotiated with Amtrak, Amtrak does have damages exposure, but it's capped. So as Jamie said, you quickly run into that cap, which is what, 50 million? That's not a pittance, it's real money, but the consequences for a project of this magnitude are significant. What we have been asking Amtrak and the federal government, FRA, for is a new strategy, because Amtrak has been saying since 2017 that they can and will hire more, and we support that. We want them to be successful. Now they have, with the Biden infrastructure law, they have enormous amount more work and projects and funding. So we are deeply concerned that their ability to support projects is even more overstretched. And the only people they seem to be hiring are MTA project engineers, which is another matter we'll talk about another time. Including people who are working on this project, another story. But they seem to be struggling to hire enough unionized track foremen, electric power traction professionals, and other key professionals to allow this work to go on. And they have much more work being done all over the Northeast Corridor as a result of the plan. So we've raised that repeatedly with the feds and asked them, please help Amtrak come up with a plan where they can do what Randy Glucksman was talking about, borrow expertise. If they can't fill a slot for a weekend, instead of canceling a weekend outage, borrow, throw it open to a Metro North qualified, obviously we're talking about technically and safety qualified professionals. Throw it open to Long Island Railroad. We'll pull people from elsewhere in the region. A lot of the Amtrak professionals commute from Philadelphia for these weekend outage work. Why can't we go to Boston? Why can't we go up and down the corridor? We've raised this. We've raised it with the FRA administrator. There's been some work done on it, but has not as yet yielded a significant increase in Amtrak's staffing and capacity. This is an existential threat to the whole Northeast Corridor Improvement Project, and we need the feds to step up and solve and address this problem. We keep raising it at the Commission. We keep raising it in Washington. I love the Biden administration and the U.S. DOT in this era, but this is one area where we need to see more improvement. Mr. Chu.
Jano, it sounds like what you're suggesting, exists in other sectors, like utilities have mutual aid agreements, right?
Yeah.
Where when something happens, they could respond even ahead of the circumstance. So it sounds like, they could just borrow a model like that and make it happen. And I know a lot of those workers would be very happy and could put a lot of PlayStations on their Christmas trees in Hanukkah.
Yeah, I mean, some of this is union jurisdiction issues that need to be overcome, but only the feds can work those through issues.
Well, if work's not happening, no one's working. No one's getting paid. So.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Mr. Glucksman.
Thank you. We covered a lot of stuff I was going to bring up. We just don't want to see a Harold 2.0 here. I think we can all agree that we can't afford that. But cross-training, there has to be a way they can find. These guys are all trained to do the same thing. They're familiar with working with contact wire overhead. They should be easily be able to protect the flaggers and do all the other stuff that can be done. And I commend you for going forward with it.
Were there other, Mr. Albert?
What is the purpose of building or expanding the
New Rochelle Yard. No trains end there. Would it be for work trains or just to have an additional yard? Or would, at some point, there be trains from New Rochelle to Penn Station?
Yes, there'll be trains originating at New Rochelle Yard. Tom, do you want to expand on that?
Yes, the yard itself will support the passenger service from New Rochelle into Penn Station. A number of those routes will begin at that location.
But most New Haven line trains will continue to be serviced at Stamford or New Haven, I assume, correct?
The ones that there's there currently would continue. The majority of those will continue on into Grand Central through the Harlem line. But with the additional service, this provides space for the conditioning and the repair for the additional trains needed for the Penn Station service.
And just Department of Full Disclosure, there is an ongoing discussion with Connecticut about how many Metro North trains will use the new Penn Access Hellgate line into Penn to serve those Connecticut customers as well for optionality. That discussion is underway with Kathy's team in Connecticut. Okay, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, you knew I was going to say something. And I got more to say about your conflict with Amtrak, but I'll take that offline if you want to talk about it. But the
Partnership, not conflict, partnership.
Conflict, I mean, I've been married 40-some years, you know. Conflict and partnership is like a very similar thing, you know. But congratulations, Jamie, and the engineering department and everybody on the quick response to the torrent in the Metro North territories. But I've been on this board a long time, not to pull out my seniority on people. Reminds me, too, of how old I am. But, and it's been 15, 16 years, Andrew, you know, we've been sitting here. Can anyone, well, in your case, if anyone can name a substantial weather event where we haven't had some sort of maintenance away crisis on Metro North in those last 15, 16 years, I'd be glad to hear it. It happens all the time. Our maintenance away workers get out there in very difficult conditions and do a lot of work on an emergency basis and put the thing back together. But you know, the tracks aren't getting any farther from the water table by themselves. And we've had, you went over these, you're doing great on these mega projects. I hope we get this worked out with Amtrak. Like I said, I got some ideas for you. But you just got to move, you got to view that as sort of a mega project, that a ghost mega project that sits out there undone, storm after storm after storm. You're calling people out to do very difficult and dangerous work, and doing it on in a practiced, planned manner is, in my world, I would think you're the efficiency people, but I would think that would be a more efficient way to operate than waiting for the next storm. And also, these are the same areas that always flood. Unless there's somebody from maintenance away who's going to contradict me again, that, I mean, I can go to my members that work on maintenance away equipment, and they can pretty much point to the areas where these are going to be. I remember you had a mudslide like 6 months ago or 8 months ago, and my guy said, oh yeah, that's 50 yards from the last mudslide. Well, Minka, come on, you got to be able to put together some sort of, I wouldn't say crisis team, but something that progresses to deal with this. And it's you know, it does remind me of the partner of the tunnel, the Park Avenue Tunnel that constantly gets shoved down the priority list for Blue Ribbon Commission work. And you know, I think it's a better way to do it, to plan this and deal with it, raise the tracks, and you know, ultimately you're going to have to move something here as, what do you call it, global warming.
So, you know, look, I'm going to say I agree with everything you said, except I just want it to be recognized, this is the group that has decided not to kick the can on a lot of stuff. Not on ADA, not on equity projects that open our system to more travel by people in disadvantaged communities. I mean, yes, resiliency is an absolute high priority. We happen to have the guy who ran, you know, the team responding, putting together a strategy, responding for New York City to Sandy. That's what Jamie did. That's, the person we put in charge of C&D. So absolutely, resiliency is high on the list, and we've taken a look at, after Ida, we took a look at every station that flooded, and we also are looking at the same conditions on Metro North. But you're right, it's a mega project, and it has to be included in a future capital program, and we need enough capital investment to balance basic state of good repair, accessibility, equity, expansion of the system, modern signaling, and full resiliency. We need all those things. Next capital program is coming. It starts in the fall with the 20-year needs assessment. It'll be in that.
Thanks,
all right.
Jim.
I'm giving too many speeches today, and Brother Zuckerman just reminded me we have a time constraint. I do want to acknowledge that Joe DeVito, this may be your swan song, am I right? So Joe is retiring from the IEC, and Joe has been, the IEC reports to the board on the status of the capital projects and the capital program, and Joe has been a great partner for the MTA, giving us honest assessment, leader of a team that gives us honest assessments of schedule and budget progress and the quality of projects for a long time. And we're going to miss both your, obviously you tell it straight, but you also work with us to make sure that we're creating a partnership in support of the capital program. So a word of thanks to you, Joe. All right, and so we have to do the benign, the more routine business with Mr. Iceland, procurements.
Yes, sir. I'll try to wrap it up quickly for you. So we have 4 action items today being presented for approval. The first 3 are seeking authorization to use the competitive request for proposals process to award a set of contracts for as-needed construction, electrical, and painting services for the Bridges and Tunnels Authority. And the other is a request for ratification of a modification to the contract for concrete and steel repairs along the Eastern Parkway IRT line. That mod is to furnish and install fiberglass plenum plates above tracks E1 and E4. These items are described in detail in the staff summaries contained within your committee books, and I submit them for your consideration and vote.
Any questions or comments? Do I have a motion?
Some.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The items carry. That concludes today's agenda. May I have a motion for adjournment? Thank you, Mr. Bringerman. Thank you, Ms. Lopez. We are adjourned.
I actually love what I do. This is my 18th year on the railroad. I love instructing, which is what I'm doing now. I'm instructing student engineers. I love operating as well, so when I can, I still do operate trains, and it's just a great job to have. My name is Inade Maruga Sr. I'm currently a locomotive engineer, special duty instructor. I've been with Metro North for 5 years now.
My name is Robert Sapari, and I'm a training officer, locomotive engineers for Metro North Railroad, and I've been with the MTA for 10 years. My earliest train memory is being in the train with my dad as he was operating. I'm second generation railroad. We actually operated around the same time just before he retired, so that's probably one of my biggest memories. Responsibilities for a locomotive engineer are vast. From dealing with your crews and having a job safety briefing to checking your equipment and making sure all your safety checks are complete.
Safety plays a major role in what we do because of how many lives we're responsible for.
One of the coolest things you get to see when you're up front operating as an engineer is you'll get the best views. If there's a 4th of July, you'll see all the fireworks up and down the Hudson. You'll see eagles fly in and dip in and grab fish and fly right next to your cab.
It's cool to run the Yankees trains, especially when they win. See all those Yankee fans out there, to be able to bring them to and from the games. To just be operating the train through Harlem, to look on both sides and see the buildings and everything, it's just it's just a great scene.
Knowing that my work is essential to keeping this city moving is a sense of great pride. It gives me great satisfaction knowing that I'm getting thousands of people to their destination safely, and they're relying on me to get to work.
I'm an engineer, and I run trains as an essential employee, moving essential employees through the pandemic to be able to bring doctors and food workers, for us to be able to get them to and from their jobs safely, take a great sense of pride in being able to do that.
I take pride in my job now, and I really enjoy it. I am glad I became an engineer.
It's an amazing job. You know, it's a lot of responsibility, but at the end of the day, when I go home, you know, I'm happy with what I've done for the day at work. I know that I have a great job to come to, and I'm grateful for it.
Hi.
We have 72 public speakers.
Checking your batteries.
Let's call this meeting to order, if you don't mind, of the June 2023 Finance Committee meeting. July, thank you very much. Well, that's the first thing I need to change in this sheet here. It's July. There you go. It's July. I didn't remember it. Thank you very much. So there's Hank, you're always paying attention. Thank God. All right, David, any public speakers, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have 4 speakers today, but as a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I also would like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware there'll be a warning beep to remind you when you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker today is Christopher Greif, who will be followed by Jason Anthony. I believe Mr. Greif has left, so the next speaker is Jason Anthony, who will be followed by Jack Nierenberg.
Hey, Neil. Let's talk about the fare and toll increases that I believe that you guys are going to discuss it. I believe that, hear this, I rather take a 4% fare and toll increase than a 8% fare and toll increase that the Port Authority considered. But listen to this. The Port Authority of New York and New Jersey did it with no to little public input. But listen to this, Kevin Willens. They do their fare and toll increase automatic due to inflation. I hope that you guys don't consider doing an annual fare and toll increase due to inflation, because that will be a chaos due to, let's say, that will affect the economy of New York City. So I'd rather take that 4% fare and toll increase, but keep in mind, I pay my fare when I go to work in Amazon in Staten Island, but I see people that work in Amazon like I do, but they don't pay their fair share. So let's deploy the Eagle Team full force in Staten Island to see if they pay their fair share. So I'll see you guys on Wednesday from Amazon.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jack Nierenberg, who will be followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jack Nierenberg, Vice President of Passengers United. And by a show of hands, how many of you take the subway every day? Think about how this fare increase will affect your life, because it's definitely affecting my life, everyone in here, I'm assuming. It's going to make it much harder for everyone financially. And That's just one of many concerns. The express buses are going up to $7. Many of these communities who are really going to be hit the hardest are disadvantaged communities that rely on the express buses, that rely on the subways and the local buses, and especially rely on the railroads. And one thing about the railroads, we've been discussing the issue of the Atlantic ticket. They want to merge that, create a new city ticket with a higher peak fare. Now, think about how that's going to affect everyone. These people rely on this. This is the Atlantic ticket, by the way. This is the weekly Atlantic ticket. For $60, you can travel the railroad from Southeast Queens to Brooklyn and get a 7-day unlimited Metro card, which satisfies your commuting needs. And these are people who don't have the same privilege that I'm assuming many of you have. So in our view, if you really want to get people on public transportation, do you think a fare increase is actually going to do the job? If anything, the fare should be decreased, especially with the weekly Atlantic ticket. First of all, $2.75 is good for the subways and the buses, but the Atlantic ticket should be $40 for the week. This will really help people get onto public transportation. It's going to be an incentive, and it's going to help you all because more people, more fare revenue. So I strongly oppose these fare increases for all the reasons I've stated. So I really hope that you really have the empathy necessary to really satisfy that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Charlton D'Souza.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Today is D-Day, the fare increase day. And this is the Atlantic ticket. I remember I was the first person who bought it at the Queens Village station. This $60 weekly pass changed my life. It changed the lives of people in Southeast Queens. I beg this board, and I know we've had disagreements. Please, please, guys, don't do this to Southeast Queens. Please have the city ticket turn this weekly pass into a city ticket weekly pass for either $40 or $60 so we can ride the subway system with equity. Please, because you guys want to implement congestion pricing. You guys are, the subways are so bad. People are getting killed on the subway. It takes me 2 hours and 30 minutes overnight to get home because technically I can't even afford $60. Okay, I'm one of those people. And just to have this program opens up the doors. Imagine how the time savings. 40 minutes, 35 minutes from Grand Central to Queens Village. That is true equity. So please, guys, the chairman, all of you, I beg you, please keep the $60 weekly pass. The fare, the base fare, should remain at $2.75. But if y'all want to raise the unlimited 7-day to $1, that's understandable. Same thing with the, the 30-day, really make it up $1. But what happens to the $1 fee that we pay? Because you guys keep that $1 fee when you buy the Metro card. But there has to be equity for the city, for the Bronx, for Brooklyn, for Queens. And, we need the $60 pass. As far as the express bus, I think it should be kept at the same fare. And the weekly Express Bus Plus Pass should be kept at the same fare, only because you guys keep canceling Express Bus trips, But $2.75, it beats the cost of a Uber any day, which is like $40 to $60. So help us out, guys, please. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we have one other speaker on Zoom. I was just told about Andy Pollock.
Okay.
Okay, David, finally I got acknowledged. Hi, Neil. Hi, everyone. So, 2 things I want to discuss before the end of the summer. So, number one, my colleagues have been discussing the Atlantic ticket, as you just heard Jack and Charlton from Passengers United. And we cannot have this ticket program eliminated because it's been around now for 5 years, and a lot of people in Southeast Queens rely on this program. And I know this morning there was a lot of talk about, we're going to be adding more peak service from Queens Village and Hollis. But if you eliminate this program, how are people supposed to have direct service to Atlantic Terminal? So again, please do not eliminate the Atlantic ticket. We need this program. So hopefully we can keep that when the board votes fully on this on Wednesday. And also, before I wrap up my remarks, I am now opposing the congestion pricing plan. There have been scientists that have been working with the state of New Jersey. Yes, I'm not going to say where I got my information from. They have done their own research, and they have determined that if congestion pricing goes through, we will see more congestion on the roadways in the Bronx. So I'm just going to disclose that for the record. So with that, Neil, enjoy the rest of your summer, and I will speak to you all again in the fall.
Thank you very much, Chair. That concludes the public comments.
All right, David, thank you very much. We do listen to the public speakers. Just to be clear, this committee is not voting on the fare increase today. I believe that's being done at the board meeting on Wednesday. So just not to disappoint folks, but that will be held there. Thank you. Minutes for the June 26th meeting, please, page 5. Can I have a motion to approve? Thank you, Blanca. Second. Thank you for the joint committee on seconding over there. Any edits, corrections, deletions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstention. Motion passes. 2023 work plan is on page 10. No changes to be had. The piece de resistance of today is the July financial plan, which I think has been somewhat previewed in some settings. But Kevin, you have the floor to share with us the very good news of our July plan.
Thank you. And good afternoon, everybody. As you may recall, when the budget was proposed last November, we were facing these large deficits brought on by the lost revenue from COVID. Now, I'm pleased to report that today's financial plan will show 5 years of projected balanced budgets. This is a huge success story. Today's plan shows MTA's transition from an uncertain financial future to a balanced plan for many years to come. Today's forecast of financial stability is made possible by bold leadership by the governor and a balanced plan adopted by the legislature, supported by the city in this year's state budget. The MTA board, who both embraced the plan and sent the signal to address our financial needs decisively. The delivery of outstanding service by our operating agencies and their employees, who gave confidence to our stakeholders to invest more in the MTA. Collaborative work across the MTA to develop actionable solutions and communicate them to political leaders and advocates. Combined financial support from the state, city, taxpayers, and riders. But our work is not done. Part of balancing the plan is MTA delivering on the $400 million of operating efficiencies while continuing to deliver great service. We've already booked $200 million and will be locking down the remaining $200 million in November. But no rest for the weary. We're going a step further. In this plan, we're targeting another $100 million of recurring efficiencies to be put in place in 2025, bringing the annual total to $500 million. Rich and Kathy, who are carrying the burden of this great plan, will present to the committee shortly on their efforts. The July plan, which is available on our website, is a mid-year update and an early look at the 2024 preliminary budget. Importantly, no action is being asked for today by either the committee or the board on Wednesday with respect to the July plan. We'll be coming back in November with the proposed 2024 budget. So let's go through some highlights, unless you want to just keep looking at this beautiful page of zeros. All right, the forecast period extends 1 year, giving a preliminary look at 2027. We continue to forecast ridership along the McKinsey midpoint. State dedicated revenues reflect the state budget agreement and some revised receipt estimates. The re-estimated agency expense budgets and debt service projection incorporating the expected TWU agreement and that pattern applying MTA-wide. A 4% fare increase and a 5.5% toll increase by the end of this August that the board will be voting on Wednesday. And we're still assuming 4% fare and toll increases in 2025 and 2027, that periodic modest increases. Ridership, we're tracking the midpoint. As you see, we're just coming up to around 70%. As we talked about, revenues are tracking a little bit higher, but you'll see there we need to continue to move up and hit 80. The plan is based on hitting 80% of pre-pandemic ridership in 2027. And that's paid ridership that we need to hit. So what's changed in this July plan since the December budget? So these are 5-year aggregate numbers. So as we talked about earlier in the in a previous committee meeting, the state budget agreement provides roughly $6.5 billion to eliminate those previously projected deficits. But then there's other things that change. As I mentioned, labor expenses, we're going to be assuming an extra $1.15 billion over the plan, reflecting the assumptions in the labor settlement. Something we've talked about at the committee, we're going to bringing down our mortgage recording tax and real estate estimates by over $1 billion. We're down, we may be down roughly $400 million this year in those taxes, mainly reflective of the slow real estate market in terms of mortgages and so forth. But the good news is we have a broad basket of dedicated taxes, so the other taxes are actually performing really well. So in the state's adopted financial plan, they were able to project higher sales tax and corporate surcharge, and were, due to job growth, able to estimate higher payroll mobility taxes, not just from the increase in the rate, but from the increase in wages themselves. And then we've been able to bring up our estimate of tolls and fares driven by more traffic and a better estimate on, or more positive estimate on fare generation per level of ridership. So here's numerically what we showed, the deficits previously. And then the green area is all the changes in the state budget, the increase in the PMT from raising the rate, increased funding for paratransit, the one-time direct state subsidy. We're assuming casino license fees come in play out in 26 and 27, $500 million in each year. And then the additional service-related expenses and bringing the fare increase down from the original 5.5 down to 4%. So that's $6.5 billion, kind of covers the $6.5 billion in previous deficits. And then we have all the other changes, again, the main ones being in labor assumption, real estate taxes. We have other changes in the budget, but then the higher dedicated taxes, additional toll and fares. And then we've got in there the additional MTA operating efficiencies, the additional $100 million a year starting in 2025, which is on top of the $400 million that is planned to start in 2024. And then all the other changes we've put in the last line item, the OPEB trust disbursement deferral, which is really, we have money in the OPEB trust that we thought we would take out during this plan period. The good news is, on top of these zeros, we project there'll be money in the OPEB trust to help pay for retiree health costs out in 2028 and 2029. So like any budget, it's a projection, it's a plan, and we mitigated the deficits, but the risks remain, and the risks are continued paid ridership recovery. We need we need to get from 70 to 80%. If we get lower growth, less revenue, and if we only get half the growth, then we'll be short $325 million a year in the revenue that we've got projected in the plan. Dedicated tax receipts, the economy's been performing pretty well. Range of outcomes, if we did hit a slower economy, is it could cost us anywhere between $250 and $750 million under a more severe outcome per year if tax receipts fell back. Casino revenue, nothing for the next 3 years, but the timing, if it's slower than anticipated in terms of getting the casinos sited and so forth, that does create an issue that we'd have to address out in 26 and 27. And then MTA operating efficiencies, which are key, and anything less than full implementation is obviously a risk to the budget, which I will open it up for any questions people have, and then I'm going to turn it over to Rich and Kathy to talk about that operating efficiencies and how they're going about closing in on that final amount.
Questions? Sir.
Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate the presentation. Just two quick questions. Number one, when does the federal money, how are you spreading that again? If you can just, when does the federal money run out?
So the federal money went to reimburse deficits last year. That did free up local subsidy money that we otherwise would have had to use, and that's going to be used to cover a portion of this year's deficit, little bits over the years, but we've really deployed that money based on the approval we had in December to bring down debt service costs by about $1.7 billion over the plan period. We funded the OPEB trust, and we did a billion in pension prepayments that will be used up during the plan period. So I would say the way to then kind of characterize all those pieces is that the resources will continue to provide benefit through 2027, and if we don't need to tap into the OPEB trust, will provide resources for us beyond 27 due to that deposit in the OPEB trust. But technically, the COVID money, the federal COVID money was spent last year. It's just
Got it. Thank you. And just last question, did the McKinsey ridership projection include any mode shift from congestion pricing?
So it did. It was a pretty modest amount, because when you think about, even if you get a large percentage of drivers going onto the subway or the commuter rail, their count is very small relative to the base we already have. So I think it's like a 1% or less impact on revenue, but that's baked in.
Other questions? Norman.
Yeah, well, there's a B&T impact, though, too, no? I mean, because now people are going to tend to use the Midtown Tunnel and the...
Correct.
I mean, I don't know that it's substantial, but,
So there are projected, actually, although there's reduced traffic and congestion in the central business district, as you just stated, there actually could be some upside in terms of how the traffic diverts to the paid crossings rather than the free crossings. So we have not built that into the budget yet. The additional toll revenue we're assuming is from, what we're seeing as growth since the pandemic. And, we'll watch the numbers when congestion pricing comes online and see if that additional paid toll revenue materializes.
Yeah, well, me and my neighbors in South Brooklyn are looking forward to that, to get all the cars off our block that are trying to get to the free bridges.
Good. And then we're aligned in our interests.
Blanca, please.
Just a question, and thinking out loud, as we have been receiving updates on the recommendation from the Blue Ribbon panel on fare evasion, have you taken into consideration, or is it too early to take into consideration how those recommendations, once they're fully implemented, can also positively impact our budget?
Yeah, thank you. No, it's critical because we need that 10% paid ridership growth. And if, the underlying projections assume that we make some progress on fare evasion, that, if our fare evasion gets 3% worse, then we need 13% more ridership to get to the net 10. If we can get fare evasion 3% better, then you only need 7% growth from things like people coming to work more often or doing more retail. So what I'll say, although it's very hard to kind of tease out all the individual components, an effective fare evasion strategy is going to be critical to being able to get that paid ridership to that 80% level. Otherwise, it's just, we'll have too many headwinds coming at us if we don't make progress, or, if it gets worse.
Other comments? Andrew.
On that point, Kevin, when we saw the new prototypes, or they're new to us, of the turnstiles and exits, slam gates, and all of those things after the fare evasion panel gave its final report, that takes time to do the RFI, which we heard was going to be done earlier today, and to get the bidding and to get them. So is that going to be taken into account, the time it will take to get the new turnstiles and new exit gates?
Yeah, again, there's fighting the fare evasion is a multi-pronged approach. So we've got money in for, more of the gate guards, working on the delayed gate, and then the fare arrays is another solution. So I think that, what we need to see is, some of those things that we can do in the more immediate term starting to help, because you're right that the gate arrays are going to take a long period of time, and that's not going to be the solution for getting 10% more ridership over the next 4 years.
Thank you.
Other comments? Other comments? All right, let me just make 3 brief ones. Amazing, Kevin. Just amazing. I mean, I think none of us have seen 5 years of balanced budgets, never mind even a couple. And I think the threat of that bogey out there is very far out now. So thank you for that. It's incredible. I describe this list as a miraculous mix of puts and takes. If you see all the adds and subtractions, it's pretty impressive. So well done to you and your team. Thank you for that. Secondly, thank you to the governor and the legislature. You guys really partnered brilliantly on this one. I think you're right. We did send a signal, but really they came to the table and provide the leadership that we all needed, because in some ways, I guess we can all go home as a finance committee, because our biggest fear over the last few years has abated. Third, one thing I'd like to say that Rob Mojica used to be a board member here, state budget director, had said often, a budget's a plan. So it's a plan. And whether riders will come back, whether we're going to see the right increase in drivers that we actually will need for tolls, whether fare evasion is capped, that's what we're here to do, provide oversight, because it's not guaranteed. We've gotten the tools, we've been given the largesse to solve the problem, but it's not guaranteed. So now we asked Kathy and Rich to come in today because primarily because Midori Vitavali had asked to have a conversation about the measures that are being put in place to achieve the meaningful cost savings that are necessary to close this budget. I'd ask you, I mean, Midori's not here, so she's missed our opportunity. Maybe is she on the video? No. No, but she can watch it at a future date. Give us the highlights from Hamlet version, if you will, because our CFO is heading off to a deserved trip at 4 o'clock. So we have about 25 minutes before. He is. He's going to New Jersey. So that's no, I'm kidding. He's going well beyond New Jersey, but the journey starts in New Jersey. So I don't know who's going to start, but one of you will start.
Given that I talked to Kevin multiple times in my vacation last week, I'm going to stretch this out. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. I will be brief. So just to recall, there were 4 strategies that we talked about, I think it's now 6 months ago to the committee and the board for both the railroads and transit about how we're going to reduce costs. So it was harnessing technology and data to improve productivity, sharpening management focus on cost drivers, develop common standards and practices. But by the way, among the railroads and transit, and then looking at our peers, and then investing capital to reduce operating expenses. And for transit, that's also within the push to improve service. So as I understand it, I don't have nearly as much history as most folks around this room do, but in the past, the efforts to reduce costs were focused on headcount reductions, taking vacancies. And it was not based on necessarily data or based on improving service. It was just a scramble, as occurred from time to time, or maybe annually. I tell a joke. I met a person here when I first started last year, and I asked her how long she had been here. She said 33 years, and I asked her how many budget crises she had been through, and she said 33. And so, that's a bit of the culture here and so really, focusing on not only reducing the operating costs that Kevin talked about, but also the twin goal of improving service. And as many of you know, we talked about it at Transit Committee today. Our goal by next June is to have all of our customers, regardless of mode, at least 7 out of 10 saying they are satisfied or very satisfied with service. So with that said, we have focused a number of our efforts. I have some deep dives on a few of these, which I can speak to in a moment. But around technology and data, there are at least 4. There's a bunch of levers, but the 4 main ones that we're talking about is subway predictive maintenance, which we're actually tailoring our inspection cycles to focus not on what we did in the past, or we've always done it that way, but actually looking at the data to say, no, we should be inspecting that car on a 6.5-year basis, and that switch every 2 weeks, and maybe that switch, twice a week. I'll talk about subways in a moment. Bus predictive maintenance, you've heard me speak about this a couple of times, but this is using AI, artificial intelligence, to predict before a bus fails, and then getting that out of service. And the AI has become so successful on this after treatment program that we do not have to diagnose the issue. It comes in the bus, and our teams are able to the AI actually spits out to the team a repair plan, as opposed to spending a couple of hours diagnosing precisely. We're also looking at emergency response. I would say during the subway action crisis, probably in 2017, we probably constructed an emergency response that thankfully is not, I would say, as much needed today as it was 6 years ago, because given all the work that many folks before me have done. And then you've also heard a great success story with our Access-a-Ride self-booking. Chris and team have implemented the ability for our customers to now book their Access-a-Ride not by phone, but by app, meaning self-service, meaning we can look at call volume reductions in our call volume. So just quickly on predictive maintenance on subways, as I mentioned, our major car overhauls in the past have either been 6 or 7 years, and it's sort of vacillated. We are moving to a 6.5-year cycle, given the data that we've studied over the last 6 months. We will watch this carefully, but we're convinced that we can do major car overhauls every 6.5 years without any interruptions to service whatsoever. We're also looking at our routine car inspections, again, with data to see where we can improve or otherwise look at. And so rather than doing those in routine inspections every 68 to 78 days, we're moving it to 75 to 85 days, or again, you can see the mileage there. And as I mentioned, switch maintenance at non-critical locations every 60 days up to 30. I just want to emphasize, this is we probably could have stretched this more, frankly, but balancing safety, which is obviously paramount, but with the need to look at the data on how much inspections we're doing, we're very comfortable that this is a prudent way within our benchmarks to reduce costs, but make sure that we're maintaining safe service, but also a service that's working. On buses, I mentioned, predictive maintenance. I would just say, we've already seen an estimate since December on this after system plan of about $1.2 million. We're putting out an RFP now to look at other systems, HVAC, for example, perhaps the engine, to see if there are other subsystems that we can look at. But there's been a lot of good work on thinking about how to be predictive in our maintenance. Most transit systems are reactive. Being proactive, being predictive, we will be leading the country. We certainly are on bus, and that's the push on subways as well. Obviously, for purposes of this presentation, reducing costs is what we're focused on, but this is all about making sure we're smartly deploying our resources. On sharpening management, focus on cost drivers. So insourcing cleaning, you all know, I think most of you know that during COVID, we struggled with hiring, and so we outsourced a number of our cleaning costs. That actually drove up our costs, and so we have been bringing that all back in-house, and as a result, we're being able to reduce our overall expenses while still having a very high standard of cleanliness in our stations and in our cars. We extended the maximum train crew shifts for some from 9 hours and 59 minutes to 10 hours and 59 minutes, which allows us to reduce costs by about $2 million. And then consolidating real estate. We're working with the real estate team to see, have we overleased? Are we, do we have too much space? And there's certainly a couple of areas working with David's team that we are just not renewing leases because we don't need the space. On insourcing cleaning, so just to give you a sense, as you know, we are very much focused on customer satisfaction. As you can see, we've actually had a 10-point improvement over the last year on station cleanliness and train cleanliness, while we're insourcing and reducing our costs. Obviously, labor has been our partner throughout this. We've pired about 800 cleaners total, station cleaners and end-of-line cleaners. So not an insignificant, people power that we brought in-house. And then we're also looking at, greater specialization, power washing, for example, some other, our high team, our HIT team. It matters when you have a 6'2" chairman who rides your system often, so looking for those high spaces we're very much focused on. And again, we'll monitor this operating model, but we're convinced that this is a proverbial unicorn in this business, reducing our costs and actually improving customer satisfaction. On developing standards and practices, obviously we reimagine our station agents, and that is an overall cost reduction because of some overtime changes that were agreed to in exchange for the $1 an hour and a few other enhancements we gave to the agents. I'll talk a little about scaling LEDs in a moment, and then reducing peak demand. We're really looking at our energy costs. I think it's fair to say New York City Transit might be the largest or one of the largest consumers of electricity in the state. So we're really looking at how we are utilizing our power needs and our utility needs. But on scaling LEDs, there's a lot of stats here. I know Kevin is getting ready to change into his shorts and take off, so I'll be quick. But suffice to say, LEDs are more energy efficient. You change them out, they last 6 to 7 times longer than traditional elements. And as part of our station cleanliness, we know that customers are telling us that dark spots in stations not only feel dirty, but they also feel unsafe. And so as we're doing station renovations, as we're going out, we're changing our LEDs to be, again, part of our faster, cleaner, safer program. But you can see here, lifespan improves, energy costs come down. So, we're pursuing another $150 million. So all that totaled up to, and I should say there's no silver bullet. We are literally looking for the nickels and dimes in the cushions. And so part of that is we're not just identifying at transit just $300 million or $350 million. We're identifying lots of opportunities, knowing that some will come true, some won't, some will come in higher, some will come in lower. That's just how, going back to Rob Mojica and the quote about a plan, we're focused on that. But we have another $150 million. I'll just maybe mention a couple. Expanding use of our e-mirrors. So Transit Committee knows this, the chair in particular. About 25% of all of our, quote, collisions for buses have to do with our mirrors. They're bumping into another car, cars bumping into them, these dining structures. And so e-mirrors will allow us to reduce their costs there, as an example. Employee availability. I wouldn't be a transit conversation and a conversation about costs without employee availability. We hope through the collective bargaining agreement process. We made some improvements there and actually some potential gain sharing, so more to come when that's approved. We are working, as I mentioned, with Kathy and her team with Metro North and Long Island Railroad to look at areas where we can work together. So rail grinding, for example. Last year in New York City Transit, about half of the money we paid for in rail grinding was time that they were not rail grinding. And so making sure that we're actually utilizing the contractor appropriately is critically important. So, you know, I know Kathy has a presentation. Well, happy to take questions, but this is an effort that is coming out of the Office of the President, working with buses and subways in particular. And then there's certainly some items here which require, you know, headquarters assistance as well. So whether it's finance, human resources, IT, procurement, we're leaning on our shared services partners as well to deliver. But again, I just want to emphasize that this is not about an effort just to find a $300 or $400 million number, but actually ways to improve the way we're doing business while we're delivering a better product.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Kathy, and then if there's any questions.
Okay. I feel like I have incredible power here, being the last thing between Kevin and his vacation. So, but I'll move things along because a lot of the themes you're going to hear.
In the spirit of operating efficiencies.
Absolutely. Trying to save money and be more efficient. So, a lot of what you're going to hear from me is very comparable to what you've already heard from Rich. So even though I have very long talking points here, I'll try to keep it fast. One of the benefits of being in the combined position that I find myself in is the opportunity to compare practices at both railroads as we seek operational efficiencies and savings across the railroads. We have been at this for over a year now. Actually, some of the changes that we've made in our operating and maintenance practices are already being realized, and we were able to save $20 million across both railroads that we're currently realizing. So the intent of the presentation is similar to what Rich has already laid out, is to show you that it's not just a budget reduction exercise. It is a comprehensive effort to be able to change the way that we do business so that we're more efficient. We want to justify the faith that our partners have put in us to be able to deliver service safely, reliably, but more efficiently. We have locked the first $50 million towards our $100 million target, and we are already working towards the next $50 million in order to reach the total of $100 million that has been set aside for the railroads to be able to satisfy this goal. So you saw this slide for Rich. We are similarly looking at initiatives within each of these four categories. We're going to dig in on the first three. We'll talk very briefly about the investing capital to reduce operating expenses at the tail end. But what you're going to hear from me today is really focused on the first three: the technology, the common standards and practices, and sharpening the management focus on cost drivers. Comparable to what Rich mentioned to you already, you will see illustrative initiatives within each of these categories, but items big and small, right? I mean, there are some big items that we really expect to rely upon, but much smaller items that are interesting in and of themselves, and that some of them we hope will lead to additional opportunities as we scale them up and potentially put them in place across both properties. Again, as Rich mentioned a little while ago, it's a collective effort and partner with the MTA. We're relying on the People Tower to fill key positions. We're going to require IT support for technology enhancements, procurement support, legal support, and of course, increased collaboration and communication with our unions will be important to be able to achieve all of these objectives and to have long-term success. So this is a slide. I just want to pause on this slide because Kevin was kind enough to mention that, solid performance, has really been at the basis for, our ability to get more funds from our funding partners. And, I'm grateful to the staffs on both railroads, consistently high on-time performance, declining customer injuries, and this is all borne out by the ridership increases, that we've seen over the course of the spring. Since the GCM schedule was launched, almost 25% on the Long Island, but also a very healthy almost 15% on Metro North since this year began. So happy to see so many people come back. We want to continue to be able to bring people back to the rails, but at the same time do our business more efficiently and more effectively. So on the slide with respect to harnessing technology and data to improve productivity, I'm going to talk about $8.4 million in sample initiatives that we're looking at. The one thing that I do want to sort of call out on the Metro North side that's a little bit of inside baseball is that because of our service agreement with the state of Connecticut, in order to achieve the New York FBR targets, we always have to overachieve a bit. The New Haven line is our busiest line by far, but to the extent that we identify savings that are attributable to New Haven line operations, those savings are shared with the state of Connecticut. So really any of the numbers that you see here are New York numbers, New York savings, but there is this sort of separate issue with respect to Metro North savings targets that Connecticut does get a share of those. So if you look at the first item, the train scheduling, this actually is a New York item. We are using our passenger loading data, which you've heard a lot about in connection with the Long Island Railroad service planning exercise. We are better matching our train lengths to customer demand. So we're adjusting consist sizes to where we're seeing the need for longer consist sizes and shorter consist sizes, and we're actually able to realize $100 million by that data-driven effort. On the materials management side, our M&E teams, they're doing an overall data-driven review of materials usage and requirements. By changing the points at which we reorder materials, we can better manage our spend. One example of that on the Long Island side is a deep dive regarding the minimum material necessary to be able to maintain the M3 fleet. And then on the energy management side, this is a smaller item, but one that we're excited about. The Runwise team that is working on this particular energy management initiative, they were finalists in the Transit Tech Lab competition. And along with New York City Transit, we piloted their technology for a couple months this past winter in several railroad facilities that rely upon older legacy heating systems. The snapshot of their results shows that their real-time monitoring services of building temperatures through a network of wireless sensors was allowing us to be able to run our heating system more efficiently based upon changing temperatures rather than just setting the boilers and kind of running away, right? So this has allowed us to save fuel, cut carbon emissions, and we also got positive feedback from our building management staff. They can monitor building monitor building temperatures and make heating adjustments from their mobile phones. We're intending to expand this system to other buildings for the upcoming heating system and plan to save up to $400,000 on this, with additional recurring savings possible as we scale it up and bring it to other facilities. Developing common standards and best practices. On the rolling stock side, we've really sort of dug in on the M7s, which is a fleet that is common to both railroads. We have adjusted and streamlined the truck overhaul RCM program at the Long Island side within the guidance that we've gotten from the FRA. This includes savings from reduced support equipment duty cycles, streamlined maintenance in the support shops, improved wrench time savings. We're in the process of digging in to adjust inspection frequency in cases where our current practices exceed FRA mandates. And through the review and realignment of current periodic inspection procedures, we're able to achieve savings through the extension of auxiliary and propulsion systems, complete periodic inspections, door inspections, being able to do these at 180 days versus the current 92 days. These will all these efforts will still keep our programs within the FRA mandated requirements. On the M&E side, we are looking potentially, and we're going to dig in on this a little bit on the subsequent slide, we're looking to seek further opportunities for wrench time and improved work practices across all aspects of our railroads. We have a pilot going at our Croton Harmon facility with respect to standardizing our work practices with respect to the inspection of our M7s. We're expecting to be able to create value from job time reduction and the increased predictability on our 92-day PI cycle. The project leverages baseline standards as documented in recent business process engineering efforts across both railroads. We plan on taking a methodical look at various crafts involved in our inspection work using data analytics and Lean Six Sigma principles to determine optimal sequencing and timing of the work. This is about not only this specific project, but also the potential to scale it up at both railroads, apply these principles with respect to other maintenance opportunities at both railroads to be able to realize savings. With respect to sharpening management focus on cost drivers, on the MOV side, we have really dug in on overtime drivers by craft and location. We are scrutinizing assignments and identifying where more work can be done on straight time as opposed to overtime. We expect this initial $7 million figure in the MOV departments to grow across both railroads as we make our way to achieving our November targets. Coming out of the pandemic and the hiring freezes that preceded the pandemic, we find ourselves depleted in key craft titles like machinists and electricians at both railroads, and we are working very hard to recruit talent in a tight job market. I'm going to talk a little bit in detail about how we are addressing this connection between vacancies, hiring, and overtime, because this is an area that's receiving particular attention at the railroads. On the maintenance of waste side, we're also collecting better data about when and where we use overtime. We're getting managers below the department head level involved in the process, which provides additional focus on where reductions are possible. On the Long Island Railroad, we're changing how we manage track outage programs to be able to reduce the use of temporary platforms, which has historically been an overtime driver. Contract management, the third example, is just focusing on contracts. We're taking a hard look at maintenance, materials, and service contracts for targeted savings opportunities, identifying where we can reduce or eliminate spending. It's not simply an administrative review of our contracts. In some cases, we are rethinking how we do business. We're also working closely with my friend Mr. Davey here on collaborating with top suppliers regarding overall business practices, common across the three agencies in order to identify savings, and we expect to see increasing amount of savings as this work progresses. So this is the slide where we're digging in a little bit with respect to filling key craft vacancies. A key driver in our MOV departments is the need to cover open shifts on overtime. At Metro North, 50% of year-to-date overtime is used to cover vacant or absent positions. Vacancy coverage accounts for about 15.4%, absentee coverage about 34.3%. On the Long Island side, 53% of year-to-date overtime covers vacant or absent positions, 17.4 on the vacancy side, 36.8 on the absentee side. We're depleted in key craft titles such as machinists, electricians, and carmen, and we are struggling to recruit talent in a tight job market. We've been working exceptionally closely with our friends in the MTA People Tower. Our number one goal is to ensure retaining talent and attracting new talent to the railroad. We have been making some progress this year. On the Long Island Railroad side, as of July 1st, we have onboarded a total of 289 new employees. On the Metro North side, 221. We've done all kinds of work with the People Tower, day in the life videos, open houses, connecting with schools, our internship program with CUNY, our Metro North engineer training program, and other incentives across the railroad. We are continuing to reach out to encourage more and more people to find a career at the railroads. In terms of our look ahead, we'll just do this very briefly. We are again looking towards data analytics to be able to leverage more information, especially on the MOW side and with respect to our materials management practices. On the management focus side, building on some of the great work that Rich has done, we're looking to improve employee availability. We're working with our IT department to be able to right-size some of our data and IT needs and be able to take savings associated with an in-depth review of those needs. With respect to the common practice, again, we've got the ongoing M7 pilot, which is going on at Harmon right now, is just kicking off, and we expect to be able to scale that up to other locations and be able to realize savings from the work that we learned from the wrench time savings that we expect to realize from that pilot. The last item, the investing capital to reduce operating expenses. Obviously, as you've heard today, the 20-year needs will be unveiled later this year, and we expect to be able to look to industrial engineering practices to be able to identify efficiencies within our existing facilities, as well as investments in future work equipment practices that will realize efficiencies as well. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, so thank you for that, both of you. I'm going to ask to really accelerate our meeting because I think we've got a very tight schedule. So questions, comments? Blanca,
Just a
please.
comment. So in addition to Commissioner Valdivia, who had requested this, I had also joined in and chimed in on making sure that we have ongoing discussions or presentations, in this case from Rich and Kathy, with respect to efficiencies. And it's great to know that not only are we looking at that $400 million goal, but now we are moving forward and adding an additional $100 million. So that is great. I think this presentation is very important because for some time now, we've been hearing about how the state, through the governor and the legislature, as well as the city, have done their share in terms of addressing the needs of this entity. But it was really important for the public and everyone else to understand and listen to what we are doing with respect to addressing our efficiency. So I appreciate this, Kevin. Thank you so much for your hard work, and similarly to Rich and Kathy for the excellent work that they do every day in addressing so many of our needs. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. So Lizette, I know you have a equally firm deadline, so I give you the request to the highlights from Hamlet, which is a line from To Be or Not to Be, the Mel Brooks movie, which means the highlights, please.
Highlights, thank you. There are 2 actions this month for MTA headquarters for Finance Committee approval in the amount of $22.9 million, and these actions are found on pages 18 to 27 in the July Finance Committee book. The first action is a contract award of 2 items, one to Alliant Insurance Services, Inc. for casualty brokerage and captive management services Scope A for $3.4 million, and the other to Willis Towers Watson Northeast for property brokerage and forensic accounting services Scope B for $1.3 million. This 5-year contract is in support of the MTA's all-agency risk management program. The award to both vendors are expected to yield savings of about $4.5 million over the base and option years compared to the broker's fees paid to the incumbent under the current expiring agreement. The second action is a request that the board ratify a declaration of immediate operating need and approve the contract award to the Research Foundation of the City of New York, RF CUNY, to administer an internship program retroactively for a period of 5 years, September 1st, 2022 to August 31st, 2027. The CUNY internship program, due to its success, has been chosen to implement a more expansive program, and it'll serve as a pipeline for future MTA employment opportunities. It's valued at $18.2 million for 5 years. I submit these procurement actions for Finance Committee approval.
Thank you. So we have I need a motion for 3 items, the Alliant Insurance, Willis Towers, and RF CUNY. May I have a motion, please?
Motion. So,
Thank you, Sam.
Second.
Thank you, Hada. Questions, comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, motion passes. Was that anything else?
Yes, there's one joint information item on page 28 of the committee book for Long Island Railroad on behalf of itself, Metro North Railroad, and New York City Transit, which was approved by its respective committee, requesting the board approve the award of a contract to Lorem Maintenance of Way, Inc. for rail grinding services. There's also one information item on page 30 of the committee book for New York City Transit, which was approved by its respective committee, requesting that the board memorialize a modification to a competitively negotiated purchase contract with New Flyer of America for an extension to the delivery schedule to allow New Flyer the time to develop, test, and install an early warning detection system for thermal events on each bus prior to delivery.
Okay, so just again, remember, we now do these things in the operating committees, but it's being reminded to this committee just to be aware of it. So there's no action, it's just literally an information. I mean, so you may feel like you already heard this before, because chances are if you were either of those committees or both, you did. Okay, Mr. Florio, you have the floor on real estate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have 5 action items for consideration and approval. The first item is for the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, and it is a modification to the existing policy for licensing, leasing, or acquisition of property rights in support of MTA capital projects or ongoing operations. The second item is a transit-oriented development item for New York City Transit. It is the RFP conditional designation for the Gun Hill Road development. The following 3 items are for MTA Metro North Railroad. The third is a master agreement with Amtrak to facilitate the acquisition of permanent easements in the Bronx and Queens in support of the Penn Station Access Project. The fourth is an acquisition of a permanent easements in Queens from HD Development of Maryland in support of the Penn Station Access Project. The fifth and final item is authorization to acquire property interest by negotiated settlement or eminent domain for the Claremont Substation Project in the Bronx. I note that this is an additional substation to increase capacity for Harlem Line in the Bronx. I had a short presentation, if you'd like me to forego it in the interest of time. I can do it in September, or I can hand it out to the
Well, let me just explain what we've, so on the fourth item related to pen access, there's a series of easements required to create the access. And so because this is a fairly long-standing project and lots of pieces, I asked David to make sure that we understood where it was in the context, these particular easements and the whole piece of work. I don't know how people are on time. We can spend a couple of minutes. Why don't you just do the briefest of
Sure.
sense of where we are?
Sure. Okay. Right now, let me see. There we go. This is an overview of the project and the facilities that support it. There are basically four facility types that are being supported by the acquisition: stations, substations, right-of-way, and the New Rochelle Yard. And then there are four owner types: private, public, Amtrak, and utility. These are the 23 private properties. 5 have been acquired already through negotiation. 1 is in negotiation with Home Depot. That's the private easement I noted earlier. So those 5 have been acquired. 1 is close to being acquired. There are 7 others. 2 being negotiated by my colleague Bob Paley and his group. That should be done by October. And 5 are pending title vesting with the courts in the Bronx. The remaining 10 private properties are in connection with the New Rochelle Yard, and they are awaiting design. For 37 public properties, most of them are with the City of New York, and state statute has promulgated a process by which we acquire the property before value is assessed. So right now, we're really focusing on the actual instruments that will get us this property. And I note that we've already been given temporary access to all these properties, so it's not holding up construction at all. There are 12 Amtrak properties. Again, Amtrak has granted us temporary access to these properties so we can begin construction while we undertake the process of acquiring these easements. The master agreement that I noted earlier here creates the framework by which we can, as we acquire property, we don't have to go to the board 12 times. One master easement agreement covers all 12 properties. And there are 4 utility properties, 2 with Con Ed, which again has granted us access to the properties. So in no instance with respect to the Amtrak or publicly owned utility properties are we impaired from constructing. And that pretty much is the sum total of.
So you're going to be coming before us a few more times, I guess, is the takeaway.
We'll come before you for the private properties.
Yes.
To the extent they're not subject to eminent domain.
Good. Anything else you want to say before we ask for a motion?
No, I think that pretty much sums it up, sir.
All right, good. That's very helpful. Questions on the presentation? Go ahead,
And
please.
just quickly, David, we had no issues. Everything was resolved. You were able to get these properties, these easements and everything. No issues with anyone, right?
No, well, for 5 of the properties, they're with the courts for award by eminent domain. So
Oh,
we
they
could
are
not- we
5
could-
from
they're
eminent
right,
domain.
that was listed before. They were
So you tried and then we went the eminent
Correct.
domain route? Okay.
correct.
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry. Okay.
Bob Paley is here to answer any questions regarding the Gun Hill action item as well.
Okay.
Okay. Can I have a motion for the 5 real estate items, please? Thank you, Blanca. Second. Okay, thank you, Hada. Any questions, comments on any of these items? Going once, going twice. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. David?
4 information items, Mr. Chairman. The first is our annual report on Grand Central Terminal performance. The second and third items are with Metro North. One is a renewal of a parking agreement with Spatz Property for adjacent commercial parking. And there's also a 1-day permit agreement between Metro North and Bike New York for parking at the Poughkeepsie Station. And the last item is our information item is a report on agreements entered into directly by the Real Estate Department pursuant to board policy.
Thank you very much, David. So look, we wish our CFO a bon voyage as he has accomplished the most important task, which is to balance the budget. Well done, sir. Have a good vacation. And a motion to adjourn, please. Thank you, Hada. Thank you very much. All right, see you all on Wednesday.